Now, from yesterday and what I was able to commentate and watch over, those are some very great games, and my expectations were met. You know, we got to see a lot of crazy picks for hunters, and everyone just being super well coordinated and overall just playing together really well, while the hunters just showing off how experienced and how great they are at the role that they play. And you know, going into today, not knowing anything about any of these teams, I'm very excited to see what team is really gonna shine through and is gonna be able to just take these rounds and then take today's sets. Yeah, you know, and that's really what it comes down to, is the creativity, right? I mean, chat, stop calling me Fruity Chip. When it comes down to it, every single hunter has something unique and something that they're able to do, even if it's like a super niche thing or like just some really crazy random tech that only the person who plays that really niche hunter a lot would know about, you know. And it'd be very awesome to see if someone is able to pull off something like that today. Well, you know, I would really love to see a clown still. I did main clown for a bit, and you know, after the recent changes that he got, the recent buffs that he got, I'd really love to see someone come out and shine through the changes that he got. I mean, you know, he got a bit of reduction in the time that it takes for him to be able to put on parts. He's able to just glide around walls much more smoothly and without hitting anything, and you know, just getting that bit of time reduction in the things that he wastes time doing, you know, in his cooldowns. I feel like can really make him just shine a lot more on the maps that he is really good on, you know, like your moonlets and stuff like that. Maybe your never sleeping with a blink. But I'd be really happy to see something like that. You know, we saw the Wu Chang yesterday, which was crazy. I mean, you know, if I said I wanted to see a Wu Chang, I'd sound like a crazy person, because who's gonna play Wu Chang in a tournament setting like this? But then we actually did get to see the Wu Chang, which it's great to see some love to a hunter that, you know, is very basic in, you know, what he can do, but I feel like there's kind of this soft spot that everyone has for Wu Chang specifically. Mhm. Yeah. No, it's okay. Go ahead. Wait, I think your audio is bugging. Yeah, I can take over right now. Sorry, chat guys. Listen, we're very good at this. Okay. Sorry about the audio issues.
Oh, I'm back.
Being muted.
I'm back.
Okay, you're back. Is it working? Is it good? Everything good? Everything fine now?
Yep. Somewhere along the line there was a microphone, a switcheroo doodle-doo that happened, and it decided to start using the default microphone and not the very fancy expensive one that I have. So, you know, that's great. Yeah, it is very fancy and expensive. I know you can't tell because I'm using it very poorly, but I promise you, this costs like, I think, what was it, like $100? I don't even remember. I remember being mad about how much it was.
Can someone please donate to Yo7 so he can stop forgetting to turn his mic on? Thank you.
I mean, speaking of donations, we do have Caser Zero here with the 20 MH or MX dollars. Is that $20? I actually am not entirely sure what the amount is, but it does not matter the amount. Oh yeah, what were you saying?
My people, it's my people. Pesos. Viva Dios.
Oh, does that stand for Mexican dollars? Is that what that's for?
Yeah.
Hey, yeah. Well, thank you for the 20 Mexican dollars. Once again, very, very kind of you. They're saying Viva Dios. I'm not entirely sure what Viva Dios means, but I'm gonna hope that it's not a curse word that I just accidentally said, so...
Not a curse word, you're fine.
Okay, thank goodness. Alright, well, thank you so much. Once again, it does not matter the amount, whatever it is, you know, any sort of donations, they go right back into hosting more tournaments like this in the future, so we do appreciate those if you are able to send them over, but, you know, moving a bit on from that, I realize now that none of the lovely people were able to hear me go over the map bans and picks, so we're gonna go quickly do that. We got... Future on the side of Survivor first, and then we're going to be seeing the Watt Hunter coming out. We're going to be playing it on Sacred Heart Hospital, which is, I mean, how do you feel about that? That's crazy.
As a lizard main, I actually do like Sacred Heart Hospital, but if I'm playing anyone else, it can be kind of miserable, but as long as I, you know, ignore that middle main building overall, I'm kind of chilling. I'm kind of good. You know, with this map, I feel like there's like some elevation and there's some niche things that you could do with hunters on this map. So I'm excited to see what they do with the chosen map here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I'm very excited to see. I mean, what the plan is. You know, this was chosen. Let me just quickly double check. So this was chosen by Watt, who we're seeing on the hunter side first. We'll see if that map was really chosen for potentially a specialty hunter like Reptilian. You know, hint, hint, maybe, that we'll see on this map, or if Future has something potentially even better than they do. It's gonna be really interesting because you don't see Hospital very often.
Yeah, you know, it can be quite a difficult map for hunters to just navigate. You know, if they decide to take that chase over in the main building because it's a chase that they have to take, you know, it's a survivor that they're trying to tunnel out, it's really gonna just take up a lot of time just trying to get them, because, you know, you gotta... If a survivor is playing it correctly, you know, you go into the building, then you go upstairs, then you drop down, you circle back around to the pallet, then you drop that, and there's like two pallets in the main building that the hunter basically has to destroy if they don't have an ability to play around pallets. and then there's just so many drop downs. Then they can reach a window that they can use a speed boost out of and just transition out of. You know, with the hospital being in the middle, it allows survivors to transition basically to wherever they wish to go, as long as they have a ability to really help them close that distance to the next loop that they wish to reach.
Yeah. Just a quick little admin thing I'm trying to do in the background. I really apologize, but we do. I mean, I know whenever I'm playing on Sacred Heart Hospital as a hunter, it's like, okay, I'm just treating that hospital like it is a no-go zone. Everything, like, whenever a survivor enters, sets foot in that building, it's like, all right, well, I'm just gonna pretend like you don't exist anymore and go change my target to somebody else that I actually have a iota of a chance of downing.
Yeah, and like, especially with the lower tier hunters, you know, it's a rough one. You don't have the tools necessary to really be able to play around what hospital brings to the table for survivors, and it can make it really difficult. Then it forces you to have to use your blink instead of using your blink at another very optimal position that you're in. Perhaps, you know, getting a hit on someone, rescuing on a chair to get a terror shock, and then just like that, the game is so heavily in your favor.
Yeah, it really is. You know, I'm just again, I want to bring it back to this. I'm just so excited to see like what kind of strategies we're gonna see, because again, you just never see this kind of stuff.
Yeah, you know, as much of a difficult map as Sacred Heart Hospital can be, I feel like it's one of those maps that really brings a team's A game, right? You know, it makes you play a lot more, you know, a lot more locked in than you usually have to, because of how the map is laid out. And so with this map, I think we're going to be seeing just a lot more like crazy plays and a lot more crazy things that teams are going to be able to do here. I think it really is going to make a team's coordination or the hunter's expertise shine through like a lot.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we have seen a hermit actually come out on this map. Do you think that's something we'll be seeing again? Because hermit I would think is just a terrible choice here because of all the high walls that you have to kind of dodge around all of his different charges. Is that something you think we're going to be seeing?
So, I would say that a hermit is possible here, right? The high walls are absolutely detrimental to a hermit's ability to be able to stun a survivor. However, if you have like that hermit with you're bringing it with insolence or something like that, then as long as you hit that one stun, then I think you should be fine, especially depending on what trait that you bring along with you and, you know, use like very properly. The high walls that you have to worry about, you know, you got your broken ruins area, and then you got the inside of main. That's very, very different. Two very difficult areas for hermit to deal with. But, you know, everywhere else is pretty open. And if you're able to catch a survivor out while they're trying to transition over to the next kiting area, then I think a hermit is a plausible thing here.
Yeah, I mean, when you put it like that, it definitely sounds a lot more reasonable. So, yeah, we're just seeing a little bit of a delay, it looks like, but I think we are actually heading into the pick bans now. It was a little bit of a delay there, a little bit of things on the end. I'm sorry, I tend to be a little bit quiet at times when that stuff happens because I'm trying to multitask too much, but we should be finally seeing it coming to fruition here. We'll go ahead and switch over to that screen now, and you guys are able to see the band pick screen. So we're seeing a forward archer, which is, I mean, I would say interesting.
You know, a hunter that is has their mobility options, that they don't want to be limited and don't want to be harassed in the middle of chasing someone else. But we are going to be seeing the anti-Cranian pick to try to somewhat counteract the bans that were chosen here. Oh, perhaps not an anti-Cranian. Seeing the Merc, they're hovering over, deciding to see if they really want to bring this to the table or not. Now, if they do pick anti-Crane, you know, that is a very, very good survivor with like really just no downsides to her. I mean, she can solo carry a team if she really wants to at times, and if the survivor plays well enough. But not deciding to not go with the anti-Korean, instead going for the Merc Psychologist. The synergy between those two characters, you know, with the Merc having the slower healing speed, however, Psychologist is just able to bypass that with the stress heal that she can do map wide.
Yeah, I mean, with the synergy there, I mean, potentially even seeing a priestess. I was gonna say priestess, and here it comes from Star Werewolf, potentially not locked in quite yet. Okay, locked in now, and that's what we're gonna see. Not banning priestess on hospital is pretty crazy, and there goes the antiquarian ban, making sure that that is not on the table for round 2 on the side of future.
Yeah, and you know, going into a priestess in hospital, you're definitely let's see if our hunter decides to really play around that. You know, in the persona web, you can bring I believe it's called desperate fight, where you know, you get stunned multiple times. Each stun duration lasts significantly less. So let's see if the hunter does decide to bring that or not. It does decide to respect the priestess in a bit, or they just bring a hunter that completely does not care about getting stunned through the portals, is able to make up that distance very quickly. We are going to find out. Also seeing the Aeroplanist being the final survivor pick here for our team.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, you know, having a priestess on your team here really makes the hospital, this already very strong area of the map, even more so, with more potential entrances for the survivors to kind of escape into that you know, very safe zone. So I mean, I definitely want to see how OQYOO, I really apologize on saying that name very incorrectly, I'm sure, but yeah, I'm very curious to see how they're gonna kind of counteract that. Like you said, maybe bringing Desperate Escape, or is it Desperate Escape? Relentless Fight?
I believe it's Desperate Fight.
Desperate Fight. All right, I got both halves in different guesses. It kind of, all right, we'll take a B on that test, everybody. Okay, that's how we're gonna do that anyway. Yeah, I mean, potentially just that faster hunter, maybe. Opera Singer could be on the table. I mean, even Goatman, you know, kind of has ways to deal with Priestess as well.
Let's find out who our hunter is going to be. I'm sure everyone's waiting in anticipation to see what hunter is going to play around Priestess in a hospital map.
Yeah, the survivors have finished doing their personas. It's going to be a clerk!
It's going to be a clerk! Now, I was actually looking at our hunter's profile here, and this person is the first clerk of NAEU.
Oh, the first clerk of NAEU. Let's see if they can... I mean, they're the first clerk of NAEU. I don't think the first clerk of this tournament. Someone did play it previously, I think, in a round 4, actually. I believe... actually, maybe it was just a round 3. Something along those lines. But they weren't too successful with it, so we'll see if the Watt Hunter has a better chance, or a better showing.
Let's see if there's a difference in between picking, you know, being the first clerk and, you know, this person being the S1 clerk. So, on hospital, you know, clerk being able to just really ignore those pallets inside of main, and I'm just very interested to see what scrolls they're going to want to record in order to counteract what the survivors have here. Also, hola a todos que hablan español in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very... I mean, honestly, they got to go for probably a mix of both scrolls, because there's so many windows and there's so many pallets in this map. I mean, you close down one pallet, okay, the clerk's going to just pick that up, and then you're right next to a window. So I think it's going to be a lot of different recording, probably basically just whatever she can. Not opting, I would think, to use a lot of those recordings on ciphers, or even the chip hit to kind of, I don't even know what purpose the chip hit would have here. Maybe against Mercenary to get him down a little bit faster, but... Or maybe, does it destroy Priestess portals?
I believe it does not destroy Priestess portals, so that is very unfortunate. You know, you really don't see a lot of chip hit coming from Clerk, as, you know, it's very reactable, and it's really not worth it trying to get the chip hit. You want to use your scroll so you can get that normal attack in, so that they're just down to half health.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I know when Clerk first came out on the test server, it was just people using the chip hit. That's all they did. Nothing about Clerk mattered other than the chip hit. And we're gonna see her go for the aeroplanist first. It looks like looking down to just trigger that that hunt there. And yeah,
gonna be not chasing the person over in main. Actually, gonna be going onto the Merc here. So possibly just wanting to get one of these tides out of the way. And really try to get these elbow pads out as quickly as they possibly can.
Yeah,
looks like
wow.
he's gonna be getting that first hit with that hunter's instinct and bringing the impulsive to just be able to close that distance even more when swinging. I mean, you can really see the speed that this Clerk had there when she was charging up that attack with the impulsive and hunter's instinct both proccing at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, the hunt here has just almost been permanently active for the Clerk. Really disciplined on that camera angle here. And we're going to see Mercenary actually come in, look at the global portal. The aeroplane is going to get a stun. That is big distance for the Mercenary. Clerk, a character that can't really make up distance too easily, so I don't know if she even knows where he's gone.
So, you know, recording the Priestess on the Cypher, making sure that she's just multitasking the survivors here while she's trying to get this chase finished. You know, Clerk recording someone on a Cypher, you know, it just means during that time period that she really doesn't have access to her abilities to be able to stop a survivor from, you know, dropping a pallet or vaulting a window. So it is a deliberate choice that has to be made from our hunter here. Gonna be blinking out and swinging, but missing that attack and missing the impulsive swing, unfortunately, and also missing that 50-50 mind game. Our aeroplanist here is gonna be leaving this kiting area and transitioning all the way into the building with that beautiful rocket pack. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, you expend some resources from the aeroplanist, but arguably a lot more from the Clerk there. Blink being off the table is really crucial trait that, you know, Clerk almost relies on a lot of the time to get that first down, and it's just not happening here.
Getting our first hit here on this Priestess, going to be checking all of those ciphers, making sure that she's slowing them down as much as she possibly can. Now, this is very unfortunate that it is the Priestess injured here, because, you know, while she is injured, this is a Priestess inside a hospital, and this Priestess is absolutely going to have the map knowledge to know where to portal and which ways to transition to incredibly properly.
Yeah, I mean, and we can see it there. I mean, the Priestess, you know, using that portal right in the center, I think even tricking the Clerk a little bit, because you never see a survivor go into that, you know, little miniature room that has absolutely nothing in it other than Priestess, because she's the only one that really has the ability to do anything there, and you can see it happening in real time.
And finally getting that down here on the Priestess. 3 ciphers already being done with another cipher already at 60%. I mean, you know, very, very difficult map to try to be able to get that first down, but let's see if our Clerk here is able to turn this match around having this first down now.
Yeah, I mean, difficult first down, but now that she has it, she is able to spend a lot more time looking at those ciphers, being able to gather potentially some recordings of the survivors and, you know, reverse them a little bit. Maybe even trump cards to abnormal. Is able to use abnormal multiple times because of the recording, so I mean, we could see that terror shot coming in on the Mercenary.
What a terror shock. I mean, that is huge. You know, the final cipher is currently at 23%, or maybe they're starting a new cipher at the moment, I believe. Yes, the final cipher is at 27%, and this Clerk is going to be multitasking these final ciphers. The final cipher is always the most difficult one to be able to pop with the Clerk in the match, as, you know, you have only 3 ciphers to worry about as this Clerk, and you just keep on looking at both survivors. Now, the way to be able to counteract that is to have a person standing there and have that person be the one recorded while your teammate goes over to finish that cipher while your teammate is being recorded.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now that the Mercenary is on the ground, only one person's able to go at that cipher. Clerk is probably just going to be permanently looking at it, and she actually finds where they're healing and being able to cut off this aeroplanist really early in the rescue, actually getting an early hit. We could see a trump card to teleport here to actually just stop the rescue completely. That's exactly what we're going to see, and Priestess is going to be blasting off.
Yeah, we have our first survivor dead here. There's really not much that they can do about it. The psychologist making the interesting choice of killing the Merc currently as the cipher is being locked down by our Clerk here, so very smart decision by them. not wasting that stress heal while they still have it. But it looks like the clerk is going to be going over and interrupting this heal. Merc going to be going over to this corner area here behind this rock. He still has an elbow pad to work with, so he's not in too much danger. But let's see if this clerk is able to get him to make a mistake. It looks like Merc is not going to be making a mistake here. Elbow pads over to safe pallets here.
Oh, that connected, and now the hit is going to be coming out with the impulsive.
Merc gonna be going down here yet again. I mean, he's already got 3 stacks of his shell shock, so he's gonna be being healed much more slowly. Let's see if our clerk decides to pick up. She will be deciding to pick up here. Gonna be taking him over to this chair that is next to this cipher here that the aeroplanist is working on. Aeroplanist is gonna be taking the seal from the psychologist. Now we're really seeing the power that psychologists can bring to a table for a team. As you know, that heal 5 seconds across the map. They don't have to waste any time trying to move over and to heal each other and then perhaps get interrupted. So powerful, such a strong ability. And now this team is probably going to be able to get this rescue on this Merc, and is actually in an okay position where if they didn't have the psychologist, you know, things would be very dicey.
Yeah, I believe getting the cipher block off on the psychologist doesn't look like she's decoding it anymore right now. And, you know, it really is just a game of who can waste the most time. Aeroplane is trying to... Oh, getting that rescue off just before half, taking the hit for the mercenary, allowing him to kite out a little bit longer, while that psychologist just tries to prime this cipher, continuing to mind game with the clerk, to not allow her to ever be able to get that. Mercenary is going to be going down after Tide Turner ends, though.
Just this clerk constantly keeping watch. Now actually deciding not to go over and share the Merc. She's actually going to decide to go over to this cipher and to try to harass it and stop as much decoding as possible. Now this pallet's going to be getting lifted. Psychologist, knowing that's going to happen, tries to flywheel it. Unfortunately gets hit through it. Now she's going to be transitioning over to Shaq here, and clerk, seeing the aeroplane is coming over to try to harass both the ciphers. She knows both of these survivors' locations, and she knows the Merc is down. So now she has to pick and choose which chase she wants to take and which chase she believes that she's able to get the fastest down on.
Yeah, I mean, the mercenary still having 4 of those stacks on his shell shock, really not being able to do anything. Clerk kind of trying to string between these 2 survivors, catch one of them out in the open, but these are definitely no amateur survivors here. Gonna really give that clerk all the respect in the entire world to just run away really early, not even giving her the chance to get any sort of element of surprise on them whatsoever.
Ooh, now, I believe, yes, that was muscle memory, saving the psychologist right there, getting that extra 15% vault boost, which helps her get through the window and is able to save herself from the clerk. Let's see if she's able to do it again. Not again. The clerk using her recording on that window, slowing her down, is able to get that hit through. Our other 2 survivors currently just, you know, running around, really trying to get Merc going through a chest, trying to get any sort of item they can to put themselves in a better position. The aeroplanist having reset the Merc, you know, getting that really long heal speed, just tanking it and getting our Merc here at full health, while aeroplanist is going to go over and try to finish this cipher while the psychologist is on chair.
Yeah, the survivors trying to reset a little bit, trying to get themselves some items that they can use, some resources back on the table, because the clerk has drained out pretty much everything that the survivors had previously. We are going to see the psychologist go after half, and don't be surprised, everybody, if we see the clerk actually teleport once again to this cipher to try to get this aeroplanist down and really maintain as much control over the game as she possibly can.
So we see here our aeroplanist is trying to get that cipher done as much as he possibly can at 88%. You know, it sounds like it's really close to being finished, but you know, against the clerk, it feels like that your cipher is almost never close to being finished. Now, getting that rescue is not going to be able to take the hit, and the psychologist will be going down here. They're going to be trying to force the pop here, or force heals, so they can get the cipher done. But clerk gonna be getting...
Oh, there was no borrowed time!
And no borrowed time on the psychologist. Very unfortunate to see that. It looks like we will be getting...
Yeah, there goes the teleport.
As she's deciding to teleport over to the aeroplanist. Merc is going to be going down here. He still has exit path, but his healing speed is going to take 5 million years. He's going to be taken back all the way to the Stone Age in time to be able to try to get that heal up. And Clerk going to be trying to get this aeroplanist. No items on our aeroplanist here, so this is just going to be a raw kite, and let's see how long he's able to last.
I mean, there is a win condition here for the aeroplanist. He needs to be able to kite long enough for this mercenary to get himself back up. Mind gaming at the pallet actually fails, and now it all comes down to if this clerk knows where the mercenary is.
and I believe our clerk does know where this merc is, as she did see the final location of where the merc was heading to before he went down. And yes, seeing the merc right there, even if he gets up right now, he's gonna take that terror shock hit, even with that illusion one that he has, and he's just gonna be going down here. Yep.
Exactly how you predicted.
Right out of it. Oh man, wow. 4-man for our clerk here. Let's congratulate what QYO on the clerk. I mean, wow.
Yeah, I mean, holy smokes, everybody! What a game to start things off with. Why QYO really? I mean, I was not expecting big things from the clerk, but we got big things from the clerk, especially in a map that is difficult for hunters, and especially with the early game that I think definitely didn't go the clerk's way. They still manages to flip the game right on its head and pull out a forced survivor elimination.
Yeah, I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth. You know, that early game was really difficult for our clerk to try to maintain. You know, 3 ciphers were already done, 4th one at 50%. I mean, she was practically working with 1 cipher and a half throughout that entire match. And clerk's ability to be able to slow down that end game to a crawl just helped her out so much. Not to mention our clerk's ability to interrupt survivors while they were healing and pressure those ciphers, and knowing exactly where to go to at the right moments, getting the 2 terror shocks on that well, 3, you know, if you count the illusion terror shock, but getting 2 very impactful terror shocks on the merc throughout that entire match, just having him basically his entire gameplay being holding 1 button just so he could try to self-heal off of the ground. I mean, that was an incredible performance by our clerk.
Yeah, it really was. You know, I think the nail in the coffin there for the survivors was them trying to heal that psychologist off the ground, going in for a forced heal situation. And Mercenary taking a terror shock, you know, borrowed time doesn't trigger if you take a terror shock as Mercenary. If he has not processed that damage, he will not heal any damage, and that's exactly what we saw, in allowing that clerk an opportunity to teleport and deny even 1 survivor escaping from this game, Chip.
Yeah, I mean, just wow. That was quite the performance to put up for our first match here. I mean, that leaves me very excited and looking forward to what these teams are going to bring out here. You know, this our other team here, Future, is just gonna have to pull out just the same thing that Walt pulled out with having that 4K. You know, gonna have to try to match that. Let's see if that's a possibility here.
Yeah, I mean, that's just incredible pressure for the Hunter of Future here, having to come in their first round and, you know, really requiring a 4 survivor elimination, needing to be perfect, especially on Sacred Heart Hospital. You know, again, that map that's just difficult for hunters. It's just, that's a very scary thing, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, and what I was going back to what I was saying earlier about Sacred Heart Hospital really making hunters have to, you know, put out all the stops on their plays and their ability to be able to control a match. I mean, we saw just that. You know, our clerk was really just really on top of everything after they were able to just sway the match into their favor, and you could really see just how difficult it was for our survivors to try to manage to, you know, get the game back at a reset. Shoot, this clerk was constantly not allowing them to get any heals off whatsoever, or to be able to even touch that final cipher for more than 2 seconds at a time.
Yeah, that, you know, that clerk can make that final cipher feel like an eternity, and we just saw that we just saw that play out there. Very, very difficult for the survivors to just do anything, because the moment you touch that cipher, the clerk is going to see it shaking. She's going to, you know, beam her vision down on you with the aerial spectating, and, you know, just kind of force you to either get off the cipher or record you and force you to get off the cipher. Like, there's just no winning against it. You need like almost a second survivor there to be able to really get any sort of meaningful decoding done. And yeah, just not something that worked out in their favor. But we are going to be going back into the band pick screen. We got Future
I
now
have not
on the
been
side
invited.
of Hunter. You have not been invited. All right. Well, I'm gonna be
Maybe
Discord
the
screen
screen
sharing it
share
to you
here.
then, Chip. This feels like a regular occurrence now. So, you know, I guess it's not too novel anymore. So we're there we
Sorry,
go.
ladies and gentlemen, we are prepared for these scenarios. You know, being forgotten again and being left hanging on the bench. Gonna be Breaking Chip currently bench warming here as we see both of our teams going into their next match. Watt on the Survivor side and Future on the Hunter now. Gonna be seeing the Priestess Nightman for our Hunter side here, and our Survivor is gonna be hovering over the Luca.
Looks like it. They're gonna be taking it as well. I guess maybe expecting a shadow to be coming out on the side of Future potentially.
Yeah, you know, no one really talks about Prisoner a lot because, you know, if we're talking decoders, you're gonna want to bring maybe a mech if you want to tie, or, you know, Explorer if you're down to your final rounds, you just need to get that final decoder pick out. Prisoner I believe he did get a slight adjustment. I do not remember what it was, but he did get a slight buff at a point. I'm trying to remember. My knowledge is clouded and my memory is foggy. However, that does not matter right now. What does matter is that they currently have the Luca, Novelist, and Puppeteer picks. It looks like they're, locking in that Puppeteer. Yeah, what are you making of this team so far?
I mean, if I was to be the Hunter right now, I would think, you know, Goatman is the way. Goatman is the method that would allow me to be getting that forced survivor elimination that I'm really looking for, especially with a final pick on the barmaid. We'll see if they actually lock that in, and they do.
Lock that in.
Yeah, I would say Goatman's the good idea.
Pick here. Yeah, absolutely. You know, you don't really have too many survivors here that are really able to survive inside of Goatman cages other than the Puppeteer. You know, Barmaid just has that one speed doubling. Novelist just having the pages where he isn't really going to gain too much distance on you as he's still going to be trapped inside the cages, and Luca just has that small second stun that he's able to use. I mean, Goatman would be a devastating pick here, having a final bans on Merc and Journalist, so let's see what our Hunter is going to be picking here.
Yeah, I will say, you know, that final ban on Journalist makes me think that maybe maybe Future here does not have a Goatman pick to go for.
It's Uchino. It's Uchino. I say as they take me away to the asylum yet again. You know, having that Journalist ban just means it's a Hunter that's, you know, they don't want their ability to be used on an Orphe when the person is going to rescue. They really want to use it to try to stuff that rescue while at the chair.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Bonbon?
Sculptor! Okay. Yeah, not wanting to waste any statues on the Orphe that's going to go for the rescue. You know, that's going to take 2 statues there, which are very important cooldowns for a Sculptor, as, you know, her cooldowns don't come back very quickly. Once she uses those statues, she does have to wait quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I would say a Sculptor's a pretty solid pick here, Chip. I'm not really seeing any problems with it. You know, you have the Barmaid heal cancel that you are able to go for. Puppeteers. Little puppet mode is, I mean, it's helpful, but it's not amazing, you know. And I mean, Prisoner is just Prisoner, and, you know, the Novelist is gonna gain that distance with the book, but the statues don't really care that much about distance, so...
Yeah, this is looking to be like a fairly even match, you know, nothing too crazy on either side here. Galatea just gonna have to pull out all the stops when it comes to hitting these statues and predicting survivor movement, you know. Puppeteer is gonna be able to, you know, take a few chips, but it's gonna be kind of dangerous to be using puppets that often just to take chips, right? You know, because if you do that, you're just gonna waste your ability so quickly, and then next thing you know, you're not gonna have any puppets for the next statues that are incoming. You're gonna be left at 1 chip, and then you just go down.
Yeah, Lewis's perfect self is definitely a finite resource, and you can't be using that too liberally here. And speaking of the Puppeteer, actually, we see he's the only person on the Survivor side to have Tide Turner right now. No one else bringing it in, which I think does favor the Sculptor a little bit, since she definitely does excel in that camping state.
Yeah, not going to be too much time wasted with the Tide. Only a 20-second free time that they're able to going to be using, and you know, we're going to see if our Sculptor here is going to be using her her cross map spear throw liberally or not to try to slow down ciphers while that 20 seconds is up. That is a possibility here, but maybe not going to be wanting to use those cooldowns that much, as you know, our survivors here don't have too many resources to be able to transition kite too well against her. You know, the main survivor that's going to be getting speed boost is going to be our Demi here.
Yeah, you know, one speed boost, I mean, it could be enough to make or break this match, although I'm not too sure about it. We're actually seeing no detention on the side of the Sculptor, opting for Insolence trump card.
Confident Sculptor. Yeah, you know, this Sculptor is just going to be out here. She's going to be wanting to get her presence as quickly as possible. You know, full presence Sculptor is actually quite a good threat, and going to be going on to our Prisoner here, getting spotted out. Prisoner does have kite build with the flywheel and broken windows combo here. Let's see. Gonna be shocking. Our Galatea trying to take over the window. That is the stun of Prisoner already out and used, so this is gonna be quite difficult. Both speed boosts already getting utilized for this Prisoner to try to transition over into main. His flywheel is gonna be coming up here, and so is Galatea's warp she decided to bring.
Oh yeah, you're right. I didn't catch the warp. I would have expected a blink, to be honest with you, Chip, in this kind of very aggressive early game build for Sculptor.
From going into main, now he does have to use that flywheel in order to dodge that attack. There,
wow, what a great chip!
And gets the main attack. Wow, that was incredible. Using the statue.
Oh, and he gets the second one.
Chip. Oh my god. Not even using the statue to try to get the initial chip, it uses it instead to push him away from main and is able to get him down a chip and a normal attack, and is able to snipe him on the way inside with another statue. This is such a fast down for a Galatea, and she still has her trait up to be able to slow down these ciphers or catch up to a survivor that she needs to.
Yeah, wow. I mean, Sculptor not needing eyes or legs, it seems. She just takes the Prisoner down without even having any sort of visual on him, just kind of assuming where he is and predicting correctly. We are going to see this one Tide Turner come in, but... Yeah, one puppet used.
Very careful with this puppeteer, as you know, his puppets do run out a lot more quickly when at the chair side. Let's see if he's able to get this rescue or not. Does manage to get the rescue, and Luca's going to be immediately using his shot off of the chair. Now, puppeteer is going to be taking this hit here, and is going to be taking this Tide away from his team, and probably trying to transition over to a teammate so he can get healed as quickly as possible off the ground. Now, our Luca is going to be taking this Tide all the way over here into the statue area. Let's see if he's able to survive for a long time here for his team to try to be able to pull back and get these ciphers done.
Yeah, I mean, Tide Turner has expired, so now any extra time bought is good time, but it's not a lot of time as the Galatea gets the next down.
Yeah, getting pushed back from the statue. You know, Argala's playing this very interestingly. She's not trying to go for the chip. She's trying to use the statues to push the survivors towards her or push them into a bad spot. I mean, that is incredible play from Argala here. Gonna be taking the chip hit onto the barman. 2 chip hits onto the barman. Gonna be forced to use that Doblin. And now our Demi is gonna be down to one other Doblin to be able to use for our puppeteer potentially. Novice is gonna be here, probably trying to get this rescue on the Prisoner, but this Prisoner is gonna die, it looks like.
Yeah, gonna expire on the chair. Galatea probably gonna finds out exactly where the puppeteer is. Already getting one chip damage onto him.
I mean, puppeteer in such a bad spot here is not able to use any puppet modes whatsoever, and she still does have 2 statues to be able to snipe him. It is gonna be dodging that statue, but it's not gonna be dodging that attack.
Yeah, and now we're seeing the cipher progress is looking really nice for Watt, but there's not a lot of survivors left to be decoding.
Yeah, you know, being down to our last cipher here, that cipher is going to be at 64%. The Demi just going to be down to 1 Doblin and still having that speed jerk remaining, and our Novelist still having a page and a flywheel to work with, but both of them not decoding currently at this moment. Demi transitioning over to the cipher over in the ruins area. Novelist using his book and flywheel to get this chair, but he's going to be taking both statues and takes it down. Lewis is going to be expiring soon here. Let's see what this Sculptor decides to do. Going to be chairing the Novelist and knowing that Puppeteer is going to be inside. Let's see if she's finally going to use this warp.
Yeah, I mean, we see she now knows where the barmaid is. Probably very confident that Puppeteer is not going to be going for this rescue because, I mean, one tier 2 statue and that Puppeteer is going to be, you know, falling onto the ground once again without a self-heal to pick himself back up. The survivors are definitely going to want to avoid that, and I think the Sculptor knows this. Now, potentially knows that they've switched places on that cipher. Gonna go for the chisel. Is she gonna hit the puppeteer? It's big. She does hit it.
Oh my god! And now the person who was supposed to decode the final cipher is down. This is very unfortunate. Gonna be taking
and the blink coming out is gonna be down on the barmaid.
Oh my god!
And Puppeteer has no self-heal. This is just over, Chip.
This is a format. Oh my, it's over. What? But four-man Galatea, no dissension, is able to get that crucial chip hit on the Puppeteer. I mean, you know, swapping over to try to have the full health person go for the rescue is a decision there, but if you're going to be going for that decision, you have to have your puppeteer be hiding, because the sculptor is just going to throw her chisel over and snipe you down with those statues. And seeing how precise she was earlier in this match, you know, that's going to be a very difficult task. And as you can see, it was a task that unfortunately our survivor team here could not accomplish.
Yeah, I mean, what a fantastic first round. Just, I mean, we see a clerk, and they get the forced survivor elimination. A sculptor, and they get the forced survivor elimination. Who needs the goat man? Who needs the hullabaloo? Who needs the opera or the shadow? It's all garbage in the eyes of these hunters, because they can succeed with these other characters.
Oh my god! I mean, I was not expecting. Oh my god! Two non-meta picks, both getting 4Ks back to back, and with our sculptor here being able to get that 4K before that final cipher was even popped. I mean, I was not expecting this result.
Yeah, I mean, I was not. I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting it either. When we saw the clerk, I was thinking, okay, well, we've seen clerk before and it didn't go very well. Surely this won't go well either. Never mind. And then we saw the Galatea. We saw a sculptor even in a few sets before this on this exact same map, and you know, they did really well, but they were only able to get the draw against the survivors. But I mean, it not even mattered. Both, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. I really am just speechless right now, Chip.
I mean, I'm also at a loss of words. The hunter play there was immaculate. I mean, hitting all the necessary chairs there and just being able to stall out all those survivors as need be, and getting the 4-man, that was just incredible. That was just so incredible.
Yeah, I mean, we could see that the sculptor did have the S badge on the Galatea. I definitely think that they that they earned that S badge for sure. Same with the clerk in the previous round, definitely having to have fought very hard for those achievements and showing that they are worth every single word of them.
Now, you know, going into this next match here, let's see if Yo7 is able to remember to invite me to be able to spectate. And I'm expecting something crazy here. Again, I mean, we just had Clerk, Sculptor back-to-back 4Ks. I don't know if the teams are finally going to bring out the meta picks, or if they're going to stick to their guns and keep playing those non-meta picks that they really know well.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, you know, not seeing a Goatman, I think, at all in round one really sets the tone for, I'm hoping at least sets the tone for the future of these matches. We're going to be seeing, ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind, we're going to be seeing at least 2 more matches, because this first one has ended in a draw between Future and Watt. So we will be seeing at least 2 other matches between these 2 teams. And you know what? As much as I, want to... Well, you know what? I'm just happy to see more matches, to be honest with you. I'm really excited to be seeing, not be in that position.
I mean, especially matches like these, these are the matches. These are the matches, everyone, obviously watching the meta picks and the meta hunters be played is, it can get tiring when the meta goes on for so long and gets sort of stale. So having these matches to really shine a light in what is not being played and what is possible is just so exciting. I mean, what a showing.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the map picks here, we're still waiting for those to come in from the teams. Now, we do know that Hospital can't be picked again, and it's Team's Future's turn to select whatever map that they think is going to be good. The last map was Team Watt's selection. I mean, what do you think Future has up their sleeve? I mean, they already brought out a Sculptor. We're given the perfect opportunity for a Sculptor on a map that they didn't choose, maybe weren't so familiar with. What do you think that they can do now that they're on a map that they really know well?
I mean, not being on Hospital for one thing. I'm not exactly sure if it was quite bothersome to our hunters or not, considering that they both got 4Ks. But I mean, if we're gonna be seeing another hunt, sorry, what was the map again that was chosen?
There is no map choice right now. All we know is Arms Factory has been banned by Team Watt.
All right, so I mean, if we're able to get a better map, we could be seeing both of our hunters deciding to go with the non-meta picks, of course, and seeing the Sculptor. It is possible that we could see a Bonbon, especially if the map does not have any sort of elevation. That is a possibility here. Or if someone is feeling extra crazy, we could be seeing New Ripper come out here. If they really wanted to be like that and be all sorts of crazy, wacky, goofy.
I mean, we have seen a New Ripper come out before, a very, very crazy pick. They did very well. They were bringing Warp on the Ripper, as well as, I believe, a really strange Persona build, too, at least strange to me.
I believe it was.
Yeah, in Insolence, the New Ripper, new strategies, that's for sure, and maybe we'll see some of that. I mean, of course, I would love to see the Bonbon, like, please, somebody play it, I will love you forever, but, I'm sure, I mean, I still want to see a Lizard, probably not as much as you do, but I would love to see one as well. I know a lot of the chat has said that they want to see Lizard again. I mean, what is the ideal map for you to play a Lizard on?
It's probably gonna be Orange Factory. With Orange Factory, not only is it kind of a map that's not really in my favor, right? Because I really need to get those jump spots, and if I'm not getting those jump spots, then I am very much gonna be at a disadvantage. So, if I do get the Orange Factory though, and I am able to hit those jump spots, then I'm gonna be catching the survivors really off guard, and I'm gonna be getting a lot of hits at places where I should not be getting hits, and it's gonna allow me to just be getting downs as quickly as possible and be able to get that 4-man.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I have played once against you with your Lucino in Factory. It was terrifying. You're doubting me over at like the pallet. From just the craziest transition. I'm just like, how has this happened? How did we end up in this situation? Like, how have I died right here when he wasn't even near me, and it just appears from the roof, crashing down?
Yeah, I have this weird like sixth sense going on right now. I feel like we're gonna see an opera singer, which I think would be very interesting.
I mean, potentially, good operas are really fun to watch, going very quickly from each, pocket of shadow to the next, being able to, shadow dance back at such opportune times, and, the mind games with that can be really interesting as well. Potentially even a shadow, I would say. Like, a shadow could be really fun. I know we saw Your Lie in April yesterday from Team Amy bring out a shadow, and that was an entertaining game. That is the most entertaining shadow match I have seen in a very, very long time. So I'm hoping we maybe get to see something similar to that again today, because, even though I'm, not the biggest fan of shadow normally, it was very fun.
Yeah, I mean, just very excited to see what other sorts of crazy things are about to happen in these upcoming matches. I mean, already having Sculptor and the Cleric is, I feel like, a good sign of what's to come. Maybe we're gonna see a Bloody Queen. I don't know. Maybe someone is gonna play Axe Boy. I mean, at this point, I'm just going I'm going buck wild with what's gonna be chosen here.
Yeah, I mean, it could be crazy. I mean, we are going to see Moon River Park as the map chosen. I mean, I would say Axe Boy potentially off the table for that, but you could see a Bloody Queen come out on here. Bonbon actually not too bad on this map. Please, someone play Bonbon. I'm begging you. But we also got
Geisha potentially. Geisha would be quite interesting here. On the Moonlit River Park, you know, having such an open map, we could potentially also see a wheel, a clown, which would be very cool. Could be seeing a Bane. This map is quite favorable for those hunters.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if the hunters wanted to get real crazy with it, we could see another Wu Chang. You know that. Hey, I'm just saying, we saw it before.
At this point, we're just putting out our wish list.
Yeah. I mean, can I add another Mad Eyes to that wish list? He exists in this map.
You know, I believe there was already a Mad Eyes chosen in the tournament, so you know, we can see our second Mad Eyes coming out to play on Moonlit River Park, a decent map for him.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Pit Stoppers actually from Team Omni break that out. Literally the first round of the first set, day 1 of the tournament, Pit Stoppers Omni, or Omni Pit Stoppers, brings a Mad Eyes.
I think that was a sign for good things to come, I think.
It definitely was. Now, we do see that that Team Watt has once again chosen for their hunter to go first. So we have QYO again on the hunter side. You know, hopefully, I think setting a precedent for his team. You know, giving them the most confidence possible to go forward with the second half of the second round. What do you think that they're going to be giving us on this Moonlit River Park?
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Clerk is banned, correct? Because she was already played.
I believe so. We haven't had the global bans filtered in quite yet, but yes, Clerk should be banned because QYO was the Clerk player from the last match, so
right.
Yeah, that should be correct.
If we're taking QYO's Clerk off the table, you know, I mean, considering that they play Clerk, I feel like that's a sign that, you know, they play more niche hunters, more off-meta picks, so I'm expecting to see something else crazy here that QYO is going to be able to pull out.
Yeah, and you know, one fun thing about the global bans here that I want to mention is that Priestess actually was played against QYO on the side of Team Future last time, so there's no chance for that to come out, so it doesn't have to waste out a ban slot.
Hate that character. Anyways, yeah, you know, now having the Priestess on the Moonlit River Park, a very, very Priestess, how do I put this? A very Priestess heavy map. Yo, it's just so good to have her portals to be able to transition from one side of the bridge to the other and to have other bunch of crazy portal spots. So, gonna be seeing the mechanic and first officer being banned here, not wanting to have that time match, and you know, Jose being quite good in Moonlit River Park with how open everything is, so he's able to mind game quite effectively. Now, the hunter that is gonna be being banned from the survivor side here is gonna be Hullabaloo. So, you know, just encouraging to not have any meta picks quite yet.
Yeah, we got the Hullabaloo band coming out. You know, the stage is still open for the Goatman, potentially, but you know, these bans maybe not suggesting that. I don't really see a lot of Goatman players banning the mechanic or the first officer too much, and I mean, Puppeteer and Magician definitely countering that as well.
Yeah, so I would imagine Goatman is probably not going to be utilized here. Antiquarian is going to be taking that next survivor ban. Yeah, I mean, just a solid character to ban. You know, Antiquarian is very good at harassing, very good at containing, and does not have a crazy decoding debuff. So, gonna be seeing our survivors pick the forward here.
Yeah, you ban that Antiquarian, here comes the forward.
Yeah, you know, having the forward there is just great. A great character to transition Kai with, and maybe get a little bit of harassment going if they are close by their teammate. Now, gonna be seeing the Perfumer getting banned, which is very interesting, and I feel like that's a sign of gonna be getting a very cool hunter here. Our survivor's final pick being the Acrobat, locking it in.
Yeah, I mean, a Perfumer ban is very strange. I'd think maybe, I mean, either they don't want to deal with those multiple perfumes. Maybe a wheel?
It could be a wheel.
I could see a wheel here. A wheel here would be good. Clown here would also be good.
Well,
actually,
let's see.
no, Clown maybe not that great. It's a pick,
maybe,
but I think Wheel's better.
Wheel would be better, but Clown is a possibility here, you know, just as long as you dodge around the Magician's illusions, I think you'd be okay. Baiting out Puppeteers, Puppets, and then, you know, Forward trying to transition away from you is definitely not going to happen against a Clown. Acrobats, Firebombs would be a bit problematic, but as long as you dodge those, I think you'd be okay.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, it's definitely a lot more roadblocks for a Clown than a Wheel, but I could see the Clown pick coming out. I guess potentially I could see maybe the Opera Singer as an idea, wanting to go, or you know what? Actually, I take that back, or I rescind that statement. I'm not really seeing that big of a path forward for the Opera Singer right here. I was thinking maybe because the Perfumer ban, they might want to try to chase at the big tent, but
the Goat Man. Yeah, so Perfumer also a Goatman ban as you know, Perfumer inside those cages, so you can just perfume and just wait out the cage and break it. I believe she does not get Terror Shock while interacting with the cage, so you know, getting down that perfumes with just a lot of resentment just gonna be wasted on a Perfumer. So having that ban is gonna be quite important here. Goatman just being a great pick, you know, on everywhere, but especially on Moonlight River Park where the map is quite big. Goatman is able to transition very well with his gates.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. I mean, we're seeing a little bit of a a little bit of a interesting spawn here. Really, the survivors really kind of questioning what they want to do. You know, trying out lots of different possibilities here, and
this seems like a normal spawn. This isn't too crazy.
Really, you see this often? I don't see this very often.
I don't see this very often, but I mean, you know, having I'm thinking they're gonna want to have someone else around if they ever need help while transition kiting, so they can break the cages.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point, actually. Although,
yeah,
actually,
you know,
wait, hold on. Does it allow you? I thought it didn't allow you to break the cage from the outside if somebody else was in it.
Yeah, it does not. Maybe if there's two people just kind of get in a cage and they want to like transition around to help their teammate. Forward Magician spawns aren't like the craziest thing, but having the Acrobat and the Puppeteer over there is definitely an interesting choice. You know, not having the Acrobat be over at like First Stop or anything. I guess I would imagine, you know, First Stop would be pretty useless against a Goatman since he can just cage around.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, potentially could have put the Acrobat maybe by the slide. I know he can run up the stairs and kind of bomb off. I'm not sure if that... Yeah, I guess Goatman countered that pretty bad too, actually.
Yeah. I guess, you know, against the Goatman, you would have to spawn in a weird way. Huh.
Yeah, I mean, definitely strange at first glance, but, you know, breaking it down, does make a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah, you know, they don't have to transition too far if they ever need to help out their teammates. So we're loading into this match. This Goatman, I mean, you know, is probably going to be chasing after our Magician here. Yeah, going to be going after the Magician. You know, Forward is able to you know, every single time that a Goatman places down a cage, he's just going to be able to use that football to gain distance on the Goatman. Magician going to be trying to sneak around here and walking around, making sure he doesn't leave any trails, but I do believe he's going to get caught out here at this point.
Yeah, Goatman catching on to him. Looks like he's going to come into this double palleted area, try to give himself as many resources as possible to work with.
He's going to be blocking off both the pallets here. And just has this Magician stuck here. I mean, that was an incredible cage. Did not allow him to use both of the crucial resources they needed to use there, and got a wand out of him. Now, let's see if he's able to survive here inside of this cage. You know, gonna be having to play a lot of mind games here around this Goatman. Does get the stun! Oh my god! And I believe this Magician does have stronger stun. No, he does not. It's just regular Goatman stun, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, once again, that cage really taking away both of those pallets Magician was trying to utilize, and the cage now expiring. Forward in the vicinity, maybe looking Maybe looking for a little bit of a stun. There it is.
Does get the stun. Gonna be helping his magician just transition away here, and he does still have broken windows to be able to gain more distance on the Goatman inside the cages. Cage is gonna be expiring, and this magician now has so much distance on him, and our Goatman has to wait a good bit of time for his resentment to build up here. He does have the excitement in case the forward ever tries to come and harass him yet again. Is gonna be missing that swing at the pallet. Is gonna be forced to break that pallet. Forward just being here and being around to be annoying.
Yeah, like we got the puppeteer arriving as well.
Yeah, having 3 survivors around here, maybe not the best idea, as you do want to be, getting those ciphers done, but looks like our puppeteer is going to be going onto a cipher that is nearby, and magician finally going to be going down.
Yeah, 3 survivors, only one of them in the cage, and the Goatman's going to be taking advantage of that, but... Ooh, actually forward catching on to it.
Excitement bait is going to be dashing towards him just to get it out of the way, and going to be, footballing away from him. Good play there, understanding what this Goatman would most likely bring to try to counteract what the Stars are trying to go for. Our forward not taking a hit there, very, very important. You'd see a lot of lower rank forwards be taking the hit there, and it looks like our Goatman's not going to be paying attention to the forward footballing over to get that free rescue.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to ask, does he... Oh, the pallet stun, though!
That's pallet stun from the forward. Forward obviously having a longer pallet stun, and Goatman not taking stuns very well.
Yeah, Magician trying to actually hide out nearby, flying under the radar, not gonna work. Forward taking the hit for him, though, and now Magician is off to the races, back onto the forced stop.
I mean, our Magician is in an open area, so he's most likely gonna be going down here, but just gonna be trying to waste as much time as he possibly can here. Going down.
Doing a little mind game around the cage, but
I mean,
forward
they
not in the area.
Those ciphers done pretty well. They're going to be down to their last cipher. They did have 2 survivors working on the same one. The no, is it 1 survivor? Looks like, oh yeah, the forward and the puppeteer were working on that final cipher together. Puppeteer has transitioned over to get the rescue though. Forward finishing that cipher off and gonna be leaving most likely. No, he's actually going to be going around and helping. So they know that the Acrobat is on the final cipher, and the Acrobat is too far away to be able to go over and try to help them with what is going to be going on around here at this chair.
Yeah, too far away to help, but also the Acrobat, just kind of... Oh, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, the final cipher very far away for the Goatman to even kind of go and try to harass it. The survivor's going to be blocking it off.
Blocks? So forward going to be taking it down there. Not the... not the most worrisome slug that could be happening here. If forward can just self-heal, and then he can go over and he could try to take the hit again. Unfortunately, gonna be missing the body block for the Magician, and Puppeteer is not gonna be taking that hit. Magician's gonna be going down, and he's gonna be going and getting sent back to the manor.
Yeah, I would say still even now. Oh, actually switching to teleport, opting to really try to put pressure on these ciphers to get as many survivors eliminated as possible is a very aggressive switch, everybody, because now you can see the forward and the Acrobat. They're not even going to bother trying to heal.
Tries to bomb into the gate. Unfortunately, he was still on his teleport gate cooldown. Survivors having the longer teleport cooldown than the Goatman. Gonna be going down here most likely. Flywheeling through just to try to survive for a little bit longer. Is he gonna be able to survive and get to that pallet? Does get to the pallet.
He is, and actually gets the stun off.
Very important stun there, as his teammates are both on that final cipher trying to get it done as quickly as possible. Goatman missing that gate, and now he is stuck waiting outside and is giving this Acrobat just more and more time for his teammates to be able to finish that final cipher. Final cipher is currently at 65%. Is going to be taking that terror shock though, and Puppeteer is going to be transitioning over to try to help his teammate.
Yeah, I mean, do we think that the Goatman's going to be able to find out where the Puppeteer is? He probably has a pretty good idea and is going to go for it. We've seen this Goatman be very aggressive so far. Puppeteer, pretty close, though. I don't think any amount of cages are really going to be able to delay him off enough for the Goatman to do anything about it. Does definitely know he's in this vicinity, but not his exact location. Hiding behind that door there like a little mouse.
Now, right here, you just want to cage yourself, and then you want to cage the chair, of course, as it just delays more time. You're able to get that full hit in. Now, here you definitely don't want to use the cage, right? You want to use that so you can catch up to the survivor after you take that hit, because that borrow time is gonna allow them to pull a lot of distance here. Let's see if they do decide to pop while the Goatman is transitioning over to the Acrobat. No, so they're gonna be waiting for the Goatman to take the hit and then pop. Looks like Puppeteer is going to be going over to the gate where the forward is at, and Acrobat is just going to be here on the other side of the map, so the Goatman is not allowing the Goatman to just be able to transition over to the other side where his teammates are, so he can get that fast down and potential 3K.
Yeah, I mean, the Goatman does have teleport on the cards for him. If he is able to down the Acrobat fairly quickly, not managing to do an Acrobat using the red bomb, and now, I mean, it's looking like he's going to go down
here. Able to pull distance. Probably going to be going down here. The cage, it does expire though, and forcing the Goatman to have to teleport over to where this forward is. Now, forward is just going to stick the gate. Does not have self-heal, but the Goatman does not know that, and he's just going to chair him.
Yeah, now the Goatman actually has to chair kind of far away because this was where the Magician ended up getting sent back to the manor, and he's... Oh, we're seeing a deduction pause here, so...
Forward was most likely lagging there, as we saw him not struggling while the Goatman was taking him over to the chair. So that is very unfortunate. Now, I would like to point out, you know, Acrobat has the slower gate decoding speed, and with the Puppeteer heading over, the Goatman does have an opportunity to catch one of them off guard, whether it be him going over to the gate, potentially if he has enough resentment, or catching the Puppeteer before he's able to reach there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Goatman definitely being one of those characters that can traverse the map very quickly with the double cage utilization. We do see that, I think, being available to him. I'm not entirely sure how much resentment he does have right now. I think it was around 90, which is enough to put down 2 cages and really make himself a lot of distance. So... Yeah,
our Goatman was really trying to emphasize having control of ciphers. You know, we saw after he swapped to teleport to try to stop the Acrobat. You know, that that is a very good play, especially if you get that if you get the down on the person who is decoding that cipher very quickly, because then you are able to stop the person going over to rescue. And if you are able to rescue stuff them, then, you know, as Goatman, you definitely have the power to be able to catch up to Survivor really quickly, even after if they get the pop off, as you can just gate off the chair and then teleport to that Survivor very quickly and get that down.
Yeah, 90 resentment on this Goatman. Gonna be looking for the cage. Now, Puppeteer does have only one... Oh no, actually misses the backstep.
He misses the cage and unfortunately misses the backstep yet again.
Yeah, and that's gonna allow the Puppeteer out.
And both the survivors do get out.
Wow, I really thought the Goatman was gonna be, you know, cutting off the Puppeteer, but he manages to make it there in time. I'm actually not even sure if he got the successful cage, if he would have made it. Maybe I think it's a bit of a toss-up.
He would have made it last second, but I'm unsure if he would have gotten the down. You know, the Acrobat having Flywheel and also the Puppeteer having Luis to be able to, you know, use the, even if he can't take the detention hit, he could use the Flywheel on the puppet to be able to just gain a little bit more distance to get out into the gate.
This is true, and we're gonna see a draw coming out in the first round from Watt as Hunter and Future as Survivor. So that means, you know, to take the next round, or to take this round, in fact, and, you know, put themselves at a good advantage. We are gonna probably see Future trying to get that 3 Survivor elimination on their Hunter. You know, Watt obviously not wanting that to happen. They're gonna be going for the 3 Survivor escape more than likely. And
yeah,
I mean,
you know, and
oh, go ahead.
If you were to, you know, if you're trying to just, you know you don't need a 4K in order to win this, who would you go if you're trying to get a 3K?
I mean, on Moon River Park, I mean, well, you know, if it was me actually playing Wax, okay, if I was gonna draw from my own character pool, Wax. If I was to choose any character in the entire game and all I wanted was a 3K, I would honestly probably go like a Wheel or Dream Witch. It's kind of hard to know, especially on a map like this, without doing the pick bands, but I think those would be my 2 choices.
Yeah, you know, Wheel is definitely he's a little bit unreliable, but when you are able to get him to work, you know, getting that 3K is definitely manageable, especially if you don't bring the detention and are able to tunnel out that first Survivor very quickly. Then he can really devastate a team, especially being able to stuff those rescues on a big map like Moonlight River Park.
Yeah, I mean, being able to, you know, I mean, obviously the bonbon could be a thing here too. And the idea behind that is, in Moonlit, you pretty much always know where the survivors are coming from in order to do that rescue. So he's always able to kind of get a good amount of advanced warning and be able to cut the survivor off a little bit ahead of time. And against a character that already has just absolutely foul camping, it is actually, you know, a very devastating map for him if you can get that early down, and then that's what it all kind of relies on, and that is a very risky thing to be relying on.
Yeah, because the moment that you don't get what you're trying to go for, then you're in a bit of a rough position, especially if you don't have your full presence as well. Then, you know, you're just kind of getting bullied, and if you exit the wheel form, you're just going to be finally taking all of the resources that the survivors have to be able to harass you and stop you from cheering that survivor that you were initially going for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what do you think? What do you think if you could choose any hunter in the entire game and say you were very masterful with them? What do you think you know, the future hunter should go for to kind of secure that 3 survivor elimination?
Well, I'm pretty sure I'm the only lizard player in the server other than McCready, so I would say, you know, I would probably be going for a hullabaloo here on this map would be pretty deadly, especially if you're able to get those double tags when you have your clones up. You know, not having the attack recovery and having very good mobility just means that you're able to, you know, get the, especially with hullabaloo having a pretty decent early game, you're able to get that down very quickly, and you're really able to stop those rescues from happening. Especially if it's you know, it's a rescue, you're able to cancel out their ability using that red field or slow them down with the mud field. Hullabaloo just has a lot of things, especially if you have you know, your peepers, or maybe you bring a teleport or a warp if you're feeling crazy, to be able to stop those rescues from happening and just make your map control just that much crazier.
Yeah, definitely. I could see the hullabaloo. I will imagine that the hullabaloo is going to be banned from the side of WOT. Like, I don't see a world where they let that happen, because I think, you know, given the two, hullabaloo or goatman, I would definitely rather be facing a goatman on this map, because hullabaloo has so many crazy spots to use his trapeze. I mean, we saw that in the match between Iron Thorns. You know, their hunter was really doing that and really showcased all of the, you know, the full power of hullabaloo in this map. And I think goatman might be a little bit weaker here, if I'm being honest with you, Chip.
Yeah, I think goatman is also weaker here in this scenario. Map just being maybe a little too big for him to really be able to utilize those cages, you know. Survivors have a lot of resources in, like, the areas where they can kite to be able to use against the goatman, especially if they have an ability to use every single time he uses a cage to go on top of it. So it's going to be very interesting to see what hunter is picked here to really be able to get this this 3K. You know, Opera Singer, not a pick that that you want to use, as Moonlit is just too open for Opera Singer to be able to transition around and use her dashing.
Yeah, you know, Opera Singer, she does have some really good areas where she can get, you know, where she can get good momentum going, but the moment the survivors kind of make a big transition, especially over near the moving carousel, if she doesn't have her carpet yet, it's really difficult for her to catch up, as she does not have all of those shadow pockets to leap between.
So gonna be seeing the Priestess Seer ban, of course, the usual, especially for Moonlight. You know, you never want to have that Priestess to be able to help your survivors just be able to transition just that much easier, especially with the kiting areas that survivors do have on Moonlight. Can be quite devastating. Now, gonna be seeing the ban for Hunter.
They're really thinking about it.
Or the hullabaloo, and it looks like they're gonna be going with.
It was not selected, Chip.
Oh.
They appear to have not selected their ban, and the match has been paused. Now, out of precedent, I don't believe we'll be allowing them to reselect that, as that looked to be potentially, or I'm not sure. Usually, I think that was like a strategical "who are we banning thing.
Yeah, they were deciding between if they wanted to ban the Hullabaloo or Goatman, and they ran out of time.
Potentially, it could have. Or I'm looking at the chat right now. It looks like it potentially could have been a game issue. So we may see it be actually going through. I'm not sure. We'll have to wait for further confirmation on that, everybody.
Yeah, so in the meantime, while we're waiting, going back to what the Hunter has at their disposal and what they could be utilizing here to win this match, if the team does decide to ban the Goatman, we still, Ivy isn't also is not the greatest on this map, as even if the Yithian does move quickly and she is able to teleport around, it can still be quite difficult depending on the final cipher locations, because then she has to move around far too much that she's able to, and the moment that she goes on cooldowns for her teleporting, and the moment the survivors put the tablets in bad positions for the Ivy to teleport to, she really doesn't have control of the game anymore at that point. So it's gonna be very interesting to see what Hunter is chosen here to be able to bring this game home.
Yeah, but I mean, all this talk about interesting hunters. Let's talk about some interesting survivors. Little girl and Professor here. So,
okay.
Actually, I do have to make a note. I don't believe the game is going to be restarted, but this may be a time where the game becomes restarted. I'm not 100% sure. It doesn't appear to be that, but I want to err on the side of caution here since we do see that non-selected hunter pick.
No, I mean, seeing the LG in, I'm slightly confused. LG on Moonlit is, it's probably a better map for her than other maps. As it is a big map, and she's able to, cut off all of that distance and be able to teleport to the survivors that she needs to teleport to. Having the pages to be able to help her transition kite is also pretty decent on Moonlit. So, I would say on other maps it's probably pretty crazy, but this is probably the best map. If you wanted to really bring out the LG, this is probably the best map to do it on.
Yeah, I mean, we do see, like, it does make sense to me. Like, I could see the angle of a little girl here for sure. And we also see the Antiquarian coming out with the Professor Acrobat. I would say not very strong rescuers here.
Yeah, if the Hunter decides to go for a really camp-heavy or stuff-heavy Hunter, I imagine the survivors are not gonna have the greatest time. The LG, Professor, Acrobat, Antiquarian, obviously they all excel at, well, maybe except for the LG, but they all excel at kiting and containment for Hunters. So not having like a specific rescuer to be able to get those rescues, without having that much danger around the chair is very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that Future would just love to have the Sculptor still available here, that still being on the global ban list. I mean, maybe this is the time we see the guard. I've said it so much today, but maybe this is the time we see the guard 26. Come on, please, please give it to me.
15 seconds here for team. Shoot, hold on, give me a moment. Team
Future on the Hunter side, right?
Team Future, yes, to pick their Hunter, and they will be selecting Gamekeeper! Okay, we got ourselves a match, ladies and gentlemen. Gonna be selecting the Gamekeeper on the Moonlit River Park. Gamekeeper being quite deadly on Moonlit, especially in, like, if on first stop, he has a good areas to be able to hook from strange places. Being able to cut off, like, two-story with traps and whatnot, being able, like, having such an open area and such open chairs in some places to place a trap outside of the the chair radius, the 28-meter radius, and be able to hook someone into it is very powerful for rescue stuffing, especially against a team that doesn't have the greatest rescue potential here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have seen only one Gamekeeper so far in this tournament, and it was a forced survivor elimination on Lakeside Village. We'll see if Future can keep the train rolling with that, go for another forced survivor. I mean, they only need 3 though, so I wouldn't bank on that. A Professor actually Maybe being a bit of a soft counter, because does it still bring you to the professor if he...
The interesting interaction with that is that if you do chase Professor first, it is actually a good first chase, as Bane does not have the presence to be able to get the chip hit first. So if you chase the Professor, what actually ends up happening is you end up hooking him towards you, but the moment that you get your first presence is the time where he's finally able to get that chip shield.
So you want to get him out of the way as early as you can, because he grows stronger later in the game, which is definitely kind of in contrast to pretty much any other survivor, who usually all, you know, start off at their strongest and grow gradually weaker as they expend resources.
Yeah, and another thing, but however, the Professor did recently get that buff where he is able to tank stuns, so he is able to walk through traps and use his shield to be able to get rid of those and still utilize loop areas. So this is gonna be very interesting to see how the two interact, right? Because there's a bit of back and forth between Bane and Professor, where on one hand, in early game, Professor doesn't counter him super well, but later on, Professor does become a bit problematic and annoying, especially if he's running around getting rid of your traps for his teammates really quickly with his shield.
Yeah, kind of that pick your poison aspect there. We can see that he is choosing to go for this Professor, rotating on his way behind the tent area, taking a little bit of a pit stop there.
It's gonna be a bit of a mind game. So
a mind game, the Professor wins.
So there you want to not hook towards where the Professor is. You want to hook towards the wall. And the reason for that is because you expect the survivor to try to dodge the hook. And gonna be winning the mind game here on the bubbles, pulling out the hook just to bait it out. And the problem is that Professor can get hooked right now.
Oh my goodness!
He's gonna be taking that down. Now, unfortunately, you know, going out in an open area against the Bane after you got a hook, or when he still does have a hook, is one of the most dangerous things that you can be doing, especially in that area where Bane can hook over those benches. Now, guys, I don't mean to brag or anything, but I was top 10 Bane once. I did have an S badge once. So, you know, I'm kind of in the know. I kind of know what I'm doing, kind of know what I'm talking about. Now, gonna be seeing the anti-crane here. It's gonna
that
be getting
connects.
Hooked, but he can flip over. Yes, that does indeed connect. He's probably gonna be flipping over, gonna be taking the 2 whacks here from the anti-crane. Now, Bane is not able to use his traps here. He is too close to the chair, which is very unfortunate. Gonna be taking that free rescue. Now, swinging him away. He does have presence now, which means this Professor is able to tank a hook. So this Professor is gonna want to just transition away and take that hook and drop this pallet down, using that shield, and is gonna be getting that stun, able to transition away back over into Circus.
Yeah, and I just want to make a note that the Professor is their only tide turner right now, which means, you know, all of these rescues definitely have the potential to go south really fast, but the Professor doing a great rebound. Both of his scales connecting, dodging out that hook, really making this gamekeeper work. Pallet stunning him to boot.
Oh, big pallet stun. Now his hook is still not back up yet. Now it is. He's gonna want to really respect this hook right now and dodge it. Unfortunately, hook hitbox is just too big and did not move out of the way in time. Does get that down. Anti-Crane is here to try to harass, but Bane does have traps to try to, you know, if the Anti-Crane does come over and hit him, he can like put some traps in the way. She can hit both the Bane and the traps out of the way, so it's not the best idea, but it is a little something.
Oh, that's true. I actually forgot the Antiquarian can sweep up obstacles laid out on the floor, so we could see that maybe coming out
does not see
later.
the LG, as she is too short. She is going to be sneaking around here.
Yeah, that is a time when you don't want to be tall, everybody, but actually managing to get down the Antiquarian.
Now, he does have a faster attack recovery as there are 2 survivors around him, so hitting the Anti-Crane there is pretty good for him. He's not wasting a lot of time. Now, LG is going to be trying to support the Professor here. Let's see how well she is able to do it. She can cancel out his hooks using pages if she times it properly, and is able to tank hooks if she does get off of the Professor. Probably gonna be using.
Oh, but the Professor getting terror shocked.
Oh, that is so bad for our survivors here. Getting the terror shock, no attack recovery whatsoever, is just able to pick up and drop onto the chair. But does know the Anti-Crane is gonna get up the moment that he sees her crawling towards him. Incredible reaction time, incredible game.
Will we see a hook onto the little girl? No, it's missing. Oh my goodness.
Unfortunately, hooks out in the open area, which is not something that you want to do as Bane. You want to be constantly hooking onto walls because it just means you'll never miss, and you're going to be hitting the survivor with shockwave each time you get closer to them. So, you know, not having your hook go on cooldown is one of the most important things that you can do as a Bane.
Yeah, for sure. Especially once you unlock that unlimited hook here that we're seeing this gamekeeper using to really close out a lot of that distance. The final
this is a very
cipher.
dangerous area. Bane can hook over all of these railings.
Yeah, I mean, we got the final cipher.
This is his final hook, though, which means a 12-second cooldown. Antiquarian does have a flywheel. Let's see if she makes it over to here. It looks like Bane's probably going to be blinking her down here.
Misses getting on the coaster. Trump
card
card teleport is the only play at the moment, I think.
Is he gonna go for it? He's looking for it, but both the survivors, I believe, are on different ciphers. And yes, indeed they are. So teleporting here would be a good play, but it would be, you know, not at its best potential, as, you know, two survivors are split up on two different ciphers. Does he get the hook here? So hooks instead onto... Ooh,
potentially a little bit of ping or a mind game potentially.
Does miss the hitbox. Now Bane's hitbox isn't exactly the greatest from time to time. Does get the blink hit out.
And what do you think of that blink, Chip? Because now, you know, the gamekeeper still needs to land another hook probably to get this acrobat down. You would get him down with another hook anyway. So
you know, blinking there, if you're really trying to go for that hook play, you know, I would say most of the time that it is pretty worth it. But against an acrobat where he's able to bomb over stuff and really make it so that, you know, vaulting isn't exactly an issue for him, blinking there first is not the best play. You want to get that hook on him first.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Really trying to go for that hook. You know, the blink, not even trump cards yet.
And that final cipher is actually primed. Seeing that the Bane has left the acrobat, let's see if they decide to just pop while he's not on somebody.
Yeah, acrobat does have that late game borrowed time
so
to
he has to
use.
Not get hooked here. Unfortunate. Is he gonna instantly swing? No, goes for the instant pickup. So there you have to dodge the hook. You have to, right? Because the moment that you get hooked, then he picks you up, or he instantly swings the moment that they pop, and the pop just does nothing, and you're still down.
Yeah, all of a sudden, you know, what I was thinking of pretty good. Oh, the acrobat even still had a bomb to use at force stop. I'm really not sure why they didn't just pop the cipher.
No.
Oh my goodness, no, this is going to be a terror shock chip.
And pick up here. Oh no, but misses the hook. Oh my
misses
God,
it. This is very important.
It's gonna be taking just a normal basic attack here, and they're gonna be able to pop. That was a crucial miss hook.
Oh my gosh, some luxury afforded to the antiquarian. The lucky stars on her side as the
pallet.
I mean, the gamekeeper still has two survivors here. Antiquarian has no more hook left to use, but the hook from the gamekeeper is done.
But the Antiquarian does decide to drop the pallet and fails the mind game as the Bane swings the moment that she does that.
Yeah, and I mean, we got the acrobat now transitioning away, trying to get behind, away from this gamekeeper. We'll see if he can figure out kind of where he is. I would imagine he's probably going to beeline himself right into this this cipher river. Oh, he does have tinnitus.
Get tinnitus. He does know the approximate area of where the acrobat is. Now, if he wants to play this safe, he could immediately teleport back to the Antiquarian share the moment that he loses tinnitus.
Yeah, that's true, and we can see that happening. Actually not opting to go for the teleport, though. Hooking his way back over there. I think Acrobat will have enough time, especially now that he's used that bomb. Getting it before half, even.
Ooh, does still manage to keep the hook up, though.
Yeah. Oh, losing it now on that 14-second cooldown.
Didn't even decide to miss the hook, where it gives him a small 2-second reduction, but 2 seconds, you know, can be the make or break of a match. Acrobat using bombs here, just transition over and waste as much time as he possibly can. LG has had her gate done for quite a long time, and is just waiting and standing there,
avoiding that hook.
For her parents to come pick her up.
Yeah, and I mean, now we have dungeon in the vicinity, a red bomb still available to this acrobat and flywheel. We could see it. Antiquarian is taking a long time on that gate, but
is it gonna be enough? Acrobat gonna be heading over towards the dungeon now. Is gonna be bombing into the, but still has flywheel. Bane waits it out and gets the hit. That is gonna be a tie for our hunter.
Wow, very hard fought, very close to getting that dungeon escape. You know, maybe if Antiquarian didn't have that gate decoding debuff, it could have been a different story. Gamekeeper not having time to set up traps on top of the dungeon, but we are going to be seeing that draw, which is exactly what the other factions got in the previous match, which means into round 3. I believe round 3 is going to be a winner takes all round, Chip.
Yeah, I mean, wow, missing that terror shock on the Antiquarian on the ride was so crucial for the survivors, I mean, taking the ride there is already so dangerous, but it's kind of the only option that you have, right? Because your teammate's on a chair, and the moment that you make it over there, Bane just wastes enough time, and the person probably dies. So that was the most risky play for them, and somehow it managed to work out, and they were able to crawl back and get a tie. Insane, absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, you know, with risk comes reward, and we can see that paying off dividends for the survivor side of Watt. Was that Watt? That was Watt on the survivor side, right? I'm not crazy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was Watt on the survivor side, yes.
Okay, thank goodness. Yeah, so we're seeing that pay off, you know, very, very substantially for Watt right there, and yeah. Wow, just really, really great play from both sides.
It's great to see a Bane game, you know, on the Moonlit River Park. You know, the Moonlit being a bit more of a better map for Bane, as you know, his area control and area denial is quite good, but there are some areas that he does struggle in, and as we saw there, you know, Bane still can be a bit, you know, a bit slow at doing things. You know, he takes a long time to recover from his actions. And you know, if you miss those hooks and you get put on that cooldown, well, then you're just kind of a slow-moving hunter who just has traps. But the survivors can just transition the moment that you do that. So you know, it's not the best idea. It's not the best thing. But the survivors managing to get a tie from that crazy game, bringing the LG out and actually managing to kind of make it work there. I mean, we did see she was supporting the professor as much as she could for that small amount of time that the professor was still in the match, and you know, just her being in the background and decoding, not having any sort of decoding penalty or anything, just, you know, allowing them to get all those ciphers done and getting that tie, the 2-man out.
Yeah, you know, I think the Antiquarian was blessed by a Guardian Angel before starting that match, because, you know, there were 2 moments where the gamekeeper really, like, you know, didn't manage to land the blink down onto her and allowed her to get the stun, and actually, you know, didn't have the hook completely connect when she took the coaster into third stop and was able to make that very crucial rescue, you know, really solidifying that that draw there for Watt. Definitely, I mean, definitely got probably used up so much luck, honestly, like used up all the luck for the rest of the tournament right in those 2 matches, I would say, or instances rather.
Yeah, I mean, what like crazy match. Seeing the Bane come out, you know, we haven't really seen like we've seen a Goatman so far, and that's been like the only meta pick, but having the Bane be able to match the Goatman's performance is honestly quite a feat, you know. Goatman definitely being the better pick and better option, but the Bane pick allowing both teams to, you know, or allowing their team to stay in and having to go into a winner takes all round. I mean, well, are you expecting, like, you know, just both meta picks on both sides, or were you expecting to see something crazy yet again?
I mean, well, you know, that Goatman is once again available for future, because they have not they didn't use it. They have not used it. So Goatman's still kind of a thing, going to be taking up a ban slot from Watt, you know, maybe needing to or, you know, removing some sort of really niche pick that they could potentially ban that Watt might have for round 3. But I do want to bring it back to the map, because I think that's a really important thing. Now, we saw Watt actually choosing the first map. Okay, the last match, you know, in the Moonlit River Park, that was the map pick from Future. Now, Watt is going to be picking the map again, and, you know, we saw the first round, they managed to pick, or not managed, but they did pick that that Sacred Heart Hospital. Do you think in round 3 we're going to be seeing another strong survivor side map?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the problem is with map picking, you know, you have to pick a map not necessarily that's more favorable to survivors or hunters per se, right? Because then you're giving a map to the opposite team that is also favorable to survivors or favorable to hunters. But what you want to do is you want to pick a map that your team knows incredibly well, and you think only your team knows incredibly well, and you think that the other team would struggle and have a more difficult time with.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have to agree right here, and we can see that Chinatown has been banned from Future, so Chinatown will not be coming out. We won't be seeing that. We've seen some fun things on Chinatown. We've seen a Wu Chang, a Breaking Wheel, a oh, what was the other one? There was a third one that I'm forgetting right now, but
it was a. God, I don't remember.
I don't remember either. I remember being excited about it, though. I remember the emotion. But we are seeing Ever Sleeping Town being brought out from Watt.
Ooh.
I think the most popular map returns in this set for the third round, fashionably late. What do you think of that?
Well, you know, what I think is I still haven't been invited yet. Possibly gonna have to screen share here, but it's okay. So having the Ever Sleeping come out here, you know, it does leave the tram open to be able to be used by both sides, whether it be for stunning the hunter potentially, you know, if everyone wants to play novelist, or if anyone wants to, you know, use that tram and utilize the transition power that the map interaction has.
Yeah, don't worry, Chip. I haven't been invited yet either, so we're not gonna be left out of the party together. But yeah, I definitely think that you're correct with that. We have, it looks like the future survivors are going to be going first against Watt's Hunter. Not changing that. Watt has hunted first every single round so far, and that looks like it's not changing one bit for round 3. Really interesting. Usually we see it kind of swap back and forth a little bit, so I mean, I'm not sure what the idea is behind that, but it definitely seems to be working out for Watt, as they haven't lost anything yet.
Yeah, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So, I would imagine they believe that, you know, with all the ties that have been had already so far, I would imagine they think that they can come out on top just by doing the same thing.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, with how even and how we've seen these two teams play so far, do you think we're going to be going into overtime here at all? Like, this will be the final 2 matches, you know, if someone wins, but if we draw, we're all tied up in points, and that would be draws of rounds as well, so we'll just go to overtime. Second overtime, potentially?
You know, on Ever Sleeping Town, it's interesting because this map is it feels a lot less tie and more one-sided. It feels more of a map where you either lose or you win. So I don't believe we're going to be going into overtime, especially with depending on what the hunters and survivors pick here for their characters. So yeah, I believe that both teams here are just going to pull out all the stops so that they can come out on top.
Yeah, making sure they don't have to really try their luck in that sort of tiebreaker scenario. Especially, I know overtime can be a little bit complicated. You don't really prepare that much for overtime. You're kind of thinking, you know, for the other rounds, because overtime does have that kind of time element into it, because you want to make sure that you're not losing, or you're winning in a substantially quick amount of time, because if the draw happens once again, then the time of the matches is looked at to determine the winner. So there is that kind of little inkling in the back of your head, which is not helpful, I would say. Very stressful. Of course, a lot of these things are very stressful, but you know, both teams probably want to stay out of that situation.
Yeah, you know, absolutely gonna be wanting to avoid, you know, the worst possibilities here. Going on to Ever Sleeping Town, you know, we could potentially see Lucino. Guys, please, I'm begging, I'm on my knees. Yeah, you know, Ever Sleeping Town having you know, a few places where some elevations where hunters can utilize different abilities in different ways. You know, having on the stairs, you know, with the once in a while blink cancels and whatnot. The wheel also being a possibility on this map, as long as he avoids the big window at graveyard. Just lots of potentials for a lot of things here. Now, gonna be banning the Mad Eyes. Very interesting. Oh,
actually, yes, I believe there was meant to be two hunter picks there, or 2 hunter bans. So as we didn't have two hunter bans, so we ended up.
Now have the 2 picks. Okay, yes.
Yeah, we gotta remake the game room there. Good thing that the referees caught that, because I was just so caught up in the action, didn't even realize.
Guys, we're commentators, not game makers, okay?
Exactly, and this is exactly that reason. Goodness me, that would have been okay. Well, glad we avoided that, but we did see that Mad Eye's ban, and I think that's a real ban. Yes. So, I mean, I didn't mention this, but Watt actually did substitute out their Hunter and is now bringing in L. Is that LL or LI? I believe that's LL, uppercase L and a lowercase L.
Yes.
And I mean, from what we just saw, they're probably a Mad Eye's main, it would seem.
So, looking at their profile, I did see that they do have a few Mad Eyes badges under their belt. So, yeah, gonna be wanting to take out LL's Mad Eyes to just ensure that, you know, that team does not have their best picks.
Yeah, definitely. I'm excited. I mean, I'm a little bit disappointed because
a little sad not see the Mad Eyes.
Yeah, the Mad Eyes would have been fun. It would have been a great time, but I mean, just based on the fact that they do play Mad Eyes, and usually when we see teams substitute a Hunter out in the late game, that Hunter does know a lot more of like the kind of special picks rather than the meta, hence why they're not they're not put in right away at the beginning when all that meta is available. So I mean, I'm really hoping that we get to see, you know, some really fun, interesting character.
Yeah, Every Sleeping Town also a map where you can see some pretty diverse Hunter play, you know, being quite open and also being a big map. It just means that we got more options at our disposal when it comes to Hunter picks.
Yeah, we definitely do. I mean, I guess Mad Eyes is amazing in Ever Sleeping Town. I mean, potentially the reason why it was chosen, because that was, I believe that was the map pick by Watt. Yes, Watt picked Ever Sleeping Town. So their Hunter going first, being potentially a Mad Eyes main, probably was picked for that explicit reason.
Yeah, Ever Sleeping definitely being a great map for Mad Eyes. You know, being able to cut off a lot of choke points that this map has. You know, having a lot of, you know, just straight straight pathways that a Mad Eyes can just turn into a prison and make you feel like you know, you're just being watched over constantly by 24/7 surveillance that the Mad Eyes brings. Definitely would not be a great time for survivors.
Yeah, it definitely isn't. I mean, we've seen Peddler come out on this map before. I mean, I don't believe that we'll see that again, but it would be really fun. Undead, you know, this is not a bad map for Undead. Maybe they got something like that up their sleeve. That would be,
oh god,
that would be bananas.
Guys, it's Ripper, it's Luchino, it's Smiley, it's Wheel. Ah! Sorry, my bad. You know, just could definitely see a lot of picks here.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to see. I mean, maybe a Dream Witch. I've seen so many people in chat mention that they want a Dream Witch, so that would be fun to see. And she is pretty good in this map, I believe.
Yes, Dream Witch is decent on this map. Being a, you know, kind of like the Mad Eyes thing where she's able to just corner a survivor. That would be very interesting to see. I would have to do my best to keep up with everything going on if it is a Dream Witch.
Oh yeah, Dream Witch definitely is one of those hunters where it's like trying to commentate it is very difficult because she makes your head explode almost. But we are going to be seeing the same bands that we had originally on that Knight and Archer. I mean, to me, that really screams opera singer.
Yeah, I mean, you know, opera singer on the Ever Sleeping would definitely be a decent pick. But heading over to Graveyard would definitely be a bit difficult if she did not have her carpet up in time. But Opera Singer would be able to keep up with the tram if they were to use it to transition. So definitely a possibility here. You know, lots of drop downs that Opera Singer could leave a shadow at the drop down points and then just mind game and teleport to it if the survivors were to ever use them. Lots of mind game opportunities and difficult spots that you could put survivors in here if you were to play the opera.
Yeah, for sure. And we're seeing the Embalmer and Gravekeeper come out, a mechanic band, really strengthening that Opera Singer idea. But I mean, I can hear Cookie in the back of my head being like, "Oh, the emo boys have been chosen first together once again."
Yes, the Embalmer, Gravekeeper, Novelist being the choices. Meteorologist is actually going to be taking the ban. Meteorologist being quite good on this map. You know, able to use that cloud to be able to go up to the high windows. Lots of pathways to be able to use that pushback, and you know, being a good all-around survivor pick.
Yeah, for sure. You know, Meteorologist really been utilized, especially yesterday. We see a lot of Meteor usage, you know, and that's a lucky guy, everybody. That is a lucky guy selected and everything.
Whoa! So potentially seeing the lucky guy getting locked in here. I mean, well, you know, Ever Sleeping Town. I believe everyone knows the chest locations on Ever Sleeping Town. So, lucky guy would be able to be utilized pretty decently here. You know, gonna be wasting a bit of time in the early game to go over to the chests and unlock them, but gonna be able to guarantee a flare gun, even if it's a weaker version of coordinators. But could bring out the Mech Doll too to be able to help out with the decoding at points, and also just able to kind of counteract somewhat whatever hunter they decide to go with. You know, being able to bring multiple powers, just a bit multiple survivor abilities, just in a weaker form.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely, that ability to kind of be versatile. I think when we look at this team, it's a very flexible, versatile team. Like the Gravekeeper, you know, not really a lot kind of hard counters him. The same thing with Embalmer and Novelist. There's not really anything that's really extremely difficult for these characters to deal with. Now, of course, we do see Goatman being banned for Y here, as well as Opera Singer, or not Opera Singer. Ooh, what is her name? Clerk. So,
Clerk.
Yeah, and it's gonna be a Hermit.
Hermit.
Oh, maybe not.
The Hermit being hovered over.
It's gonna be a hell. Is this real?
No, this isn't real. No, they're trolling. What? Okay. Hello?
Chip, I'm very confused right now. I guess we're restarting.
Okay, I sorry, they almost left me in like a, sorry, my brain got fried for a second there, almost leaving me absolutely speechless in my brain fried. That would have been crazy if we saw Hellumber.
I know, I got very excited for a second, but it's not meant to be, unfortunately.
It's not real, guys. I took my meds, it wasn't real.
Yeah, well,
sad days. Unsure of what happened there. We're gonna be checking.
Okay, it appears one of the players actually disconnected, so that's why we're having to restart the band pick phase again. So yeah, everything will be the same, with the exception of the lucky guy and the Hellumber. I presume those will be different picks, but otherwise all the bands and everything will be remaining the same as they were before.
Very unfortunate to have the player disconnect. You know, if that was a real lucky guy pick, that would have been very cool. But yeah, going back and resetting everything, still would love to see if they do pick the lucky guy. Obviously the Hellumber definitely not going to be coming into play here, because you know, it's no, we don't. I don't think we have any Hellumber players here that really are like specialists with him. But you know, if we did, it'd be very cool.
Yeah, I mean, Hellumber just a character that's very, very fun, you know, because he flip-flop. I mean, he's like a Wu Chang, but if Wu Chang had like no cooldown on his teleport, because he's going everywhere, you know, all at once. But I really was expecting the lucky guy to be an actual pick, because we have seen some lucky guy usage earlier in the tournament. A couple different players actually bringing out the lucky guy and, you know, using him pretty effectively. So that's a bit of a shame there, but you know, of course, we got to make sure that you know, the players don't reveal any of their cards, any more of their cards than they have to before time. So I definitely understand why it is done like that. Yeah,
you know, very unfortunate to not see the crazy picks that you know, we wish we could have gotten. but it's okay because we're probably still gonna see some cool things happening on Ever Sleeping Town. Ever Sleeping Town is actually one of my more preferred maps to watch a game on and for people to play on, as it doesn't feel super heavily sided towards one side. I feel like it's a pretty fair and even map, allowing a lot more hunters to be picked and played onto it.
Yeah, I mean, it can really go either way, and I think that's how the teams feel as well, since they've picked this so much. This has definitely been a very favored map. And we also saw Double L actually hover the Hermit a little bit before, switching and going over to that Hell Ember. Do you think that is potentially a bit of a red herring that we will see the Hermit come out?
Hovering over, they did hover over it for a second, and Hermit is played a good amount on Ever Sleeping Town, so it is definitely a possibility here. Would not be the craziest thing.
It definitely wouldn't be. I think the Archer and Night Bands don't really make a whole lot of sense for a Hermit, but I mean, maybe we'll have to see. It would be very fun to see a Hermit gameplay. We've seen a couple of them already, and they've all, they've all absolutely not disappointed and been very fun to watch. So, I mean, if we get to see another one of those, I would definitely not be complaining about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Same bands coming in, same picks and everything. So we're just waiting to see what the final survivor and the hunter picks are going to be here.
Yeah, I mean, who do you think that the survivors are going to pick right here? I mean, they have Aeroplanus potentially available, being a strong survivor that we see a lot.
A coordinator, also a decent pick on this map, being quite open. Being quite difficult to dodge the cord gun if the mind games are played correctly and is not used early.
Yeah, I mean, potentially. I mean, unless you're playing Sculptor, you can kind of resurrect a statue right in front of yourself and not have to deal with that. But, I don't think we should be counting the chickens of 2 sculptors before at any point, because we already saw one, which is more than I thought we'd see today, so.
And it was a very good match.
It was a very good match indeed. I guess just waiting for the survivors here to select their talent picks. I believe they should be pretty much the same, so probably not too long doing that, and then we'll be seeing what Double L has in store for us.
Yeah, so just waiting for everyone to select their talents and waiting for the hunter to be picked here. Going into this match, I mean, depend. It doesn't. I don't think it would depend too much on the hunter, right? Because chasing a novelist is definitely an option. Chasing the coordinator is definitely an option, especially if you're going to play a hunter that is able to maybe summon something to be able to block that coordinator shot. So that way every open area isn't exactly the most dangerous thing to be going into against a coordinator.
Yeah, I mean, call me crazy, but okay, don't play with our heart like this. all right, there's the Hermit. We all knew it was coming.
Yes, Hermit being chosen here, I would say pretty decent against this team. Able to teleport over to the coffins if they do happen. Novelist, he is able to get those stuns off at the palace if he wishes to, or to be able to help his teammates out if they ever do get stunned, so he can stun the hunter back. Coordinator, the Hermit being able to stun the coordinator before she's able to get her shot off, get that hit. The only real problem here would be the Gravekeeper every time he goes into the shovel.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, and we see sometimes Gravekeeper can almost be a bit more of a liability, stripping that charge off of himself. That way the Hermit can, put whatever kind of charge he wants on the Gravekeeper, not being able to kind of be locked into whatever charge the Gravekeeper has on him as he's kind of coming over to the chair, and being able to kind of flip that into his favor a little bit, not a super beneficial thing still, but something to make note of, perhaps.
Yeah, and these teams need as many things in their favor as they possibly can, as these are the deciding rounds. Our first matches being ties.
Oh yes, actually the scoreboard isn't even displaying the 2-2 right now. Like, I'll have to change that. But yeah, we are all tied up. I guess actually this is the first match of round 2, right?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, the scoreboard is correct. I'm wrong. Big shocker there, everybody. Anyway, the last 2 rounds, I think. Oh yeah, no, actually, there is no way for either faction, even if the one faction gets a forced survivor escape or elimination, we will still be going to a second half of round 3, as you know, if we're all tied up here, we'll be going to overtime. So, I mean, that's kind of exciting.
Yeah, you know, I would love to see the overtime. These two teams are incredible at what they do and what they are utilizing to their advantages. So I definitely would not mind going to overtime, but I'm sure they would, and that they would love for these matches to be over.
Yeah, I'm really sure they would. I mean, can we just talk about how cool this hermit skin is with the scepter? That scepter is really amazing.
It is a pretty clean hermit skin, you know. It's nothing too crazy, you know, at the top, and I appreciate it for that.
Yeah, you know, sometimes simplicity is best, and, you know, I think we've seen that a lot with this tournament, but, you know, getting into the match here, we can see Novelist getting found right away. Actually, Hermit mind-gaming him at the top. Novelist not falling for that. He's played these games before, and the charge actually being missed.
There. Unfortunately, the hitboxes in Eversleeping can be quite annoying for a Hermit at points, and you saw it right there, missing that very important shot here. But it looks like he's going to be able to hit that one, and now the Novelist does have a charge on him to be able to get stunned in about 5 seconds.
Yeah, see, the thing is, you know, Novelist avoiding that first charge really puts a minimum of 10 seconds timer on the time when Hermit can actually hit him again, and we're seeing that twice now. The Hermit has another 10-second cooldown on that polarity before he's able to stun the Novelist. Novelist still having his book to work with as well. We may see him use it here. Actually going to opt for a flywheel. Ooh, warping away.
Over here, okay. So gonna be wanting to slow down these ciphers as much as he possibly can. Hermit being able to do this more than other hunters, as he does have more map mobility and more cipher control with all the ciphers being connected, and also all the survivors being connected through charges, being able to damage kind of whoever he wants. Going out to the Embalmer now, this is going to be every single survivor connected. Embalmer having a blue charge though, meaning he's not going to be sharing any damage with other survivors here.
Yeah, we'll see if we get the Gravekeeper and Novelist to change their charges for him. It doesn't look like they will. Potentially leaving that until the next cycle to see if that will come through into fruition. But maybe even just leaving the Embalmer to rock kite it on his own. He still does have that coffin to utilize. Nothing really, you know, no risks really being taken by either side here.
So going down here, 3 ciphers remaining, one of them about to be popped in, it's at 80%. You know, Hermit not exactly too worried about his ciphers, as he does have the ability to connect all of them together, meaning that all of these ciphers are going to take a longer period of time to be able to be finished. So, yeah, not exactly too worried about that. Embalmer going to be going for his coffin already, shooting upward onto the rooftop because he knows the charges drop down, hitting the Novelist with that charge.
Yeah, and connecting everybody together on this red charge, you know, 1 state of damage, which comes through on the Coordinator, is going to be knocking 2 people down to half health. Potentially even harmful for this Hermit, meaning they can now actually heal themselves.
Which direction the Coordinator is going to be going, and does get the charge on her. Is he going to be able to get that stun shot through the wall? He does not. Unfortunately, a little too short on that. Let's see if he wins the mind game here at these pallets.
Yeah, we're going to see. I mean, we see the Novelist has changed his charge for her, so she won't be going down.
Coordinator gonna be here at very close to death. If he does connect a red charge onto her, it does mean that if he hits her, the Novelist will be going down, and it looks like they will both be going down here.
Yeah, Novelist taking a spill along with his teammate here, and Gravekeeper actually picking up a charge from that middle cipher. Now he's gonna be able to remove that from himself pretty much whenever he wants, thanks to the shovels. And it looks like the Embalmer's actually on his way over to heal the Novelist.
Yeah, very crucial to be resetting against the Hermit as much as he possibly can. Has he brought impact? Let's see here. He has brought a point of impact, which means survivors will be taking 15% longer to be healing.
Yeah, definitely impact, very good. Panic, deteriorate, all these, you know, traits that, you know, really take a longer time to get cipher progress and get healing done. Embalmer taking a little bit of damage along with the Gravekeeper. Warp coming back out. We'll see if he can hit anybody right away. Actually, Embalmer uses the flywheel to avoid it. Bolts right back into him, though.
Unfortunately. Trying to take that speed boost out so he can avoid getting shocked again or taking that hit. Nava's gonna be narrowly dodging that tram.
Oh, the tram!
He's gonna be blocking a shot from the Hermit. Very unfortunate. Now he's just left on cooldowns with nothing but his teleporting shock ability. Let's see, does he manage to hit it? He does manage to hit the Embalmer with it. Or not, sorry, not the Embalmer, the Novelist. Novelist does have a flywheel and a book to still work with.
Yeah, really creating a lot of damage on the map right now. Reconnecting, not allowing them to get any progress on that closest cipher without having to actually be there and face the Hermit face to face. But the survivors, we can see them resetting, really trying to just, you know, keep their health, keep their resources abundant so that the Hermit doesn't really have a lot to work with.
Is going to be actually putting a shock in the Gravekeeper, forcing him to go into Shovel just so he can waste that little bit of extra charge on there. Just a little bit of resource wasting, you know, very important from our Hunter here. Still chasing onto the Coordinator here. Coordinator going to be using that knee-jerk reflex to be able to transition out into that area, but she is going to be moving into an open area and will be taking both those shocks and going down.
Yeah, knee-jerk reflex not fast enough, but I mean, we could see the survivors just healing themselves up, and Balmer's going to be put back up to full health pretty quick, and just making things very difficult for this Hermit, not allowing him to really snowball the game in quite the way he would like to, probably.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to say in what state the Hunter's in right now, you know. Those ciphers are kind of getting close to being done, you know, one of them at 80%. But the others are left at a standstill. The survivors just doing their best to reset, so that way none of this damage is gonna be hurting them too badly. Gravekeeper is here to try to save the corner. Is gonna be pushing.
Gets stunned. Will he be able to stall this out? He isn't. Just gonna be able to down the Coordinator right away.
Coordinator is gonna be going out of this match. They have no one to harass and help her.
It was a really good Coordinator skin, by the way. I really like that one. I don't know where that's from, but it's good. I don't think I've seen it before, so.
The survivors here, you know, not in too much danger. Novelist being the one that's closest to, you know, being at a damage threshold. Gonna be using that flywheel, avoiding the attack there. Is probably gonna be getting stunned here. Does get that stun.
Does he go down to this? He does.
Down actually. Sorry,
yeah, Hermit, you doing that little bit of extra damage, really coming in. Helpful there to be able to down the Novelist, and now things are suddenly not looking so good for our survivors here.
Yeah, Novelist was actually not connected with anybody, meaning that all of that damage he was taking was just going to be onto him. You know, Hermit just harassing the Cypher here with the Gravekeeper, probably going to want to throw a charge onto him. Yes, 3 charges, predicts that he's going to drop that pallet, and he's able to get that hit on him. Now, does he immediately warp back after, or is he just going to want to protect this Cypher? Looks like he's gonna want to just protect the Cypher, connecting the all the Cyphers back together. Is gonna be warping back. Does he find the survivors? He does find the survivors. Is gonna be using that teleport shock to catch up to this Embalmer here. Embalmer gonna be flywheeling that shock charge. Very impressive.
Yeah, very important flywheel, I think, on that Embalmer, not allowing the Hermit to really get a whole bunch of pressure again by, you know, inflicting all these injuries, really keeping him between these last two Cypher machines, you know, making him waste out all of his teleporting maneuvers, that way he doesn't have it for a chase, you know, really forcing him to rely just on that shot, which does land on the Novelist. Might have to use a second one, but the Novelist will be getting hit.
Not going down, sorry. He is going to be sharing charge with the Gravekeeper, so he is going to be staying up, but Gravekeeper and Novelist are both at very low health. If anyone is at a red charge and someone does take a hit, both of them will be going down.
Yeah, it doesn't even care about the Embalmer. Knows he needs to go for this Gravekeeper right now. That Cypher almost being completed.
Shot. Sees that Cypher is very much primed. It's going to be disconnecting the Cypher so they cannot manage to pop it from another Cypher, and is going to be taking it down on the Gravekeeper. Novelist is still up as he did get rid of his charge.
Yeah, and it looks...
the final Cypher is primed.
Oh, and there's no chair here. That doesn't allow the... Hermit has to walk a long way. Actually might opt to do this anyway because we have seen another prime Cypher and a pause.
Maybe a pause.
Many pauses going on in this match, but I mean, from what I can see so far, this is looking very much like a draw, at least to me.
Yeah, this is looking very tieable here. There is potential for the Hermit to be able to get a 3-man as long as he does not miss any of his shock shots, the stun's gonna be very important, and it also depends on how he uses his trait, right? You know, he's got 22 seconds on his warp, but he also can swap.
Oh boy, we're just right back to it.
Right back. He can swap his warp into something else that could be very impactful here. So we're gonna see how this plays out. Gonna be getting this rescue for free. Are they gonna just be going for the pop? Looks like they're not just gonna be going for the pop. Novice does still have a book and a flywheel, so he's most likely gonna be okay here in this situation. Gonna be trying to go for the hit, but unfortunately, Novice able to vault that and does not get that down. Very crucial. Embalmer and Gravekeeper are gonna be resetting here. Does he know? Does he hear it? He does not hear it. He does not have headphones on, folks. Novice is most likely going to be going down here as long as he does not miss the shot.
Yeah, it goes down, but the Cypher pops. And now this is just... This is a difficult spot.
He needs to connect these gates here. He does need to connect these gates. You know, wasting as much time as he possibly can from the survivor side is very crucial. Gets it down on the Novelist. They're still not on the gate yet. Now they are. The gates are now connected. It's going to take quite a while for them to be able to finish it. Now, he does have warp. And he does have a trump card. He can switch to something right now. He's opting not to switch to anything. He's just going to be using that warp.
Yeah, going for warp. Probably the best thing that I could think of. Does have detention. Gravekeeper will be going down. No one to share the charge with. He's avoiding everything, though. Avoids 1, 2, and 3 blue charges. The tram coming in from behind, not actually landing, and now the Novelist is rescued. The 4th charge missing its mark.
Shock charges. Unfortunately, our Hermit here has missed every single one of them. You know, I was saying earlier how he needs to hit all those shots.
Oh no!
And misses the warp. Oh, unfortunate series of events here, folks.
Oh dear, and we can see the gates are moving once again. Gravekeeper on the tram ride. It's going to take him a while to get back to that original gate. Hermit still having an opportunity to potentially push for something more here, but just
misses again. Oh no, unfortunately our hunter is seeming quite nervous.
Yeah, just not able to find the mark on any of these charges.
Big flywheel is going to be getting the charge attack. Novelist does go down. Very crucial down.
Yeah, Novelist
does have flywheel, so he's not going to stay on the ground for too long.
Yeah, that's true. Sticker coming into effect there. And he does have exit path as well. Missing that charge. I mean, we're going to see the Embalmer kite around this a little bit longer. The gates are being opened. We can see the Gravekeeper has done the one over there. Hermit realizing that and just being forced to commit to Embalmer. We'll see where the Novelist is, how long it's going to take him to get over to that gate.
The Novice just opting to finish the gate that's right next to him. It was at 90%, so it did not take too long to finish it. And it looks like they're just going to be taking the 2 out. This is another tie.
Another draw once again. Wow, that was a very close end game, everybody. But, you know, I guess you would say the survivors, I think, kind of won at the end there, because I think there's definitely that opportunity for the hunter to potentially get more than a draw, but the Gravekeeper avoiding every single charge that Double L had for him, and, you know, forcing it into that drawn position.
Yeah, you know, we're seeing lots of ties in these sets, so it would be crazy to see our next match if the hunter does get another tie, because we will be moving over into overtime.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if overtime is a factor that does come into play. I'm not sure. I mean, it's definitely...
We'll find out.
Yeah, wow, lots of draws. I mean, we saw this once before between Half a Heart and Team Kitty Cat, where the teams, you know, they kept matching each other exactly what they were doing. So we'll see if that's going to be the case once again.
Yeah, what are you expecting to see out of the next hunter here? You know, we've seen the Hermit, we've seen the Goatman, we've seen the Bane, seen the Clerk, and seen the Sculptor.
You know, I think I'm just waiting for an opera singer to appear. I feel like I've had this feeling that there might be an opera singer coming into fruition. Like, I'm just waiting for it. I'm not sure if it's gonna happen in this moment, but I feel like we are gonna see an opera singer at some point. If not in this match, then the next. Future is gonna be pulling that out on their hunter side, I think, at some point. Yeah,
I mean, you know, I'm very excited to see what will be happening here. You know, we have the gold band's gonna be the sculptor and the bane, so we will not be seeing those two yet again. I imagine that they're gonna ban the Mad Eyes, or not the Mad Eyes again. I imagine they're gonna be banning the, what was it? Was it Clerk? I believe.
The Clerk?
If I'm not mistaken.
Why would they ban Clerk? Do you think the future hunter has that up their sleeve?
Who is it? Sorry, I'm forgetting who the hunter is here. Who did they play? They played the... They were the sculptor, yes? They were the sculptor, and then they had the Bane. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up here.
Yeah, I'm also getting mixed up. I'm sorry. Who was playing as the hunter just then? We got so wrapped up in the actual match that yeah,
we're getting all sorts of lost here.
Yeah, I mean, see, this is why we're commentators, everybody. We're here to we're professional fans. We're here to enjoy and bring that enjoyment to all of you. Not specifically because we are we are very smart. Or I don't know about you, Chip, but I'm definitely not.
We're both exceedingly good at what we're trying to do here. Clearly, this is why we were put into commentators and not trying to track everything that's been going on. Just focusing on what's going on inside of these matches because it's the only thing that my brain can wrap around. Yeah.
I believe it was Watt on the hunter side there, so we're gonna be seeing Watt in the survivor's shoes now.
Yes, so Watt gonna have to pull out more in great coordination from this team here. Let's see if Future is able to get more than just a tie in this next match.
Oh wow, and actually, yeah, we might see a little bit of a delay going in here. We're just having some difficulties with some of the referees' connections, so hopefully those will be resolved pretty quickly. But that might delay us going into this match. I mean, so we have some time to talk. What do you think about I don't know. What do you think about Escapologist?
What do I think about the state of the world? It sucks a lot. Global warming, it's terrible. The Arctics are all being melted. The ice caps, we're losing all the ice caps. Sorry, you said Escapologist?
Yeah.
Sorry,
well, you gotta be careful with saying stuff like that these days, Chip. I said something very similar and got a stern talking to by an individual. So there are some times where, I mean, that happened, and I just wanted to share it because I'm still in disbelief that was a thing that happened.
Yeah, I actually have not seen a lot of Escapologist personally. I saw his abilities, he came out, and I just forgot about him, if I'm being honest with you. I don't see him played a lot. I don't see a lot of people playing him, and his ability is it's interesting and all, but the impact that it can have on a match, I don't really see it. At least not yet. Maybe someone can change my mind though.
Yeah, you know what? He's a hard counter to guard because he removes the bombs from the chair. So you could probably figure out what my opinion of him is from that.
So you definitely love him.
Yeah, so
definitely.
much.
Yeah. So, going into this next round here, I'm gonna be seeing the Hullabaloo Goat Man, of course.
A prospector! Yes!
Prospector!
I finally get to see him!
So, gonna be seeing, of course, the meta hunter pick's gonna be getting banned here. Priestess and Seer also, lots of survivors that you see a lot of. Priestess gonna be the meta pick that's gonna be banned here. Seer, after, he's gotten quite a few nerfs, quite a few changes. Still quite good, but definitely not what he used to be. Gonna be seeing the Prospector and Archer being picked on the survivor side.
Yeah, my excitement from this match just went from 10 to like 24. I was so upset with you and Kiwi earlier because you got to commentate the single match of this tournament that had a prospector. I finally get to do one. Oh boy, this is gonna be great. I am so ready for this, and we actually seen a bomber picked as well. So, I mean, a little bit of a ragtag group of survivors, I'd say.
Yeah. So, oh, did they miss a ban on the survivors? What happened there?
Yeah, it appears that the
Yeah.
hunter actually missed one of their bans, so they're only gonna have 3 of those to work with.
Gonna be banning the Gravekeeper there. You know, solid ban. Gravekeeper, especially after the buffs that he's recently gotten to being able to take chip hits and stuff like that. Pushback. Is a pretty solid rescuer. Gonna be actually seeing Margie. That's very cool. Female dancer gonna be being played on the survivor side. I actually really love Margie, so seeing her being played is very, very cool. Wow, we got the prospector, female dancer, archer, and embalmer on the survivor side. Very interesting team comp here. I'm very excited to see what they do with this.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not really a lot of rescue potential here. I would say, like, I don't even know who would have the tide turner on the side of Watt. You know, maybe you bring it in on embalmer or dancer. Like, I don't know who's gonna be taking that. I definitely, if I was in the shoes of Future right now, I'd be bringing a hunter that excels at the camping stage. I mean, maybe the guard 26, an evil reptilian perhaps, just anything that can camp very effectively.
Yeah, and on the Ever Sleeping Town, you know, very open map, allows more options for more hunters to be played here. Having, you know, the bans on the Seers and the Priestess and the Gravekeeper definitely makes the hunter's life just a little bit easier. Hullabaloo and Goatman not being picks for our hunter, so we're gonna have to go probably have an interesting hunter choice here. Let's see if it is a non-meta pick or a strong meta hunter pick.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, there's still the shadow potential or a wax.
Okay, yeah. Waxar is definitely being good on Ever Sleeping Town. You know, very open map, very difficult to try to dodge his wax, and he is able to slow down Cypher just that bit, so he can make the match last just a little bit longer for him to get what he needs done.
Yeah, I mean, we have yet. No, we did see a wax. We saw one balloon from Cause Chaos bring out a wax yesterday. Not finding a draw with it. I won't say he didn't find any success, but, you know, not finding the result he was looking for with it. So we'll see. We'll see if Future can manage to find that success. Now, do keep in mind, everybody, we are completely tied up in points right now. So if Watt is able to get 3 or more survivors out of this game, if they are managing to get a 3 escape or better, they will be winning. If Future is managing to get a 3 elimination or better, they will be winning. If the both teams draw here, if we get another tie, we are going to be getting plunged into overtime, Chip.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be crazy to go into overtime, but it is a possibility here, and you can't rule out the possibilities, right? Wax Artist is pretty effective on Ever Sleeping Town, but, you know, sometimes the matches do slip from your hands, so gonna be seeing if this Wax Artist is able to pull out the 3K, or we're gonna be going into overtime.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, we'll see if that happens. I don't know. I think the Wax Artist definitely has the advantage if I were to look at the team comps here. We don't even see actually any tie turner. No tie turner at all from Watt.
So
all
we're gonna be
kiting.
going for a containment heavy team comp here. Just gonna be wanting to survive for as long as they can. It's gonna be a bit difficult against the Wax Artists because they're really gonna have to be going around a lot of walls, hiding behind cover, and using that flywheel to cancel out any stuns that they receive. You know, female dancer does have the music boxes to be able to heavily transition and slow down the Wax Artist. So Wax Artist doesn't have any great mobility, so being slowed is quite annoying for him. Archer with the stuns to be able to slow him down a bit. Prospector, you know, his magnets, do his magnets cancel out the wax stuns? I forget.
I don't think so. Maybe if he does the repel maneuver with it, I think he doesn't gain wax, but if he does the attract, he definitely does.
Yeah, and then the embalmer to really try to secure a tie here, you know, make them go into overtime if they need to do that. Dancer gonna be placing down that slow music box, trying to stop this Wax Stars from getting as much wax on her as she possibly can. The wax artist does have insolence, pretty solid pick on the wax artist, taking that first initial stun, gonna be taking that hit, and his insolence will be proccing here pretty soon. So he is gonna have his wax ball up, and there it is.
Using it just right away, actually not managing to get that window waxed off, although it does work out for him because Dancer is bringing Flywheel into this match, not knee-jerk reflex, but I mean really just keeping around this box.
Does not get the Flywheel off. Unfortunate. Our Dancer will be going down here. Waxstars does have Warp. He's going to be looking to try to slow down those ciphers, waxing from across the map. Does he manage it? He does manage to stop that cipher. That is very important. This prospector is now going to have to transition away to either just wait out that wax or go in for the rescue.
Yeah, and now we see the wax artist here, chairing in a position where it does allow him to wax off yet another one of these ciphers, but it does complete right in his face, so not managing to do that, not coming into fruition for him.
They don't. I would say that, you know, the wax artist isn't exactly in the greatest position right now, but he does have insolence to be able to make up for the lack of pressure that he's putting on survivors right now. You know, if he gets that heated wax very quickly and early on, this is going to be very difficult for survivors to try to pull through here.
Oh, is this going to be an after half? It is, and a terror shock on top of it. Oh my goodness. I mean,
oh my god, and all of a sudden the match is flipped on its head just like that on a dime. Prospector is going to be taking all of this wax and all this stun. It looks like he's going to be getting stunned. Female Dancer going to be trying to mind game this battle. Unfortunately, it goes down here even with the slow music box.
Yeah, now we see the Prospector with a magnet and a dream going to try to keep this Dancer in this match right now. Is it going to be successful? It isn't. And actually canceling the attack animation, allowing Prospector to become hit here.
And he's at full presence now. This Prospector can just go down so quickly, and because Dancer is out of the game, that means that music box has now just disappeared, is gone, and is useless. And it looks like he will be just going down here. One blob and it's it. Yep.
Yeah, and down he goes. 3 ciphers still remaining on the side of Watt, and they have to sacrifice some decoding as well right now to send in someone to get this rescue. Not even giving the Archer a moment to breathe.
No. Oh no!
Mind game here once again!
Correct decision at swinging at the pallet, knowing the Archer will drop it down. And Bomber, the only one who is up right now, a coffin and a dream, no flywheel or anything to try to stop himself from getting potentially 2-tapped with hot wax and a basic attack. Let's see if this wax artist knows how to do that.
It appears that he does, makes it, and gets it!
Now, Embalmer still has a coffin, and Archer has used her self-heal. The survivors are going to be trying to claw their momentum back, but honestly, I don't know how they're going to be able to come back from all of this chaos.
I mean, I have no idea, to tell you the truth. I mean, we're going to see the Prospector expire on the chair probably, which means both the Embalmer and the Archer need to somehow figure out a way to get themselves out of this match to continue and bring us into overtime, and I just don't see an avenue where that could ever even happen.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the survivors just gonna have to hide and pray that they do not get found or able to somehow reset or get these ciphers done. I mean, I imagine there's not even like a moment where you could even try to reset. And Bomber getting found out here, the wax artist seeing the cipher moving, is going to be trying to run up the stairs. Does still take that 25 wax hit though. Very unfortunate. Having and Bomber having broken windows and knee-jerk reflexes, try to survive even a little bit here, but it's just going to be taking that stun. It looks like he's going to be going down from the hot wax. Does go down to the hot wax, and wax artist seeing the final cipher moving from the Archer, just trying to run away, knowing that the wax artist knows where she is.
Yeah, I mean, the wax artist has his warp up as well. Archer not going to be able to make any distance from that. Embalmer is still having that exit path to work with. You know, if you wanted to have some faith for the survivors, there's that little bird of hope, but.
Baits out the fly. Did you see that? He stopped waxing for a second to bait out the flywheel, and gets it out, and she gets stunned and goes down. I mean, wow.
Wow. Chip, what a final round. I mean, we saw very even matches up until this point, and then Future bringing out the wax artist. You know, the secret weapon, it seems, right at the end, and you know, just taking it home. Holy
Wax
smokes.
Artist on the Ever Sleeping Town, definitely very difficult to try to win against. And he had Insolence as well, which means that he's just gonna get the ability to two-tap that much faster. Wax Artist really not needing a trump card, really definitely not needing confined space, and is just able to so quickly secure all of those hits and all of those downs, securing the half chair on the female dancer and getting her out of the game that much faster. I mean, how do you even win against that, you know?
I mean, I don't know. I think the devil might be in the details of those persona builds that we were seeing bring in, just not having any of that tide turner to kind of buy some extra time off the chair. I think really allowed the Wax Artist to snowball into just a horrific tidal wave of momentum that the survivors just not able to do really anything against.
Yeah, the Wax Artist's ability to snowball is absolutely a key factor in what helped Team Future secure that round and secure this set. Wax Artist on Ever Sleeping Town, already a good pick, a great pick even. And going against Wax Artist going into that team, I imagine he wasn't too worried.
Yeah, I mean, I guess not, man. If I knew I had like just the 4 elimination button to press at any time with my Wax Artist, I wouldn't have been worried either. Oh my goodness. Like just
so devastating. So devastating.
I know, just came in and made a real statement right there.
Yeah, literally coming in with all of that wax, and just really showing those survivors that, I mean, if you don't have your ties, if you don't have your flywheels that you hit perfectly, and the flywheels weren't even helping too much. He was baiting out the flywheels, the one resource that they really had to try to counteract everything. You really didn't see them flywheeling at any point of the 100 wax percentage.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't end up happening. All the wax was finding its target basically the whole time. And they just were not able to do really anything to escape it. I think Archer hit 1 stun and Prospector got like a couple magnets, but I mean, that's really the only abilities that came out from the survivor side. They were just completely paralyzed in the face of this Wax Artist, unable to do anything.
It was very unfortunate. I was really hoping to see female dancer show off what she is able to do, but it's really hard to do that when you're going against a Wax Artist on Ever Sleeping Town, one of his best maps, bringing Insolence, one of his best builds, and also bringing that warp in just to has a very versatile ability. If he ever needs to close the distance on someone, pressure ciphers, or to end a chase a little bit more quickly, just all around very well played from our hunter here on the future side.
Yeah, I mean, what can I really say that hasn't already been said? Just phenomenal gameplay from the side of Future in that last hunter match. I mean, definitely don't count out the Watt Hunter and the Watt Survivor. They both did amazing as well. Even bringing Future into the this round 3, keeping lockstep with them, pace for pace. Every single chance that they had, they were matching exactly what Future was doing. But at the end of the day, one of these teams does have to move on, and it looks like Future has earned that right.
Yeah, finally, after all of these ties, being able to get through all of the gates of ties and get that 4K to allow them to move on. I mean, both sides playing their absolute hardest out, but unfortunately Future was playing quite literally with every single thing they had at their disposal, and at their disposal was a Wax Artist on Ever Sleeping Town with Insolence.
Yeah, I mean, and that Wax Artist on Ever Sleeping Town with Insolence turned out to just be... It just turned out to be the trump card they needed. No trump card, but it was a trump card in its own right. Actually, he might have brought trump card. I'm not sure.
It really was. Just having, you know, that in your back pocket, just to be able to finally use it at its fullest potential and secure your team the win, you know, that I'm sure they're very happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, it was really great. It looks like, yeah, we're gonna be pretty much heading right into our next matchup here between, yeah, between H2O and CH4. Really two big, very well-known teams. Chip, I'm very excited to see this one. I mean, I imagine you are as well.
You know, I'm excited for all of these matches, but yes, you know, going into a new matches to see what they've been preparing for this tournament and what they've been preparing for today is going to be a great time.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. Just, I mean, it took so long, the last match. I mean, we don't even have to go to an intermission, everybody. Like, we're just right there. We're like ready to go, like coming into it.
Oh, Mr. Belt, yeah. Mr. Belt, I know, and I have spoken to, played with him a bit as well. God, that priestess is something.
Oh, I see. Well, do you think we'll be seeing a priestess then from Mr. Belt?
No, I believe the priestess will be getting banned a lot. Yes,
Well,
Belt is a very well-known priestess player. I had the unfortunate time to go against it one time.
It's very telling that I think you of all people, you know, are calling it an unfortunate time. You know, definitely. One of probably the best player on, you know, in terms of the commentators, right? Definitely better than me and I think everybody else that's doing it. So, you know, I mean, it's big words coming from you, mister.
I didn't have any bans, man. He had access to it.
Oh gosh, was it a quick match?
No, it was the 5v5.
Oh no! Well, I mean, I guess we'll have to see. We'll have to see if H2O knows about it or not. If, you know, maybe they'll allow that priestess to come out in the first or second round. They kind of forget about it, not know that they are just well known for that character, and you know have to deal with the unfortunate reality that they are exceedingly good with that character, it seems.
Yeah, you know, seeing here on our hunter side, you know, very scary looking profile, I gotta say. Lots of matches played between both sides here, you know, very experienced teams. I am very excited to see what both teams are going to be utilizing going back onto the ever sleeping town. Yeah, I am very excited.
Oh yeah, we're getting right into it. In fact, I'm actually not sure who is on which faction, to be quite frankly honest with you, Chip. I didn't see it. I'm gonna go take a look to see if I missed anything, but I mean, the hunter looks scary nonetheless.
Yeah, you know, if I was on the survivor side right now, let me just tell you, I would be the first one to be getting chaired and going back to the manor. Mechanic and Seer are going to be the first ones getting banned here, you know, not wanting to get that tie, of course, for their first round.
Okay, so it looks like we got the H2O on the survivor side, and we got CH4 starting things off as the hunter. I'm expecting us to go with probably the meta here, right? You know, these are two, you know, very well-known teams, very, you know, very practiced. Pardon me?
Gardener.
Yeah, well, you know, sometimes when you say things and then you're just wrong.
So gonna actually be seeing the Archer Gardener getting played on the Ever Sleeping. Jose getting the ban hammer, unfortunately not gonna be able to be utilized on the Ever Sleeping Town. Gardener, definitely an interesting pick here. We've seen teams try to utilize the Gardener before and it hasn't worked out too well. Let's see if our team here, I believe this is team H2O. Yes.
Yeah,
correct me
Team
if I'm wrong.
H2O on the Survivor side, yes.
See if Team H2O here is able to actually make it, utilize it and make it work. Knight gonna be getting the other ban here.
Priestess is available. They may choose to take it in the fourth slot here, not turning it into a global ban. Not opting for it, going for a Gravekeeper instead.
Okay.
Probably respecting the idea of a goat man, you know.
Yeah, fairly decent team overall. You know, other than maybe the Gardener, who I'm sure everyone is looking at her for, you know, being definitely the weaker pick of the team here. But let's see if this team is able to make this work. You know, I imagine they've been practicing and really trying to get it to work and synchronize everything together very smoothly.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, Gardener just not a character that we see very often. I'm not sure what that's there to counter. Maybe some sort of... I mean, I don't even know what Gardener hard counters, to be honest with you, like in...
Like a Naiad, but do you see Naiads these days? You really don't.
I don't remember the last time I've seen a Naiad chip, to tell you the truth. So...
yeah, gonna try to utilize that bubble, but it's really difficult. You know, she's got to stand still to try to activate it, and then during that time period, you know, a lot of hunters, the meta hunters these days, have very good mobility to be able to stop her from proccing it, and ultimately in the end you get a 5-second bubble where you can try to transition or do something, but a lot of time it's really not worth it. Gonna be seeing the Ivy getting picked here.
You know what, I just had a thought. Maybe the Gardener is brought for the chair dismantling, and then the Archer puts like laceration on the Hunter, so then...
You think it's a struggle build team. Yeah, that is definitely a possibility, but Archer for struggling, I suppose is pretty decent. Granted, this is an Ivy they're going against, so Archer's not really going to be able to look at the Ivy without taking a jump scare. So the Ivy pick definitely countering the Archer and maybe the struggle that they were trying to go for.
Oh, that's definitely true. I mean, I don't even know if the idea is a struggle. I guess we'll see. It's just that's really the only thing I can think of.
Yeah.
That they're doing here. I mean, this is. Yeah, I don't know, Chip. That's the only thing that comes to my mind. But we will see the Ivy taking up the spawn in the top center area of the map near that Archer. Do you think they're probably gonna go for Archer first?
I would imagine they would. You know, Archer is going to be quite the easy chase. You know, she can't look at her. I mean, she can utilize her back jump with her jump shot, but other than that, you know, you're really not going to be able to charge that shot, and like you'd have to have very good sensitivity and have to be very quick with it if you want to get that full charge shot on the Ivy. But I mean, I'd imagine this Ivy, you know, being the Ivy player, has very quick reaction times and very fast button pressing.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to think so as well. Like, I don't think there's any world where the Archer's going to be able to get a core shot on the Hunter. Like, that mechanic basically, I would think, probably doesn't even exist at this point.
All right,
so,
heading into our match here. This is going to be very interesting to see. Yeah, I don't know what to expect from the Gardener pick here.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see whether it sinks or swims. It's definitely something that it either works really well or everyone's really wondering what you were thinking. So we'll see which option that is right now.
Yeah, you know, Gardener can break the chairs like in the middle area to make it a lot more difficult for a Hunter to play around. But that's the most I can imagine this Gardener doing. Gonna be taking her Yithian out and heading over to this Gravekeeper already. Gonna be actually instantly teleporting to the Gravekeeper, forcing him to use his shovel immediately. Is she just gonna be chasing him? Yes, she is. She is going to be just already on his trail. And let's see, is she just gonna be taking this hit? It looks like she's gonna be trying to go for the jump scare underground. Does miss it. Is just gonna be going for the basic attack. Now, is she just gonna be continuing this chase? She gets the jump scare on the Gravekeeper and is gonna be taking this Yithian over to try to harass someone else on the side. It looks like she's gonna be heading over towards the Gardener, and where she's decoding right now with her Yithian while she's chasing the Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper not looking at the Ivy, so does not take that jump scare. Both shovels are gone. This is an Ivy with trump card, no insolence, which is very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, if you get presence this quickly off the Gravekeeper, maybe you don't even need to to bring the insolence into the match. You know, Gravekeeper a little bit vulnerable in that shovel state, not able to really use pallets or jump windows. When you think about it that way, not exactly the strongest. And we can see here probably gonna get blinked, and now Fear still at 89.
I think that Gravekeeper is gonna be going down here. Yes, he is. And immediately takes that tablet, immediately takes that 100 fear meter, and it takes the hit and goes down from the Ivy. You know, it's a very unfortunate. Gravekeeper's infection timer did run out, so she was able to leech onto him yet again with that Yithian. Now it all just depends on where this Yithian is going to be going. It looks like our Ivy does see the Magician going over for this rescue, but is going to be heading back over to the Gardener to try to stop that Cypher from being completed. Unfortunately, she was just a little bit too late on that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, 3 ciphers being done, not really seeing a lot of that passive kind of cipher slowdown that Ivy is kind of known for so far, I think. But gets a terror shock on the Magician!
Oh no!
Oh dear, trying to use that illusion to cover up his tracks, but the Ivy just knows exactly what he's trying to do and is not falling for it, everybody.
I mean, I don't even know if that was luck or pure skill, but hitting the attack button, the exact frame that the Magician was trying to get the rescue off of, this is going to be very, very difficult for the survivors to come back from.
Yeah, I mean, 2 tablets in the area. Archer rapidly going up in Fear, you know, going to be probably taking the double down here, and Gravekeeper no shovel left to work with.
Let's see, does she try to go after the Magician immediately after the Magician gets back up? No, deciding to take the Yithian over onto the Gravekeeper to try to really secure this kill. In the meantime, Archer's going to be down, immediately getting the 100 fear on the Gravekeeper, using the tech of the double jump scare when teleporting, and yeah, just Gravekeeper, I believe is out of the match.
Yeah, that was an after half rescue, and there she goes already back on the Archer and Magician here. Looks like she's going to opt to chase the Archer. Definitely, as we were discussing earlier, a little bit of a hard counter, and we see that come out as the Archer misses her shot.
Yeah. Unfortunate. So Archer, the one opportunity where she was looking at the Ivy and was probably able to get a core shot there does actually unfortunately miss. The Ivy is sending her Yithian over to the Gardener, knowing that she's trying to finish that second to last cipher, but she does complete it. Now that she sees that the Gardener did complete that cipher, it's just going to be, you know, leeching onto this Archer and immediately getting that 100 fear up. And the final cipher is currently being completed in the middle by the Magician.
Yeah, I mean, the Archer not really being any successful with this, with the bow here at all. Probably just taking shots in the dark, really, you know, kind of flicking around to go for something and leaving, you know. That's all you can really do, because, you know, the longer you are looking at that Ivy, the more fear you will build up, and that can be very deadly very quickly. So not really a whole lot she can do about it.
Haru gonna be coming over here to try to get this rescue from this Ivy, is gonna miss the terror shock, luckily for these survivors, and the Archer is gonna be getting the core shot. But in the meantime, while Ivy is stunned, she is just gonna be leeching on the Archer, and unfortunately that stun's gonna do absolutely nothing because this Archer goes down immediately after. Yeah,
I mean, wow, I think we just have to really applaud the selection of Ivy into this team. I think CH4 really knowledgeable on this, you know, the strengths and weaknesses of, you know, this hunter.
Gardener does manage to get the bubble off and does have a flywheel to try to get this, but the Ivy does have blink up.
Blink is not utilized, and it doesn't need to be.
The mind game there, the Gardener thought that the Ivy was going to try to use the blink, so she did try to dodge it or potentially force it out in some sort of way, or flywheel it, but unfortunately she did not get the rescue and ends up taking the terror shock and going down.
Yeah, now the Magician kind of left on his own here to fend off against this Ivy. She does have blink, but he does have 2 illusions to potentially counter it. We'll see if Gardener's going to get back up immediately, actually. Yeah, actually gonna get chased right away. Not getting the instant scare. 99% vision score.
If she even looks at the Ivy funny, she is so dead and doesn't even need to, as this hunter does know what her hitbox is.
Yeah, and now we're just looking at a situation where the Magician is gonna attempt to be found with the Yithian. It's gonna be successful. Gonna counter it with the elevated steps, but I mean, Gardener doesn't have self-heal anymore, so Yeah, what can they really
are
do?
just
And
gonna be surrendering. Yeah, I mean, team, I believe this is H2O on the Hunter side, or is it CH4?
let me double check just to be 100% sure. Yes, it appears to be Team H2O. Yes, on the Survivor side. So CH4, was just a remarkable first game, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, you know, what else could you ask for when you go with the Ivy pick? Is this team to, you know, just getting the 4-man on the ever sleeping town. The other team is now gonna have to try to match that performance.
Yeah, I mean, very difficult situation for the H2O Hunter to be in for sure. You know, like I said, I've said this many times. Whenever a forced survivor elimination does happen, or a forced survivor escape, you know, the other team now they are required to be perfect, which is a very stressful situation to be in. Definitely might be affecting their gameplay a little bit. Although, once again, you know, these are hardened, competitive teams. They should, you know, hopefully not be cracking under that pressure once again. As I've also said many times, you know, pressure makes diamonds, and we've seen some hunters really excel there. So, I mean, we'll see what they have for us.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what our team on the Hunter side is gonna use here to try to match the IV4K. You know, going back to Ever Sleeping Town, again, a map that is quite good for hunters, you know, allowing a lot more diverse picks from the Hunter side. What do you expect to see here?
I mean, I think, well, I said last round that I was expecting the meta, and, you know, we got kind of the meta, but the Gardener and Archer,
no, yeah,
you know, we had a little bit. So, I mean, maybe it's like, it's the meta with a little bit of spice, a little bit of seasoning on there. So, I mean, I would say we're probably gonna see something that's like maybe an opera singer here, maybe a peddler. Could we see a peddler?
Peddler would be very interesting. You know, Peddler would be definitely utilizing her vines a lot on this map. Very big and very open map, so it would be a bit difficult to try to dodge those. You know, even if you did, she would just dash herself over to the vine and probably have the enlarged hitbox to just hit you out in the open. So yeah, it would be very interesting to see what Hunter is chosen for this round.
Yeah, I mean, it is the best map for Mad Eyes. Of course, I'm holding out hope that maybe we'll see another one of those, although I don't think that's very likely to happen.
Yeah, Mad Eyes would, of course, be very cool. I'm sure there's a lot of people here who would love to see another Mad Eyes pick, as, you know, Mad Eyes, I feel like in the IDV community is seen as kind of like a, how do I put this? As, like, you know, every single time that you see a Mad Eyes, you just kind of know that you're cooked, right? Because, like, who plays Mad Eyes other than the Mad Eyes players? And you really never see a Mad Eyes player unless it's the ones that, you know, do actually actively play Mad Eyes.
Yeah, I mean, and they're definitely few and far between. You know, we have like maybe a handful of Mad Eye players on the entire server, and whenever you run into one of them, it's you know, it's just curtains. To be honest,
every time you hear about a Mad Eyes player, it feels like a myth or a legend. You know, it's just like, oh, the legend of the Mad Eyes that we win against, the one out of like every 100,000th Hunter player.
Yeah, which is a shame, because, you know, whenever you do play against the Mad Eyes, it is a really memorable match. Like, it sticks out, it's fun. Well, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I would say, you know, it's quite fun to watch, you know, except for the moments of time where it's like the matches are really dragging on, but like the beginning game where the Mad Eyes is trying to focus on stopping those ciphers and trying to hit everyone with gates, and watching how quickly they're able to move from one camera to another and to like have those fast hands to be able to play the Mad Eyes is always very impressive. Gonna be seeing the Seer, Puppeteer, and Magician being banned for the Survivor side here. Gravekeeper and Mechanic being the first two picks, so it looks like they're probably gonna be going for a tie here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a lot of Oh my goodness, a dancer. All right then. But I mean,
again?
yeah, I guess so. It looks like potentially a goat man, so maybe the dancer to kind of put the slow box and maybe make the cage a little bit less successful.
Drop down areas for her to be able to utilize, so she can use that drop down speed boost. Psychologist is gonna be taking the next ban here on the hunter side, not allowing the survivors to have any sort of map wide healings or to really force them to have to go to one another in order to be able to reset.
Yeah, for sure. And a meteorologist. Well, we'll see if that gets locked in, but we have seen a lot of meteorologists definitely good on this map to go up the stairs.
Yeah, absolutely. Two survivors here that really want to try to utilize those stairs or those two-story areas, the dancer and the meteorologist. We got the gravekeeper just being a solid pick. If it is a goat man, being able to go into the shovels to be able to take pretty much 2 extra hits and potentially get some no damage rescues using those shovels properly. Dancer, if it is a goat man, putting down slow music boxes inside of the cages, so that way she does have a bit more of an advantage while being inside. She does have the ability to use her transition ability, her twirl, to be able to just gain more distance on the goat man inside of cages.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, maybe we won't even see the goat man coming out. I mean, it seems like a big possibility for me right now. I don't know if you are seeing any like different angles for the hunter to be playing right now when it comes to hunters.
Well, I would say wheel, except that you're playing far too much into a tire because while wheel is very quick, that other mechanic doll, which allows basically 5 people to be out in the field at the same time, is very difficult to deal with as a wheel. We are going to be seeing the hullabaloo being picked and chosen here for our hunter side. Quite a good pick going into this team. Gravekeeper shovels are quite annoying, so not having that attack recovery to every single time you get him out is very lovely. You can potentially cancel his shovels with a red field. And being able to tag people from across the map from distance, being able to maybe tag, if you see the mechanic doll, get the tags on it and down it from afar is always very lovely and very helpful.
Yeah, but you know what, Chip? We are seeing knee-jerk reflex on 3 out of these 4 survivors. The only person to not have it is Gravekeeper. So I mean,
people without borrowed time, they're definitely going to very heavily to wanting it to win this match. I mean, that is a minute of extra time that they have with all of those ties if they use them properly.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just like I want to say those knee-jerk reflex is really the best build that I think you could come in with. Definitely providing more value than a flywheel against a hullabaloo trying to make a lot of distance. Meteorologist and dancer being able to kind of do that as well. So I think a really great character selection phase from CH4, all things considered here.
Yeah, the flywheel definitely wouldn't be too helpful here, as no attack recovery on pretty much no attack recovery on the hullabaloo, right? He recovers so quickly. So even if you did manage the flywheel, the tag hit, he would just immediately be able to get another tag or 2 just so quickly onto you, and you wouldn't have even made any distance on him. So being able to have that broken windows, there's a good amount of windows around on this map. You could always drop the pallets to create extra transition areas using the knee-jerk reflex as well, and just putting those on survivors that already are able to make a decent amount of distance. Meteorologist makes a decent amount of distance, and dancer can also make a decent amount of distance, dropping down her music boxes and being able to use her twirl, and then she could always come back to it later and use it again if the hullabaloo doesn't break it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, definitely. Well, like I said, I think the character picking phase here was definitely very good for CH4. Definitely potentially. I mean, it is a hullabaloo. It's hard to be on the back foot, but if you were ever going to be on the back foot as hullabaloo, I think this would be that time. See, already the dancer making that distance, only taking 1 color.
Immediately going over to break this music box, understanding that this middle area, having a quick music box there for survivors to be able to, just gain all of those speed boosts to everything that they do is very strong, very important. Margie gonna be getting caught out in the open again. Does manage to dodge that first clone, but does take a tag on that second one. Now, you want to really delay this first hit as much as you possibly can against the Hullabaloo, because the moment that he gets trapeze with that insolence, I mean, you know, it's gonna be so hard for your team to try to recover from that because of how quickly he's gonna be getting hits. Margie dropping down the fast music box here, gonna be taking that first hit immediately, and he does have a second clone to be able to try to use. Does manage to get that second tag, and now this Margie is at 2 tags, and he does have trapeze. Does he get that final red hit? He does not get that final red hit yet. Now he does.
Yeah, getting it eventually. You can't avoid the Hullabaloo for that long, and you know, we're seeing Dancer go down, you know, I would say fairly quickly. The ciphers, I mean, they're moving, but definitely not where you want them to be, I would say.
It does hurt me to see Margie go down so quickly. I actually do have a soft spot for female Dancer. Gonna be seeing the mechanic doll getting caught out here and just instantly going down here. I mean, God, that was absolutely disgusting from our Hullabaloo player here. So quickly getting those tags on and downing that really important piece of what is going to allow them to really be able to try to come back from this match, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the good news there for CH4, though, is that, you know, the Gravekeeper is able to get a rescue without taking any damage. Never mind the double down that were really used.
Stun here, and is able to use that knee-jerk reflex to be able to try to transition away from here. Now, unfortunately, he does still have a clone, but he does miss that clone. Does have still a trapeze available and a warp. Let's see if this Margie is able to play around it. Unfortunately not. Taking that terror shock.
Taking that terror shock, not really mattering too much, of course, because the Hullabaloo, we are already at full presence, so we're not seeing that being super important. I mean, we might actually see the survivors. Oh, warp coming out.
Warping over to the Gravekeeper, knowing that this is their main rescuer, so he wants to get some tags onto here. Instantly popping him out of shovel and getting another 2 tags on him. Does he get the hit? He does also get the hit. Gonna be warping back over as quickly as he possibly can, because he knows that the rescuer is gonna be coming back from behind, and there is that tide that's gonna be coming out and giving another free 20 seconds to survivors to try to decode as much as they possibly can. But it's just incredible how much map pressure a Hullabaloo can have, especially with that warp. Female Dancer taking those final hits, gonna be going down here and getting sent back to the manor in a few.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine if Gravekeeper wasn't able to take that extra hit with the shovel. I mean, you would have a survivor on the ground right now as you're going for this final elimination. Just a very oppressive hunter. I mean, this is why we see Hullabaloo, you know, still to this day so feared.
Yeah, you know, even after all those nerfs, the Hullabaloo's gone. Hullabaloo is still the king of the circus, and as we can see here, he's really demonstrating his power and what he can do. You know, Margie has just been sent back to the manor. His warp is on a 50-second cooldown right now, and Gravekeeper has been already hit with a tag. Let's see, does he get the double tag hit? He does get the double tag hit there, leaving this Gravekeeper in a very dangerous situation, and is going to be vaulting over there and getting that third final tag that he needs to be able to down this Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper still has 1 shovel remaining. There is 1 tide still on the field from the mechanic here. Meteorologist still having like around 2 to 3 uses of her bottle, and mechanic having pretty much no doll left to be able to use. So now this mechanic is going to be decoding very slowly, and is honestly quite the detriment to the team.
Yeah, I mean, especially, you know, that Gravekeeper actually canceling out the Gravekeeper's shovel, not even allowing him to use it. Actually going into it now, though, and we see the mechanic being found out.
Going to get the double down here on the mechanic.
Actually avoiding the brown for a long time. Continuing to keep herself alive, although I don't know for how much longer, and down she goes finally, but Gravekeeper's made his escape.
Yeah, Gravekeeper has managed to escape, but the problem is that this Hullabaloo has a warp, and the moment that he sees a Cypher on the right side being moved whatsoever, he's gonna know that it's a Gravekeeper, because that is the area that he did run in that he last saw.
Yeah, gonna chair on this last Cypher, not allowing Meteorologist to really get any more progress onto it. Trump card is available to him, could do an abnormal. I mean, I don't think we'll see that. Mechanic actually on the doll. Oh, the doll is actually way too low health. Never mind.
Meteorologist is here to get this rescue, using her cloud to, you know, just hover up a bit and really stall out the Hullabaloo tags. Is going to be taking that first hit. Has 2 tags already and goes down immediately. I mean, Hullabaloo's camping is just so incredible. Gonna be choosing to chair her instead of letting her be slugged on the floor because he does not want her to use her self-heal. He wants more pressure on these survivors to force them to go over and waste their time rescuing her. He's gonna be getting that double tag on that window with the clone. I mean, that's just... That was nasty. That was disgusting. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, it is. Mechanic, do you think there's enough durability on that doll to go in for a rescue? I would have to say no.
Not. Absolutely not. That doll is just gonna be basically a tinnitus feeder at this point in this middle area. And Gravekeeper is just... He's not gonna be able to rescue. He's just too far. And
yeah,
really
well, you know, he does
do.
still have that shovel available to him. Dungeon is here. Hullabaloo not entirely sure where the Gravekeeper is, so we could see a mad dash for that. You know, keep in mind, everybody, if CH4 does only get one survivor out of this game, it will be a round win for them. So Hullabaloo really needs to prevent that if he can.
Gravekeeper playing as patiently and as safely as he can, immediately going into that shovel here, not wanting to get any tags in before that dungeon proc is open. So does actually miss the double tag there and is forcing this Hullabaloo to have to use all of his cooldowns already. Is he going to be able to get out? He needs to go onto his right side, dashing onto his right side. He's going to try to
He
dodge
does make
this.
it.
Oh, does not make it. Very unfortunate. Hullabaloo knowing exactly where the Gravekeeper was because he last saw him going into the right side over by Graveyard. So able to easily finding him out with that tinnitus and finding him in that back corner. Even that one shovel couldn't help him get to that dungeon against the Hullabaloo.
Yeah, I mean, just really great, I think, prevention of that dungeon from the Hullabaloo. I think in that situation, it is easier than... or to get to dungeon than to prevent it, and I think the Hullabaloo did a really great job using that trapeze, not even to jump over anything, but just for that little bit of distance to position himself in the right area to be able to down that Gravekeeper going away from the dungeon. And really, I mean, that means we will see a round 3, Chip. Whether these teams like it or not, we will be going into round 3 because round 1 has been completely tied up by the Hunters.
Yeah, you know, just overall, just very well played by our Hullabaloo there. You know, that team comp really struggling to try to break through and get that final cipher done. You know, after Mechanic has, you know, her doll hit even one time, at that point, her doll becomes just very, in my opinion, very useless. You know, it takes off half of the charges, and at that point, you know, after you hit it, then she has to drop exactly where she is, and she has to do the same thing of transitioning again. But that time she's not going to be able to finish the cipher with the doll. She does have to finish it herself. It's only going to do, like, you know, around like 30% if you haven't already like used it a whole lot after taking that one hit. And it's trying to secure that tie with the mech doll there against the Hullabaloo, who's so quickly able to just get rid of it and get it out of the way, is such a difficult task.
Yeah, I mean, it really is, you know, and you see that bot actually feeding tinnitus at the end there, you know, staying on the top of 2-story. I really think it's, you know, very great game sense from the Hullabaloo. I just want to give them another quick compliment here because, I mean, to know that was the Mechanic's doll, and to continue going and looking for that Gravekeeper, you know, once he figured that out. Because it's scary to leave the chair like that when you do have that tinnitus. You know there is something in the vicinity, you know, that's proccing that for you. And, you know, it could have been the Gravekeeper, but just the knowledge from the Hullabaloo to know that, you know, that's not what was happening and that it was a Mechanic doll, you know, I think is, I think is a very underrated decision call in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, even I've definitely struggled with trying to figure out if there is a Mechanic doll feeding me tinnitus or there's a person coming in for the rescue. And it has actually made me like tie a few games that would have definitely been 3Ks had I known that it was the Mechanic doll around and not the other survivor. I mean, just the game knowledge there and the game sense is on point.
Yeah, it really is. And you know what? We expect nothing less from these two teams. You know, Hope to Overcome and CH4 both, like I said, you know, very, very decorated, very respected teams, you know, here on the NAU server. Definitely CH4 being one of the bigger kind of pillars of the competitive scene. So, you know, seeing them and Hope to Overcome both, you know, really putting in great matches, great gameplay. It's just a treat to be able to watch it.
Yeah, it really is. You know, having also some good diversity of what we're seeing between Hunter and Survivor side, it's definitely making these matches a lot more exciting as well.
Yeah, definitely not just seeing that round 1 Goatman pick by both sides. You know, we're still seeing the meta, but you know, a little bit of variety. We got that Shadow coming in, and then the Hullabaloo as well. So, I mean, what do you think we're going to be seeing for round 2? Because we do see that CH4 has banned Sacred Heart Hospital and Hope to Overcome here, picking Chinatown. So, what do you make of that?
Could possibly be seeing an opera singer here, finally on this map. You know, on Chinatown. Opera singer being actually quite decent on this map. You know, and the moment that she gets carpet just allows her to transition a lot more easily, even in the open areas. But you know, definitely a map that both sides, Survivor and Hunter, do not enjoy playing on. So we're just gonna have to see how this map is utilized and in what ways for either side to win.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we will see the opera singer come out. I mean, we could see a wheel come out again, but I think the chances of that are very slim. I mean, I don't really know. I guess Wax Artist is probably like a very solid pick on this map still. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, Wax Artist is quite decent, especially with Warp being added in. You know, it just allows him to, with how big the hotel is, and you know, trying to cross over to the other side, having that Warp to be able to like go over and then just like wax off a cipher if you really don't want to chase the Survivor is very helpful for map pressure, especially for Wax Artists. You know, Wheel could get picked here as long as the survivors aren't like, you know, the best going into a wheel, and also you know, just gotta avoid some certain areas if you really want to get that win.
Yeah, for sure. Now we see that it is going to be CH4 on the Hunter side first. Once again, this is exactly how we began the previous round. CH4 as the Hunter, and Hope to Overcome doing their best to kind of survive that. I mean, I would have to think we're going to probably see more meta, especially on the Chinatown.
I mean, again. Calling it right now.
Gosh, man, if we see a Wu Chang, I would be flabbergasted. I would be even more floored than I was the first time, and I was very, very surprised the first time.
I think we were both in absolute utter disbelief seeing the Wu Chang come out on Chinatown and managing to get the 4K nonetheless.
Yeah, actually, that's true. You know, for Survivor elimination on the Wu Chang from that match. I mean, you know, he's on the little cover art for the for Chinatown here. So I mean, maybe that's just a secret buff if you play Wu Chang on Chinatown. Is like his map
advantage, as it is called. Could potentially see a second Wu Chang here. Granted, we are being very optimistic about that. So we are gonna see what each team actually chooses to pick for Chinatown.
Yeah, I mean, we can see right away, you know, we're going back into the, you know, these very conventional things. We got the mechanic and the seer taken away right away. Well, we'll see what Hope to Overcome actually decides to go for the Hunter ban. I'm sure they've probably looked into CH4 and they know, yeah, they know what they're probably going to play.
Yeah, gonna be banning the Goatman there, of course. Goatman, just, you know, it really doesn't matter what map he's on. You know, he's got his weaker and stronger match, so overall it really doesn't hurt him too much because Goatman is so powerful in today's meta.
Yeah, I mean, he really is definitely the top peg of Hunters right now, which, I mean, it is very surprising that we didn't see him at all in the first round, but the Hunters definitely do probably have their comfort zones and played their Hunters more in tune of what the Survivors were counter picking, and it looks like the counter pick both times was more on the side of Goatman, so they're gonna remove that as quickly as they can. Antiquarian getting picked, you know, don't see that very often.
Yeah, you know, who plays Antiquarian nowadays? Gonna see the Puppeteer along with her. So, you know, very extravagant picks here. Gonna see the Gravekeeper taking the ban on Chinatown.
Yeah, I mean, Antiquarian just... I mean, you used to see an Antiquarian get banned, not picked, so... I mean, you know, a little bit of a wrong window here. It looks like an Aeroplanist. I'm actually surprised by that because I always thought Aeroplanist was more of like a specifically Goatman thing.
Yeah, you know, Aeroplanist is a solid character to pick if you really just want to have another character that is able to hold distance against hunters. And it looks like that's what they're gonna try to go for with the Aeroplanist here. You know, if he spawns in Hotel, he does have the jetpack and he can just jump up, fly up, and get a lot of distance using his dashes. So, gonna see the Wildling getting banned on Chinatown, which leads me to believe this is gonna be an interesting hunter pick, and Jose gonna be chosen for the survivor side.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta be even questioning banning the Wildling because, you know, the chances of the survivors actually picking that character are very slim indeed.
Very low. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know, and potentially even giving them some sort of idea on what you might be thinking about playing. I mean, granted, I still personally have absolutely no idea because I'm not sure what character likes to ban Wildling. There's nothing really in my mind that I can think of.
I mean, you know, if I was playing a hunter that is not able to chase a Wildling on board, it's probably not going to be a very mobile hunter. I'd imagine, and does not like getting their tinnitus proc like that. Hermit. So, huh. Hermit gonna be picked on Chinatown. You know, decent map for him. If he goes into like Hotel 2-story, you know, he does get a very far teleport using his charges, and can be quite the annoying map to try to traverse for these survivors and try to like meet up and heal. Which is something you definitely want to be doing against Hermit a lot. Banning the Wildling there, I imagine he does not want to deal with Boar. You know, if he's stunning the Wildling on the board, well, he's not going to get a hit. He's just going to be hitting the board. He's going to give him like the chip hit, and that's about it. He's just going to be wasting charges if he does shock him on board. So they're kind of just going to be standing there and having a bit of a staring contest. But even still, you know, you never really see a Wildling anymore, so this is a very interesting pick to go for.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you could get rid of a very strong survivor being the Antiquarian in place of that Wildling. You know, and that's normally where we see the Antiquarian. I mean, Antiquarian maybe not the best against Hermit, to be fair. Well, you know, she could probably like remove his charges from the floor if there's an opportunity. I guess that's a very niche thing.
Yeah, it's a fairly niche thing. You really wouldn't see it a lot. You know, having the Aeroplanist here does mean that, you know, every single time that he thinks that the Hermit is going to be going and shooting a Miracle Orb out, just going to be able to transition and make that distance to stop himself from getting stunned, and then the Hermit's just going to have to wait for more and more cooldowns. It's going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I would say it's probably pretty good selection for Hermit to kind of go into. You know, really seeing the hunters not really playing specifically what is the strongest, obviously, and going for more things that really are countering the survivor team comp, which, I mean, honestly, if you want my opinion, that's the way to do it. That's the best thing. We see the survivors actually having a lot of knee-jerk, probably. I mean, do you think knee-jerk or flywheel? I think flywheel's probably better against a Hermit, yeah?
Definitely flywheel. You know, if you manage to already just make the Hermit miss, and then the final shots that he gets on you, you flywheel, I mean, then he's just a slow hunter that really doesn't have the greatest hitbox or anything to work around.
Yeah, I mean, you just start that cooldown of 10 seconds before he can be able to get that other charge on him. Is this a limited S tier?
This is, yes.
Oh, so that's fun. We get to see that. I think a bit too captivated by the skins today. I need to.
Well, you know, you can't win without drip. It's a very, very crucial, very important thing when it comes to going into these matches. You want to look your best while you're, you know, putting survivors on chair and just, you know, making sure that you got the best fit on out of everyone here.
Exactly. I mean, are you really winning if you're not winning in style? That is the big question I think we have to ask.
So we are going to be seeing Goro Akechi using his persona watch and dodging around the Hermit's orbs. So Hermit going to be going into a lot of cooldowns here, I'd imagine. It's going to be quite difficult to try to hit this first officer. Now, first officer does miss the watch, but even if first officer does miss the watch, he still does have the speed boost that he gains from it.
Yeah, a little bit of a silver lining there. Actually doesn't even try to reapply it for the third time. Gonna be baiting on with the, but actually gets caught out with it. Wow, that was a mess of words.
Yeah, so Hermit actually, you know, countering the puppeteer, it's gonna be very difficult for him to try to get his Luis up, as he's gonna just be taking so much chip damage from his other teammates getting hit. Warping over to the puppeteer actually is gonna be reacting in time to that orb and getting stunned. Very good reaction time there from our puppeteer player. Chasing puppeteer here may not be the best idea. I definitely wouldn't recommend it. You know, you're trying to get damage on him from other people, so that way he has to take all that time to heal, a really long time, especially with the Hermit bringing impact. But Hermit getting that stun off before he's even able to get his doll up, so you know, I suppose he's not even too worried about it.
Yeah, I mean, puppeteer using that Hermit, eventually going in with that you know, aerial kind of maneuver there, and probably gonna see the stun coming out right here.
Yep, very well played by our Hermit here. Cypher's not moving along too crazily. You know, they got one done, and then they got a bunch of other Cyphers worked on, because of course he's making all the Cypher progress just connect all together.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and the connection actually does slow down these Cyphers, you know, bit by bit. And Officer's actually out of watches. Has picked up an elbow pad, so opening that chest obviously going to increase the amount of time that there wasn't 3 people decoding, which is going to slow down the Cyphers even more.
Yeah, you know, first officer having both of his resources that you pick him for already being used is definitely a good thing for this Hermit here. You know, trying to waste as many resources from all these survivors as he possibly can, so he has an easier time in the later game. But first officer now having an elbow pad, which would help him, you know, just close the distance really quickly if it ever comes down to it, and able to get that rescue with this tide, is probably a worthwhile investment, I would say. But looks like the first officer is not going to actually make it in time. The puppeteer will be going back to the manor here.
Yeah, I mean, the antiquarian just in the area, but H2O not really wanting to even go for this rescue, you know, choosing instead to sacrifice. Oh, tries to potentially predict that.
Wow, okay. I mean, there's not much you can do there with the antiquarian, right? You have to just try to hope that you're able to predict when the Hermit's going to shoot out his orb, and then, you know, just after that, he doesn't have an orb to work with. But unfortunately, getting it wrong, getting the hit, and going into the first officer here immediately after. First officer tries to get his elbow pad off, but does not get it off, and instead takes a hit during the elbow pad dash, which means he did not really gain that much distance from it.
Yeah, I mean, and what a trick shot from the Hermit right there. Actually managing to land it from the second story. First officer is spotted from the top, so a mind game begins and drops down, actually beating the first officer, and now we're going to see him on the ground.
Yep, not winning that mind game there on the stairs, and takes the stun and the down for the Hermit. Look, we have both of the other 2 survivors just healing right now, trying to reset and try to get this game back, but they're still at 4 Cyphers remaining, one of them being close to done, another at 84. I can't imagine them doing too well here. You know, our Hermit is at full presence. He's got lots of stun charges, and even if he catches someone off guard and catches them before they make it to the chair, then he just teleports to that chair, and then he stuns them again and they go down.
Yeah, I just not a lot to work with here on the side of the survivors. I mean, there is some item usages left, but you know, Aeroplanist and Antiquarian, both their items just not really shining.
Oh no, Antiquarian has crows. What was that? Did she have,
did she
I believe she had crows for a second. She gave out some sort of notification there.
Yeah, I mean, potentially, I guess having crows, I'm not sure if oh, missing all of the stuns, and the Hermit is quick to punish it.
And the only one that remains is the airplanist who's up. Hermit having warp, not really able, doesn't exactly know where the airplanist is, as every cipher is moving because they're all connected. Gonna be dropping the anti-crane in the middle here, trying to figure out which cipher they were most likely working on, and gonna try to take a guess from there, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, all these ciphers, Chip, are just tantalizingly close to being completed.
No, he knows.
Oh, he does find. Wow, how did he know he was there?
Just educated guess and experience from our hunter here, really showing off what survivor knowledge, playing against survivors for so long and knowing where they're gonna move, how they're gonna move, just really coming to play there, immediately knowing where the airplanist was gonna be and sending the airplanist is gonna be going down here. Anti-crane no longer has any sort of self-heal.
I mean, looking to see if any ciphers have progressed. I mean, Antiquarian did get onto one of them to, acquire a charge. Doesn't know which one it is, though, as they are all connected.
So our hermit here is going to be moving from over here from this corner of the map and going to the other corner. I believe he's going to find this antiquarian right about now. Yes, tonight is proccing. And now he's pretty much just these two playing around this building. Trying to like hide his red light when going around a corner and just figure out where she is. It looks like she's gonna be caught out here most likely. No, accidentally teleports away from her, using that tinnitus to try to triangulate where her position is.
Yeah, see, it's not proccing anymore, so he's probably gonna have a pretty good idea where she is right now if he doesn't just find her right here. And yeah, down she goes now. There's no exit path left on the side of the antiquarian, so I guess Aeroplanist basically has to try to survive until she bleeds out.
Nope. Hermit looking the wrong direction. Aeroplanist using the elbow pad that he just got to try to hide.
Yeah, gonna go stand probably in the corner here. Looks like the Hermit is gonna fall for it.
Two-story elevation to get more teleport distance.
Yeah, that was a disgustingly long teleport.
Using the warp, try to see if the airplane is going to be going back to heal the anti-Korean. Unfortunately, he misses the timing on when the airplane is going to be going back. Now, interesting thing that the Hermit could do here is if he saw the anti-Korean crawling there and heading into the direction of hotel, he could have figured out that the airplane was going back to heal her just then. So now both of the survivors are up. Both of them don't have exit paths, so he's just going to be going back and trying to clean this up as quickly as he possibly can.
Yeah, I mean, we just kind of enter this back and forth situation of the hunter just constantly trying to slug because they do, of course, really want that forced survivor elimination. Try to set their
the flywheel gets hit by the final flute from the Antiquarian, and looks like she's just gonna get stunned and going down.
Yeah, I mean, one flute is just not enough for a hermit that has all four of his charges stacked up, and it only took 2 of them. Didn't even have to use the drop down. Using it to gain distance instead.
Outside. Trying to figure out where this final survivor is. Airplane is doing a great job of hiding, actually.
Yeah, I mean, he's gained an illusion, in fact. Might even potentially go back to try to hail the Antiquarian once again.
Now, Hermit is on his trail somewhat of where he previously was, but Aeroplanist is just very far ahead from that area where he used to be. Now, Hermit, imagining that, he's checked out this entire area, which means that the Aeroplanist is going to be on the other side of the map.
Oh,
now,
but gains crows.
Does have crows now, and he's going to be heading over probably with the warp right about now. No, he's
not
just
with the warp, actually holding it.
Just gonna use that warp immediately after he gets the down on his next survivor, so he can just cut off all of that distance. Gonna be missing those 3 charges there. Actually hits that just on the edge there. Fails the mind game and misses the swing on the Antiquarian. Very well played by this Antiquarian here, the mind games.
Yeah, actually pretty important, I would say, because now, Aeroplanist has a chance.
Attack him successfully, but goes down immediately after.
Yeah, I mean, Aeroplanist has had a chance to hide once again.
Knight is gonna be proccing here in a few seconds.
Oh, we'll see if he maybe could have gotten a peek of him.
Got a peek of him, but did not see him.
Yeah, and now the Antiquarian has officially passed the halfway point. on that bleed out timer, everybody. So
could potentially get dungeon here. I imagine he knows the location of where it is, and he does have an illusion to try to be like sneak around to get to the dungeon. Definitely has to be wary of the crows and making sure that he doesn't get any. I believe he did just tap the cipher now, so he did reset his timer on it. Needs to get a view of where the hermit is going to be. Does get a view of where the hermit is going to be, so he's going to be going the complete opposite direction. But I believe the hermit did manage to spot him out before he rounded that corner. No, I don't think he did.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it looks like the hermit is just really perplexed on where the heck this aeroplanist is, although they are now heading in kind of the similar direction. Hermit is he's a slow hunter, but he's still faster than the survivor, so he will be finding him eventually.
Still does not spot him out, but he will be getting tinnitus here in a few seconds.
Yeah, I mean, this is gonna...
Anti-Korean does not have long to die.
Yeah, actually connecting in kind of the worst time ever, because that's gonna prolong the tinnitus proc here, and now Antiquarian finally gets it. Actually thinks he's near the Antiquarian.
To the dungeon.
There is actually no flywheel for the aeroplanist.
Does have 2 charges, misses the first charge. That's very crucial for this aeroplanist to try to get this dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, magic. Oh my goodness.
No, picking up the anti-crane. Oh my god. Hermit, knowing what this airplane is trying to go for, picks up the anti-crane. He needs to chair her right now if he wants to get an additional 60 seconds onto that timer so that this airplane does not get dungeon. And he will be doing that. Incredible play from the Hermit there.
Oh man, Antiquarian just being in the vicinity, actually spoiling the entire plan here because...
to crawl away.
Yeah, aeroplanist not gonna be able to kite out this amount. This is a long time to have to last against a hermit that has his full abilities. Well, actually, he doesn't have any teleports quite yet.
He does have his warp, though. He does have a miracle orb, and he's going down a pathway. Yep, immediately hitting that snipe shot, hits the second, and he'd be going down.
There we go. I mean, this game finally coming to an end, everybody. That was a very, very long one indeed, I have to say. You know, H2O really trying to get that final survivor out of the game. They were very close to doing it, but Antiquarian just not being in the right place for that to happen.
Honestly, they almost had that dungeon escape. That was so close, but unfortunately the Anti-Korean crawled around the dungeon area, allowing the Hermit to be able to pick her up. That is just so unfortunate, but the quick thinking from the Hermit to know that picking her up and putting her on a chair would just mean that that's an extra bot time for him to be able to get this airplane, especially after he just found him right at the end.
Yeah, honestly, that Antiquarian was right at the end too. Like, she had, I mean, probably not even 5 seconds before.
Just a second. She had just a second or two.
Yeah, like it was about to happen. I mean, she was just a little bit further away. You know, not making that option available. I mean, I'm not sure if the aeroplanist would have been able to make it happen either way, because there was no flywheel available, so the Hermit can just layer the charges against or on top of the dungeon, kind of preventing him from walking on there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, all he had was an illusion and a dream to be able to try to make that happen. And really, he almost did make it happen had it not been for the Antiquarian being around.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely a very, very tight end game there. Like, the Hermit, you know, despite Antiquarian taking a very long time to bleed out, you know, the Hermit really, I mean, he almost lost it. The aeroplanist almost managed to pull off a miracle. Yeah,
that would have been very impressive had he managed to pull that off. They were super close to it too. Like, wow. But that is our Hermit gonna be getting a 4-man on Chinatown. Yeah, very good result here. And now opposite team gonna have to try to match that performance.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's, once again, we're seeing the Hunter of H2O in a very, very tough spot once more, having to match the forced survivor elimination from the Hunter of CH4. We'll see if they manage to do it. You know, they've done it once before with that hullabaloo, but now that having that off the cards, maybe they'll be stuck with a Hunter they're not quite as comfortable with.
Yeah, you know, getting onto these like final rounds and having all these hunters banned and having more hunter bans on top of it, just means we're gonna have a good bit more variety of what we're gonna see in these matches. I mean, we've already had some good variety, so I'm excited.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I know I've been saying it a long time, but I assume we're gonna ban the Goat Man here. I think the Opera might come out for the sole reason that Opera can run abnormal, and that gives you like more ability to actually, you know, prolong the game and get more survivors on the chair. Definitely a more winning build, which is of course what H2O needs right now.
Yeah, both sides definitely wanting to get this win out and not a tie. Gonna be seeing the Priestess and Seer getting banned, the usual, of course. If I were to ever go to a dine-in restaurant late at night, I would definitely be ordering the usual of Priestess and Seer getting banned, and the Goat Man getting banned.
Yeah, Priestess Seer, you know, very used to being kind of locked in the cellar. You know, no sunlight reaching them, and probably not for a very long time.
Yeah, seeing the Prisoner Perfumer getting picked. Perfumer, an interesting choice, considering that they did ban the Goat Man, but Perfumer can still be good against someone like an opera singer.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Three extra hits providing you play perfectly, of course. I mean, that's not bad. It's never going to be a bad thing. You know, even that one extra hit that, you know, that you're guaranteed. Once again, a wildling ban.
Yeah, seeing the wildling ban again is definitely interesting. I mean, has there been a wildling chosen in this tournament yet? I don't believe so.
I mean, we've seen him a couple times. It's just been, I mean, it's been a wildling. It's not been anything spectacular, I would say. So to see kind of both of these teams opting for that ban, I mean, I think they just know something we don't about each other's character pools.
Yeah, you know, just maybe they have something up their sleeve that we're unsure of.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of rescue characters coming in on the side of CH4. I mean, I feel like I said that last round as well, and you know, I'm not sure if that ended up being their downfall. They did have 3 tide turners regardless, so I mean, we'll see. But oh, there it is. There's the journalist. Actually, not a lot of journalists. I think it's the first journalist we've seen.
Yeah, so the meteorologist journalist, so if this is a hunter that is gonna require to, you know, camp and use their abilities to try to get that rescue stuff, it's definitely not gonna be working too well against a journalist.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't even have the slightest idea of what they're gonna choose. I mean, other than my theory of maybe opera singer, but this is not amazing for an opera. Maybe you don't want that here.
Yeah, you know, opera wouldn't be the best against a perfumer, meteorologist, journalist. It's actually gonna be kind of difficult to deal with unless you've got get the Luca like really quickly. Even the Luca can stun you out of your dash and then put you on cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the Ivy's still available, which I think they've definitely comped against with the perfumer prisoner. Well, maybe not the perfumer, but the prisoner for sure.
So let's see what this hunter is gonna be choosing here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even have an idea. Like I said, well, it is gonna be opera.
Singer, the opera singer gonna be coming out here. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. Not exactly a team favorable for opera. Unless she's able to get the perfumer to make a mistake before, like, you know, she gets her perfume off. Then that would be a pretty easy chase. Gonna have to dodge some meteorologist pushbacks, journalist Orpheus. You know, you're just gonna have to do a lot of mind games. Try to get that Orphe, force drop the pallet, and then do some mind games. Leave your shadow in front of the pallet, you know, then jump back to it if they try to vault or anything. Now, seeing only 1 borrowed time, 2 tides, everyone has flywheel. Welcome to this Survivor meta. Everyone has flywheel, and screw you. So, gonna be seeing the meteorologist with a flywheel tide. Gonna be seeing the perfumer with the most normal build of flywheel borrow time. Journalist with the flywheel tide, and the Luca with the kite build. What do you make of this?
Well, I mean, I guess CH4 really is saying, listen, we only need one survivor to make it out, so we're gonna maximize our chances of making it to the end of the game as much as possible. Would be my kind of takeaway. So they invest really hard into that early game, you know, prolong the opera kind of as long as they can. Although the thing is, against an opera singer loves the kite. So when she's in chase is when she's at her best. So maybe this is a wise investment. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I'm heading into this match. I'm pretty excited. You know, this feels like a team where the opera is gonna have to, you know, put in more effort than usual to get this win out.
Yeah, I mean, once again, you know, anything less than perfect is not enough for H2O. They do need to get the 4 survivor elimination here to keep things tied up. And I mean, that's definitely what they're going to be going for. Actually, bringing Blink on Opera Singer, though, I was really thinking the Opera Singer pick would be picked because it can go with Abnormal, but a bit more of a safe option we're seeing here. So I wonder what the idea behind that is.
Here. Gonna be.
Oh, Perfumer not getting the perfume off.
I said it earlier. She's got to get the perfumer to make a mistake and not use the perfume. And look at what has happened. Oh no! And then what? She just jumps back. Oh, she is able to get the vault off though.
Yeah, I mean, that perfume when she does use it ends up being very crucial. And Opera Singer left without the shadow dance now.
This is really difficult for this perfumer to try to transition. Choosing instead to just perfume back. All she has is a window to work with here. Oh,
and gets terror shock.
Terror shock. This opera now has more presence than usual, so that's definitely gonna help her out for later.
Yeah, probably gonna go over. I mean, chair in this very. I mean, this chair sucks.
Oh man, this chair does suck. Journalist is here as well. I mean, you know, what can opera do against a journalist? She's got to hit the Orvi. She's got.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much.
Go into hit cooldown, so we'll see. Does have a bit of berserk. Is able to get the hit on the journalist, and the journalist does bait out the Orphe. Instead, opting to use a pallet Orphe to try to tank the hit. Pretty good play from the journalist there. Tide is going to be being utilized here. Free 20 seconds for the survivors to do whatever they want. Opera Singer still keeping her blink up.
Oh, what a pallet stun.
Very crucial stun here. She is just going to buy that much more time, make that much more distance, and this Opera is still on cooldown for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this area, not always the best for Opera Singer a lot of the time because, you know, it can be a little bit awkward to dash between those two things. Gonna go for the perfumer, winning the mind game.
Does get the wine game and gets the perfumer down. Still having blink up. Hasn't used it yet and needs to find a very good opportunity to utilize it. Journalist is injured, but journalist being injured isn't exactly too much of a worry as she does still have rescue Orphe. So if need be, if they have to send the journalist, she can definitely get that rescue. Opera Singer trying to break this window here, making sure that these survivors have less to work and play around with.
Yeah, absolutely. Journalist, I mean, just gonna do her best to harass.
Yeah, meteorologist not falling for if there's any blink or anything, so she doesn't get chair shock. Pushing back the Opera Singer just to give her teammate that much, a little bit more time. Journalist gonna be baiting out the dash attack here. Using that Orphe, but does not successfully hit take with the Orphe. She's gonna be going down here, but Opera Singer is swapping targets. This is an interesting decision. She's gonna need to find that perfumer later on, as she was the person who was needing to get Telm out of this game. Potentially needing to swap the blink here to something else.
And this Cypher, I mean, trying to harass the only person at full health, potentially. Like, she knows where the prisoner is coming from. She can see that the meteorologist not coming for this rescue because she does see that Cypher shaking. So, I mean, always going to be able to cut off the rescue. I mean, maybe that's the logic. I mean, there's no way the survivors can really make it anywhere close to this chair against this Opera. So she does get that free elimination.
Does get the free half chair while Cyphers are just being stuck to right now. Meteorologist gonna be heading on over right now, is gonna be able to get that rescue. In the meantime, Opera Singer is on this prisoner right now, having already used a stun. Flywheeling that attack is gonna be teleporting back to that chair, where Journalist did just get rescued from, and she does have one Orphe still to work with. Opera Singer gonna actually be losing where the survivors are going.
Oh my gosh! This is huge for the survivors.
Oh, no. Do not reset. Don't reset. No, 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 no. Oh no. Them resetting there just means that this Opera Singer just is able to find them just stuck there, which is very unfortunate. Journalist has a flywheel and a Power Orphe to work with, but I mean, this is it's just
gets hit. The ciphers are hitting 90.
Dude,
if she
ciphers are about to be 99.
Yeah, I mean, it's in time the pallet stun comes out, or not the pallet stun, the pallet.
Oh my god, they just pop it. The meteorologist, you know, doesn't have borrow time, which is very unfortunate, but it does force the Opera Singer to have to chair a brand new person on this chair.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even matter. All CH4 needs out of this game is one person to, I mean, H2O obviously going to go try to harass this chair, do everything they can, but Journalist just going to the other gate, and I mean, I don't think there's anything in this entire world that the Opera Singer can do to catch all these 4 survivors at this point. Teleport still on 30-second cooldown, not able to even dash over there in time.
Does Meteorologist struggle here? I don't believe she will be struggling.
I don't think so, but it looks like we're going to see a draw, everybody.
Is probably going to be able to get to this Luca before he's able to get up, so it looks like she will actually still be getting a 2-man. Unless the survivors decide to stay in and to reset and try to go get a rescue.
I mean, surely not, right? Like, there's no... why would they ever need to?
You know, just to show off.
I guess so.
Alright, they will be taking that 2-man.
Yeah, I mean, so that second round is going to be going to CH4, putting a bit of a deficit now onto H2O. They got to make up, I believe, so that does end as actually a very significant point difference of 5. So they got to make up like 5 points in the next round, which is very difficult to do.
That would be a 4-man they would have to do.
Yeah, I mean, on top of winning the round as well. They'd have to win. They have to win the round with at least a 5-point difference.
So yeah, that's gonna be a very difficult thing to accomplish. You know, the getting the 2-man out on the Opera Singer. You know, bringing up the Opera Singer to try to get that 4-man. Unfortunately, just wasn't enough. You know, lots of plays were being made there. You know, chairing the Journalist and then forcing her to go to half, but just leaving that Perfumer after she was pretty close to dead on chair to swap to another target. You know, just it does allow the other survivors to not even need to reset and to just force those ciphers out, which is what ended up happening. And also the Journalists using that Orphe to hit take at that pallet to allow her to get that speed boost out of there for them to immediately pop afterward was just such a good play by the survivors there. Yeah, I mean, wow.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I don't think that blink really was the trait that should have been chosen from the Opera Singer. They didn't really provide that much use until it got turned into teleport.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate to have a trait that, you know, you're bringing in just to have as a safe play, but really never get the opportunity to utilize it to its full potential. You know, you're stuck with a dead ability in your kit essentially, and the only time it did become useful was when you were forced to use the trump card to swap over to the teleport. Definitely would have been very helpful to have something else there to slow down the game and of normal. Having the teleport just already early on, if you really wanted to focus on map pressure or warp, yeah, something like that would have definitely been a lot more helpful.
Yeah, I mean, the Opera Singer, she definitely had the opportunities, but the survivors were just able to work around it enough that you know, and able to exploit just a little cracks in this Opera Singer's game to really bring themselves into that drawing position. So, I mean, really, really great play from them. Especially, you know, that Opera Singer, you could tell just by the dash, is very practiced. They've spent a lot of time on this character, and just, you know, CH4, once again, they just managed to exploit those little details and get themselves into a huge advantage here going into round number 3.
Yeah, just very, very well played from the survivor side. I mean, you know, we initially going in and seeing those builds, I mean, that was crazy, but, you know, they really didn't need a whole lot there to win. So while it was kind of crazy, it was absolutely a play that they can make, and a play they did make, as they did manage to get the 2 out.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, yeah, going into round 3 here, CH4 once again had a huge advantage. I believe they are the ones that get to choose. Yeah, CH4 I believe gets to choose the map. So, I mean, what do you think they're choosing? What do you think they're gonna bring?
You know, I think we're gonna be going over to yeah, probably Kreberg Racecourse, if I had to guess. No, I think, what do I think they're gonna be going to? You know, the Sacred Heart Hospital could be a good choice. They could send themselves to Arms Factory. There are good picks, and you know, no one likes Chinatown ever going to there, but if you do have something to work with on Chinatown, then you couldn't want to send yourselves there. Moonlit is always a decent choice if you're, you know, on the survivor side and the hunter doesn't have the greatest mobility to be able to stop all that cypher pressure. I would say Lakeside, but I don't think anyone wants to play Lakeside. And you know, I absolutely understand why.
I mean, we did get to see Lakeside chosen yesterday. I was really happy about that because I like Lakeside. I'm not a crazy guy that actually likes Lakeside.
Yeah, you know, just absolutely they want to choose a map that is going to be beneficial to their hunter or to their survivor team comp. So yeah, just waiting to see what map is going to be chosen by them.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like, speaking of Lakeside, that is what Hope to Overcome has chosen to ban here, you know, removing that from the choice pool. So, I mean, I expect CH4 to probably bring something fairly balanced. I'm not... Oh, yeah, and there they go. So, Red Church is going to be picked on CH4's side. You know, relatively... I mean, we could see Fire Investigator. We could see the Frog Fin potentially coming out and being used here. He is pretty good on this map, so that'd be fun.
Yeah, you know, going to Lakeside here, definitely an interesting map to try to play around. You know, very big, very spacious.
Oh, we're going to Red Church. I'm sorry. Red Church was the picked one. No, I'm so sorry, Chip. I'm so sorry. I said it wrong.
All right, guys. You know, going into Red Church here, very small map, very contained, lots of really good areas for survivors to work with. God forbid a hunter be taken to Graveyard. God forbid they use that main building to use their transition abilities to get themselves to better kiting areas. I mean, it is very, very annoying, and you know, you don't have the greatest chairs as hunter on this map. You know, it's bit difficult. You know, you can't really spot survivors from too far away because, you know, you got the church blocking your view, unless you're like on the side of like red carpet where that's a bit more open. You know, sometimes the survivor can still sneak around.
Yeah, I mean, and we're gonna be seeing CH4 once again on the hunter side first. Really, it's been that once again for all 3 games. The same team has hunted first and survived second. Kind of, you know, normally not what you see. Usually see it being a little bit more varied. You know, some teams hunting first, whatever, depending on which side, you know, they think, you know, has the best ability maybe to go first, has a surprise pick or something. But, you know, very kind of regimented, just the same always today.
Yeah, gonna be excited to see what is brought out here in Red Church. You know, Red Church is... You know, it'd be cool to see like a Violetta, who is definitely a possible option here on this map. Red Church being like her best map to be played on. You know, it is possible. I know your opinions on her, but it is possible to see an Anne here on Red Church bring a warp out. But yeah, it'd be cool to see. I do want to see a Violetta, especially after you know, she got some recent little buffs here and there. And I would love to see that.
Yeah, I mean, it would be pretty good to see Violetta. I know we did see one played by Fafa on on Moonlit yesterday, but I would love to see one again. She is a very fun hunter to watch with, you know, actually a deceiving amount of tech around her, especially in Red Church, where she can put the webs, you know, in very, you know, unorthodox places. You can put them kind of in like the little crevasses of Church and get a very, very major speed boost very quickly, and those will stay there forever because the survivors are obviously not going to be taking them down, which is kind of nice. Especially, you also have the double spit that you can set up as well. So you know, a lot of interesting things go into that character, I think.
Yeah, you know, Violetta's not exactly a character when, like, you first think of Violetta and you're like, oh yeah, she's like okay, but she does have a few things to work around. You know, double spit, as you mentioned, can be quite a game changer if you are able to pull it off and are able to get that 3 tap down with the 1 spit, 2 spit, and then the normal attack. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, people really don't think about that one. It's not something that's you know, widely known about, so it's always fun to see it, and you know, you get the opportunity to, I mean, even talk about it.
Yeah, alright, so seeing the mechanic and seer being banned on the Red Church, of course, not wanting to have any time matches, so they could potentially, on our survivor side, choose an embalmer to make up for the mechanic. Seeing the hunter ban is gonna be Hullabaloo and Opera Singer.
Yeah, I mean, that does mean, I believe the entire meta is banned. No, actually, still...
Goatman is still available.
Yeah, Goatman allowed in round 3 is pretty crazy. Wildling coming out right away, not...
Wildling on the Red Church. Okay, so the Psychologist pick, you know, it's a pretty normal pick. Psychologist is always a solid character to have on your team. And having the Meteorologist is going to be banned, and having the Wildling on your team is very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, is Wildling like a secret Goatman counter that none of us know about? Like, I guess I can see it.
I mean, like, I play Lucino and I see Wildling, I'm like, okay, I'll just never chase you because you're annoying. But like, anyone else, I really can't think of anyone that's like, huh, a Wildling. No, my entire existence.
Yeah, well, the thing about Wildling is, like, I actually go for Wildling first chase a lot because you go near him, you know, you force him to get on the board, and then you immediately leave. Obviously, he's going to get off the board to get that decoding in as soon as possible, and then you just go back, and guess what? He has no ability for a really long time and is really slow.
Yeah, as a Lucino, you know, I'm just, unfortunately, he moves too quickly for jumps to be able to actually work effectively against him, so most of the time I'm just kind of leaving him, just being like, yeah, I don't like you, I don't care about you. But gonna be seeing the Luca getting banned here on Red Church as well, so we could potentially be seeing I don't even know, honestly, banning a Luca. Guys, it's Joseph! It's Joseph! No, I don't know.
I mean, hey, you know, if you really were that scared of the Wildling, you could play Joseph and just, like, never have to see him. You know, you never know. It could be a secret plan.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see what hunter gets chosen here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see. I mean, you gotta play Goatman, right? Like, there's no world where they don't select Goatman here. I refuse to believe.
Alright, well, we're gonna find out here in a few seconds.
Yeah, the survivors are just finishing off their persona selection. We have the novelist with a very interesting name for that persona in all capital letters as well. So
we got Wildling using the persona. Actually, I don't even. Is that a bad thing to say? I don't even know what that.
I don't know. I was gonna say it, and then I'm like, oh, maybe I shouldn't actually vocalize that word, because I don't know if it's potentially meaning something.
If we don't know what it means. If we don't know what it means, it could be dangerous, and we could get canceled. Yo7, would you be there for me if I ever got canceled?
Of course, I would be there for you, Chip.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
Yeah, I'd be that guy like doing the peace sign at your funeral, on the gravestone.
All right, so yeah, seeing the Goatman getting picked, of course. we got him spawning over here next to the novelist and the wildling. Psychologist having pretty normal build, you know, the broken windows borrow time, novelist with the flywheel borrow time, wildling, you know, having the little more eccentric build as you would imagine a wildling would have, with the flywheel and tide turner, and then Margie having the borrow time and broken windows. Now, so having the Margie here, I feel like they kind of expected a Goatman to be played, considering that he was, you know, the one meta option that was available to be picked. So having that to just like having these characters to just like try to counter that is important.
Yeah, that as well. I mean, we also have the psychologist here, kind of a known Goatman counter, just because of the third hit. You know, lots of health. I guess Wildling does qualify in that regard as well. Wildling probably just. I mean, he doesn't even need the borrowed time because he's just never, like, Wildling is just unchaseable, really. Like, it's an unchaseable kiter. Really, all there is to say about him. His board just makes him unable to, like, unless you're just a really crazy hunter, like maybe Opera or something, maybe you can go for him, but, you know, when he gets on that board, it's basically like just saying, okay, I am now invincible, and you may not touch me anymore. So... yeah, not really needed.
Be bringing the excitement for the novelist potentially, or maybe if he expects the wildling to just push him around inside of cages. So it's very interesting. Dancer having already put down one music box inside of main, forcing this Goatman to break this pallet, taking a long time with that slow music box.
Yeah, I mean, and Dancer already just completely gotten out of dodge. You know, put that down, and Shigon already knows that's exactly where the Goatman's going. And you can't just ignore the music box there either, so really big distance able to be gained from that.
So he's here gonna be, you know, doing a bit of mind games with this novelist, trying to chase and hunt him down. He does have a book here to try to evade this, but the excitement is gonna be coming out. Unfortunately, missing the first attack, missing the second attack, and he's gonna be teleporting back over, uses the flywheel and gets around the pallet. Now they have to replay this mind game again. The excitement, unfortunately, not coming in too handy there. Yeah, I mean, understanding where he's gonna end up after his gates and using that knowledge to his advantage, being able to hit this novelist. The wildling is here to try to harass or take a hit or anything.
Yeah, I mean, wildling already in the vicinity, really. Taking that hit as well.
Gonna hit that actually, even after the hitbox nerfs. This Goatman still knowing what he is able to reach and what he can do. So
I think, yep, the novelist has charged up another book, so we can probably expect him to use that one on the next cage here.
The psychologist.
Yep. Oh, novelist being protected by the tree, swapping once again, and now the wildling's actually right in the way once more.
Take another hit. Okay, so Goatman is halfway to his full presence. Gonna be taking that extra chip hit on the wildling here. Wildling's still not really in a dangerous position, as he does have board that he can just go on to take more hits.
And it looks like we're gonna see him do exactly that.
Unfortunately, wildling is stuck outside the gate, so he really can't do anything. He's just gonna be looking for his teammate to try to survive here. Unfortunately, gonna be going down to that charge attack.
Yeah, no cages available for the Goatman, so he does have to be kind of wary of this wildling coming in for that balloon rescue. Gonna hit him with the chip, of course. The wildling definitely can take more than a few of those while he's on the boar. And then we're basically seeing that mind game come out right now. Of course, CH4 Hunter waiting for that excitement.
Coming back online, becoming a very useful tool in this Goatman's kit, as he is now denied a struggle from Balloon, and Wildling is now a chip away from going down.
Yeah, and full presence already happening on the side of this Goatman. Yeah, lots of resentment available to him.
Trying to do a backdash there to try to hit the novelist, unfortunately missing that. Dancer's gonna be dropping a slow music box, making all of this Goatman's actions gonna be just that little bit slower. Novelist is actually staying around here. Tricey's not leaving yet. Okay, now is gonna be leaving, trying to hide, making sure that he doesn't get chaired. Wildling's gonna be here at this chair, flywheeling that charge attack successfully. Is gonna be taking that chip hit, is gonna be left at half health. Tide Turner is gonna be used on this female dancer here. Goatman immediately cages behind the dancer after she drops the pallet. Dancer gonna be taking back her music box before Goatman recovers and is able to break it. actually kind of like that's a bit of a micro play there. It's a little thing, but you know, that just means that she has another resource she can utilize after she goes down. Wildling is gonna be here to try to harass this goat man.
Yeah, we're gonna see this play out one more time. I mean, you know, as silly as this kind of looks, it does buy a lot of time. But Goatman actually managing to take away the Wildling issue, and
he's forced to go all the way around here. Oh, cage is ended though. He's gonna be getting another hit from the psychologist. Psychologist is actually gonna be taking the down on herself.
Oh, but he is aware. The Goatman is aware of this happening. And now, I mean, God. The survivors are in dire straits.
That's what he needed. I mean, that heal was pretty close to being done, and he was able to just stop it from being completed. Novelist is able to use his book to be able to get this rescue, but ultimately it doesn't matter. The female dancer will be going down immediately afterward, and he knows that he's just trying to get his teammate back up and heal him.
Yeah, I mean, he must have Street Sweeper, right? To just be seeing this healing happening right there and going for it. Wildling not going to be able to get the dash away on the boar, so the dancer is being eliminated here. Now, there is one thing that I do want to point out that's being kind of piped into me here, is that CH4 here, the hunter player, the Goatman, if they get a 4 elimination in this game, they are going to be automatically winning, because it is not possible for H2O to get anything. Even if they get the best possible result in the next game, which is a 4 survivor elimination, it will still not be enough.
Yeah, so Goatman here just obviously just doing so well for himself. A little thing as to how he knew that the novelist was healing. The hunter does get points. I forgot for what category, but he gets points for if survivors being injured, and that lets you know if the survivors are healing. You could also just have very good headphones on, knowing that the novelist was gonna go for that heal.
Yeah, I mean, and there you go, the 4 elimination. Now, that doesn't make it impossible at this point for H2O to come back. So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Chip, that will be the end of things right there.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations to the winning team. I mean, what a performance put up by all these hunters, though, I do have to say.
I know. I mean, yeah, I guess at the end of the day, that Goatman just being available in the 3rd round, just too much for H2O to handle, and guess that 4 survivor elimination. The Wildling, actually a really interesting strategy coming in with that psychologist. We haven't seen anything like that before, and both these teams being very aware of that kind of strategy. We see them banning it away, you know, just that secret Goatman counter that you nor me knew about, but I guess existed, but it's still not enough.
Yeah, I mean, really trying to pull out everything they could to try to survive against the Goatman, but unfortunately, the Goatman is simply the goat, and you know, very difficult to try to win against the meta hunter. And unfortunately, with the team trying to pull out the strategy of using the Wildling to try to harass the Goatman from picking up survivors, he brought the excitement, knowing exactly what they were going to try to go for, and knowing his weakness was people coming over to harass.
Yeah, I mean, just really great gameplay from both sides. I think I really enjoyed watching that. Of course, it is a little bit more meta adjacent. I think CH4 really excelled though in this game with their character selection. Just really, I mean, really knowing the strengths and weaknesses of what to play and when, what to bring, their persona picks. And I think that is where CH4 was able to get the leg up on H2O in this match. It was just in that, you know, in that decision-making phase, in that, you know, in the pick phase, in the ban phase, just making all the right calls and leading them to victory.
Yeah, and from there, I will actually have to be going. There is someone that will be taking over for me.
Yeah, we'll go to a short intermission, and when we come back, actually, I think there's someone taking over for both of us, so you'll have very new faces here on the commentator platform corner, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, we'll be. I don't know how long the intermission is going to be. Probably not a very long time. More like 5 minutes, I would say. And yeah, we will be returning after that to be seeing. I'm gonna go quickly check because I forget everything all the time.
Yeah, final words, well done to all the teams. Really great stuff. Happy to see all the Hunter variety and also Survivor variety as well, which I wasn't expecting. And yeah, it was a lovely time to be commentating. Thank you all for having me here.
Yeah, I mean, thank you so much for coming and doing the commentating with us, Chip. You know, I assume, yeah, we gotta go to intermission like right away. So join us back for WWW and MSG in a couple moments.
Yes, hello everybody. Welcome back. We had to go on a short break, but yes, this is day 4 of Seaside Summer Marina, and I'm here, Kiwi. I have been a commentator that I think you guys have been seeing quite often. I hope you're not too sick of me, but we have a very special commentating guest today. And yeah, so I want to introduce Zeez, who's joining our commentating panel today. Welcome, Zeez.
Hello. Excited to be here. I've been peeking at some of the matches while tuning into other tournaments as well. There's a lot of tournaments going on this summer. Oh boy, let me tell you.
I know. There's so many going on.
I'm excited to see this one.
Yes. We've been seeing, like, specifically in this tourney, I think we've seen our fair share of our meta, of course, but we've also seen our non-meta hunters come out to play against these survivors as well. So I was just a bit interested to see if you had any hunters in particular you were wanting to see.
That's a good question. Yeah. It's funny you say that, because right before this I was watching some IVL. And in that tournament, I don't know if you've seen much of it. It's a little bit of a free-for-all, it seems, outside of like the hard meta stuff.
Oh yeah.
And specifically, there's been a lot of smiley face, a lot of clown.
Yeah, a lot of clown coming out. Yeah, I've kind of noticed that clown has been going on and being practiced as well. I know that there's a potential change that's going to come to some of the hunter traits. So I've been doing some research, and I think with especially that giant claw ability in the hunter persona, I think it'd be very good for hunters like clown.
Oh yeah, I can see it happening. There's so many different changes, and I still don't even fully know all of them due to like how awkward some of the translations were, but there are so many of them that look just like really good for hunters. Ones that increase attack recovery, some ones that's like when a survivor's at half health, they get like a big vaulting boost. I'm actually really excited for these changes, because I haven't been around for IDV for too long. I'm about going on 2 years. I'm actually kind of curious, Kiwi, how long have you been here playing IDV?
I want to say I downloaded the game in like 2020, so maybe like four or 5-ish years now. I've been addicted to this game.
No, I get that. When I was having a conversation with somebody the other day, and I was curious, it's been a while since we've seen the persona web get extra points. Is that right?
Yeah, no, I noticed that as well. I think there's just going to be a lot of interesting new things, because I correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe there's definitely going to be changes to the survivor persona web as well. Maybe not as intense as the hunter traits that will be changed, but yeah, I'm very excited to see like when exactly those will be implemented into the game.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. It's gonna be really weird, because like I said, at least when it comes to IVL, it feels like a bit of a free-for-all when I've been watching that tournament. And I feel like rank is even more of a free-for-all, or almost everybody seems like they have the chance to make a statement somehow. And like with these upgraded persona webs, with these buffs and nerfs coming, it's just changing so much, and honestly I'm all for it. I am all for these changes.
Oh no, I am as well, Zeez. I don't know, I think with the meta we have right now, it works pretty well, like the persona web and such, but I'm not a hunter raid, so I can't really like verify that, but I'm interested to see how the changes will kind of affect the meta, and I want to see if we'll see more of those weaker hunters become a bit stronger and more viable to play.
I agree completely. That, and maybe some of the survivors too. I'm actually really curious to see what that Farlady buff is gonna do, because she's not really played at all in tournaments, but she's pretty popular, I want to say, in NAEU as well as South Korea. She's played a lot in South Korea.
Oh, is she? I don't think I know like what buff she is going to get. What is she gonna get maybe buffed?
If I remember correctly, right now, when she's invisible, you can still hear her footsteps and breathing. If you have like your sound effects turned pretty high, they're gonna get rid of that.
Yeah.
So now it's just gonna be no audio cues, only her little pixie dust or whatever it's called.
What pixie dust trick? Wait,
I don't know what the
wow.
official name of it is. I just call it the pixie dust.
Yeah, no, it is like pixie dust like though. But yeah, I think that'll be an interesting buff for her for sure. Cause I don't know, I feel like she'll truly be that invisible fairy, that she so wishes to be. Yeah.
Exactly. So with our upcoming match, we are going to be seeing Team MSG versus Team WWW. Is that correct?
Yes, MSG versus WWW. I will be honest to these. I don't know too much about either of these teams and what they really main or play. So I'm very interested to get into these matches and see what they have in store for us.
I see, because I was kind of on the same page, because I was like, I'm not super knowledgeable about these teams. I do recognize the name MSG simply because I love their logo. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's the cowboy sprinkling the MSG. I don't know if they still have that, but oh man,
Wait,
it's so funny. Oh,
wait,
man.
that's an actual.
It's hilarious. When I saw it for the first time, I cracked up so hard.
That's very funny. No, I kind of need to see that. I think I need to see that.
We just got it sent. We just got it sent. Oh man, I wish we could show the chat. It's so funny. That I love their logo. It's amazing. It's so beautiful.
So funny. That is so cute. I love that. But yeah, I'm very excited to get into these matches and see what these hunters and survivors from both sides are gonna be showing up.
Exactly. And if they're going to be playing meta or if they're going to be playing some specialist surprise pick, because I do know that we have I was looking around in the chat. I haven't been here for so while, but I've been seeing a couple familiar names. I do know that we have a Mad Eyes player out there. I think I've seen a couple of Clown players out there. So I wonder if we're going to see some specialist based hunters over maybe just like some standard Goatman, Hullabaloo, Opera, Ivy kind of picks here.
Yeah, I was talking to Yo7, and as we were commentating the other day, and we were talking about how specifically in this tourney, obviously because it's obviously tournament play, we are going to see the Goatman, Hullabaloo, Sangria, and that Ivy, but we have been seeing a fair share of, I think, lots of specialty and niche hunters. We've been seeing Clowns, the Gamekeeper, as well as those clerks, and we even got to see a spider yesterday, which was very exciting.
Ooh, I love me some spider gameplay, especially after her buff. Now at full presence, she build up those webs faster. Gonna be way easier to play at full presence, that's for sure.
Yes. On the survivor side, I wanted to ask, is there any maybe special or silly survivors that you maybe are gonna want to see in some of these matches today?
Well, I'm always very partial to Entomologist. She's been my favorite character in the game for so long, but
I love Ento. Ento's so cute.
Yeah, no, I would love to see some melee gameplay, but I'm also somebody who loves watching highly interactive gameplay. So any type of harasser type character, like a forward, a batter, an antiquarian, those are some of my favorite types of characters to watch because they're so timing, positioning, and like just tricky interaction based characters that just make for like really entertaining games.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you on that. I believe we did get to see a little bit of harassing yesterday. We got to see a prospector, which was very exciting to see. And I think the other day we also got to see a batter. if I remember correctly. So yeah, I hope I get to see those or our different harassers, hopefully in these matches.
So how about you though, Kiwi? Do you have any survivors that you're looking for?
I kind of want to see. I kind of want to see a thief.
A thief?
Yes.
A thief.
I feel like.
Man.
Okay, we've been seeing lots of like interesting pigs. I remember yesterday we saw a doctor and a lucky guy in the same survivor comp, which was very interesting to me because it was also round one. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like if we can see, we've been seeing lots of lucky guy. I think he's been a common pick, I would say. So I love silly thieves. So if I was able to see a thief maybe in a red church, some red church flashlight action, I would be the happiest camper. Yes.
I understand that. Thief can definitely be a menace on Red Church, especially looping that church with those windows. I've been on the receiving end. It is not fun, but it is fun to watch. That is what I always say. Man, when I play Hunter, the harassment, it hurts. But when I'm watching it, I love it. I love it, dude.
I know. I love like looking in and seeing it, but being in the hunter's position, in the hunter's shoes, something I definitely don't want to be experiencing.
Indeed. I think we're actually getting closing in here on our first match here soon, so I'm very excited to see what we're going to be seeing here for round one, first half, MSG versus WWW.
Yes.
Teams now. Shouldn't be too much longer, and definitely make sure, chat, let us know what survivors and hunters you guys would like to see. I don't know if the teams will be seeing it. I don't know if they'll be able to influence their decisions at all, but make sure to cheer on for your favorite characters as well, because we love to see that. And maybe throw a few entomologists in there for me, but no bias. No bias.
Exactly. Everyone I can play. I'm just very excited to see the gameplay that we'll be seeing from the survivors, and hopefully we can see that entomologist and thief. Slip it in there. Potential thief.
Potential thief, indeed. I think for me, I might be a little bit lucky for a potential entomologist pick, because with the rise of clown becoming more popular, there's going to be the rise of counterpick characters like entomologists, potentially, shit. For thief, I mean, out of versus clown, I just don't know.
Yeah, definitely a lot, probably less likely, but I don't want to give I'm gonna keep wishing. I'm gonna keep wishing, and hopefully
that's all we can do. There's one of them out there, surely. There's one person out there will hear your cry and will play Creature Pearson.
Yeah, I see people saying they want to see Ganji as well. Lucky guy.
And it looks like WWW will be hunting first, and we're going to be seeing an Arms Factory ban, while Ever Sleeping Town will be picked. That is a very common round one map in this meta. Typically, people love prioritizing their hunter in round one over their survivors, and Ever Sleeping Town is pretty good for the current meta hunters, Goatman and Hullablue, Opera, and Ivy as well.
Yes, Every Sleeping Town just being a very common map choice between these teams. Yeah, I just think it's a very favorable map, and with that tram, I think it adds a little extra pizzazz. Just by...
True. Everybody loves a good tram hit.
Yeah. It's always like fun and interesting, kind of guessing which side the tram will be on, kind of before going into the match, if it will be on the hunter's favor or maybe the survivors.
Agreed. I think one of the funniest things, at least when it comes to Goatman, is sometimes you're trying to set up a cage on top of a survivor that might be quite far away onto the tracks, and he won't be able to see if the tram is coming. And sometimes he'll just go right into the tram. I've seen it happen to one of the best hunters on this server, RVL Sprinter in Koa.
Oh.
It was truly something to watch. Oh my goodness. So I hope that won't happen to anybody here, but if it does, note that we're not laughing at you. We're just laughing at the fact that it is simply funny.
Yes, seeing tram, it is a little funny. The animations that the characters and survivors kind of get momentarily locked into, it's just very silly.
These are pretty high-ranked survivors on this team as well. I'm seeing a couple of champions, a peak tier. Ooh, we're in for a good one. Some high-level serves out here. High-level hunter too.
Yes, I was just about to say, a couple of survivors look a little familiar, specifically Universal. I think that's how you say their names. Yeah, I feel like I see them go against some high-tier hunters quite frequently, so I'm very excited to see how they will play.
Yes, and I think for me, I might also be lucky. I do see a player named Dry Napkins as well, which I want to say, I believe has been S badge for entomologist in the past. So.
Oh my! We might be seeing Ento Gaming, maybe Smirk, maybe.
Maybe just a little bit. I don't know. We might see something like that. I'm excited. I'm sorry. I'm seeing the high ranks. I'm seeing potential S badge entomologist. I am seated. I am ready. I cannot wait to start.
Yes, me as well.
Oh, I see people in the chat wanting Mind's Eye. Everybody always wants to see Mind's Eye. That's all. There's always one person out there that wants to see a Mind's Eye every time.
Yes, I actually was fortunate enough to be commentating when a survivor on the survivor side actually chose a Mind's Eye. Except for I do think it might have been maybe a misclick. I think they meant to choose something else, but unfortunately they had to continue to play through.
Oh my.
And it was on Chinatown, I believe, against
it was hospital. I could get it. It was hospital,
yeah.
like maybe Arms Leo's. I could get it. On Chinatown though.
Oh yeah, it was Chinatown. It was very unfortunate all around, but yes, we did get to see that Mind's Eye Gaming. So again, that kind of gives me hope for my thief, but again, I'm not too sure.
Oh, that's funny. A Mind's Eye on Chinatown. Oh my gosh. I wish I knew. Even if it was misclick or not, I almost want to know. I almost want to know, like, hey, did you guys mean to pick that? Was that like, or is there just like one cracked Mind's Eye on your team? Like, what's going on here?
Like, is there just that S badge pro Mind's Eye? Like, I'm confused, but yeah, it was a very fun match to watch.
So I'm excited to watch this one upcoming here, and I've only seen a couple of sets from this tournament so far, but the amount of just kind of cracked gameplay that I've seen from both sides, like these teams are strong. We got some strong players in this tournament.
Yes, I know. Just the amount of teams that are out and just kind of giving their all against each other, putting up a really good fight. It's just very, very fun to see. Just the diverse picks and of it all. It's very nice.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe I did see both Omni and Rivals in this team as well, which were our KOA 8 representatives as well as KOA 7 representatives for the NEU region.
Yes, we did see Omni and Frogfin, also known as Rival. Maybe before you. No, you're okay. No, you're okay. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, they have lots of love for that Frogfin skin. Honestly, same. Very nice, very beautiful skin. But yeah, going back to just having those teams with such experience, and also having experience going to Koa, I just I don't know, I just feel like it's a big step, and we're very, very happy to welcome them into this tournament.
Indeed. It looks like our last survivor has joined up as well. So we're seeing 3 champions and a Titan going up against a dragon here. So for the ranks, it is all high tier. These are all players that are experienced in the high tier of any EU region. So it's going to be a pretty even matchup just from looking at their ranks alone. So I'm excited to see how it goes.
Yes, we have it looks like both sides of these teams are just hardcore rankers, so we're gonna be very interested to see how they play.
Especially since this season has been, I feel like, really tricky for both factions, because it's just been, the meta has just been changing. There's so many characters that got buffed. That recent patch adjusted, I want to say, 24 characters, which is about a third of the cast. So
Yeah.
it's so different now.
Yeah, I have to agree. I will be honest, I haven't really been breaking much this season, but yeah, I also kind of see, like, in my friends and stuff, just kind of see them ranking and climbing up the ranks a bit slower than usual.
Looks like we're starting to get into the ban and picks as well. We're going to be seeing a Seer and Antiquarian ban first here. Interesting. Those are 2 common bans.
Yes, and from Survivor side, we're gonna be seeing a female dancer, which is a Survivor I've been also wanting to see. So I'm very excited.
Magician pick as well. Magician has been really good in the current meta after his recent buff, and Dancer has shown herself to be very strong on this map in particular. Played a good amount in Koa 8 as well.
Yes. Oh, and we're gonna see the puppeteer ban as well from I Love My Tummy.
That is quite the name. But yeah, puppeteer round 1 pick. I 100% agree. Yeah. And a novelist pick as well. Ooh.
Yeah, a little bit interesting. You're gonna see a novelist coming out. It almost makes me wonder for this last survivor slot if maybe they are gonna offer a rescuer or maybe another container. I'm a bit unsure.
Seeing a Gravekeeper ban as well, so we're gonna have to most likely see a first officer if they want to go for a rescuer, or they could be a bit aggressive. Nope, it is going to be that FO. Indeed. This is a pretty balanced team comp. The decoding is quite fast. All of these characters can deal with the big 4. It might be a little struggle for Novelist against Ivy, but for the most part, I feel like this is a very strong team comp for round 1 if they're expecting a Goat Man.
Yeah, with no bans on the Survivor side, I'm kind of I'm anticipating and expecting that Goat Man.
We're seeing quite a few flywheels. Looks like flywheel from Dancer, Magician, and Novice. So yeah, it really does seem like they're anticipating this Goatman pick here. Flywheel is a very popular pick to try to just give you a little bit longer to kite out that Goatman cage. 9 seconds is a lot longer than you think it is sometimes against some of these really strong Goatmans.
Yeah, especially in this game when kind of every second counts. So yeah, just gonna see how these survivors. Yep, and it's gonna be a Goat Man, as expected, coming up from I Love My Tummy here.
So Goat Man with a BQ build. I'm guessing BQ is going to be a detention trump card because most BQs usually typically run that. It's pretty common for Goatman as well. We don't really ever see an Insolence Goatman. I think I've seen a Confined Space Goatman once ever. Didn't really work out the best. I think it's best to stick to what works. Attention trump card here. And I'm wondering what the trait's going to be as well, because there's plenty of options. I can see Blink, Peeper, or Abnormal all being viable for this specific team. Maybe even Excitement just for that Novelist. It has been done before. We could see it again here.
Yeah, borrow time on all of the survivors here, except for that Magician. Coming with that Flywheel Tide Turner. It's very interesting.
Yeah, that's quite a bit of confidence from this team here. Quite a bit of confidence indeed. Having 3 borrowed times, which isn't the most common, but 2 Tide Turners as well will hopefully help them try to secure that draw. Again, Goatman is seen as a very, very strong hunter in this meta, if not the best, and even getting one out can sometimes be the main goal from the survivor sides. But, you know, at best, you want to try to get that draw versus Goatman if possible.
Yeah, and we can see here, like, just with those Tide Turners and obviously having that borrow time, these survivors are going to want to last as long as they can, and just try not to be sending their teammates back to the manor. Just want to try to get at least 2 or more out for the survivor side here.
Exactly, Kiwi. Now I'm curious, who do you think the Goatman's first chase is going to be? Because I don't think it'll be Officer, but of the 3 other ones, do you have any predictions you think they might go after?
I'm thinking maybe perhaps that Dancer, just because you know, she does have that music box that she's able to put down, but I'm not sure. I feel like could only get so far. I feel like maybe the Goatman maybe would be able to kind of catch her out in the open, but we'll have to see.
Right. I think I'm gonna agree with you. I think I'm also gonna place my bets on the Dancer. I initially thought the Novelist could be a good pick, but with how close he is to Graveyard and how far he was away from the Goatman, it's gonna be a pretty annoying chase. So we'll have to see where he goes first.
Yeah, we're gonna see him going into middle here, kind of looking around, trying to find that first target, and he does see Dry Napkins here, kind of out in the open.
Looks like he will be going for the first officer, maybe trying to force a watch and switch targets. Does not fall for it, actually. He is not using that is beautiful patience from both players right there, not committing to either of their abilities.
Yes. Yeah, we see the Goatman kind of going to the island over there, seeing that Dancer.
Now, I'm initially surprised to see the Dancer run away from the place where she set up her fast box, but now we're going to see, yep, the Goatman is going to be committing to that Dancer and caught out in a bad area. Will the Trim actually hit him? No way! No way! We were just talking about this earlier. This happened.
We were just talking about this. He's unfortunate on the side of the Goatman here, but he is going to be hit by that Tram, giving the Dancer a little bit more time to transition.
Oh, a beautiful flyover from Hiyori, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. It is not. 9 seconds is simply too much, Kiwi.
Yes, it really was a stunning flyover from the Dancer there, but the Goatman kind of just following right behind her on her tail and able to knock her down. The Cyphers, we see 2 with a good amount of progress here, Zeez, but yeah, it looks like only one's going to be coming up to being completed.
And we do see the wanted order was onto the Novice, not onto the first officer, which is pretty lucky for these survivors here. Gonna get a pretty clean rescue here, and it looks like this Goatman will not be going for any sort of double downs at all.
Yes, indeed. No, not really looking for that double down.
Or maybe, perhaps?
Yeah, that actually is.
The blink!
Yeah, gonna expend that blink, and that's gonna be a double down. And the first officer as well as the Dancer. Looks like he's gonna pick up that first officer first, kind of knowing the kind of area where this Dancer will be.
This is looking really good on the side of WWW. These Cyphers are pretty far behind, and 2 people are down, and only 1 person is currently decoding. This might be a little tricky. to come back from.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree. It's just a bit tricky overall. We see Dancer going on her second chair, and I love my tummy kind of looking out here, but knowing that someone is gonna be coming in to rescue that Dancer.
I almost wonder if they're gonna try to get a cheeky hit on the officer with that once whatever. Nope, doesn't look like it doesn't want to commit. Has a full resentment bar to work with though. We'll see how they want to utilize this. Oh, tries to go for the backstep cage cancel and setting up a wall to stop the novice from supporting the Dancer. Beautiful double cage strategy.
Yes, beautiful indeed. Oh, yeah, and we're gonna see
a black cage being utilized from the Goatman as well, making it so that novice cannot go any further, and that's going to be another down.
Yes, we see that that's gonna be a down on the novelist. So once he's finished kind of bringing this female dancer back to the manor, we are gonna be seeing that novelist getting chaired. The ciphers as well as these are just not looking the best.
Oh, please don't tell me we see another one. Oh my, I don't know if my heart could take it. Thank goodness. Oh.
Yeah. Escaping another hello hit by the tram there by the skin of his teeth, this goat man. But yeah, we're gonna see Universal. Wow.
The aggression. I was almost thinking if it was possible, perhaps they could do an after half rescue to try to buy a little more time for these ciphers. But with middle being one of their last ciphers, it is very difficult for them to get them done. I believe their last two ciphers are middle and right here. Under the two-story area. So both of these ciphers are very easy for Goatman to pressure right now. This is going to be really difficult for Team MSG to make any sort of comeback here.
Yeah, just amazing cages from the Goatman as well. Kind of
utilizing another beautiful blink onto the first officer, not giving him any time to use that watch.
And also teaching, trying to see and kind of catch off this magician, and is able to get that down on the magician as well.
You know, he's supposed to be invisible, but when it comes to this Goatman, it seems like it just doesn't matter. They just can see through all of it. The invisible officer, the invisible magician, no, their tricks just don't work.
Yeah, the tricks just not working. These survivors here, this Goatman just having really good game sense overall. Yeah, we do see first officer just kind of staying on the ground there. There just really isn't much I feel that MSG survivors can do.
Fortunately, in this situation, the only thing I could think of is a potential really tricky high-level flywheel from the novelist. But even then, with how much energy the Goatman has right now, nearly a full bar of resentment and counting, it's going to be so hard, and the first officer doesn't even want to expend that self-heal either. They might be trying to prepare for some sort of dungeon play here.
Yeah, it looks like that to me as well, Zeez. Probably just gonna try from MSG's survivor here to really try to at least get that one man out. But we can see the dungeon location kind of at the fake gate area, so I don't know, I feel it won't be easy for these MSG survivors.
Seems that our Goatman here is trying to play around with the tinnitus, maybe try to find out where exactly this novelist is. Might have a pretty good idea, but even if they don't, they have plenty of time to figure out where he is.
Yeah, this is we see the first officer still crawling in the corner over there, while the Goatman just kind of tries to find this novelist who is hiding.
Oh, and well, it seems that novelist has been found. Now, I'm wondering, in this position, now, the officer is about 2 minutes away from bleeding out. So if he cannot get found for 2 minutes and novice can maybe crawl to dungeon, there could be a very small chance that MSG could get one survivor out the gate here.
Yes, I definitely think that could be a possibility. But as he does kind of go around the map, I think he is kind of closing in on where that first officer just might be.
Closing it. Oh, we do see some stars, but it looks like the Goatman was not able to see it. It is pretty hard. He's probably checking every last little location with those. Are his eyes red? What exactly? His eyes are red with the skin. Of course they are.
Yeah, this is actually one of my favorite Goatman skins. I really like it. I think it's super cool. But yes, we are gonna come closer and closer to that first officer fully bleeding out here. So just gonna have to see how this plays out.
I think they will successfully bleed out, but the issue is the novelist has been found and can be chaired right here. So now I think what's going to have to happen here is if the novelist does get chaired, the officer will have to use up the self-heal. There's a self-heal being used, and now we can redrop the novelist, and now we play the whole bleed out gameplay once again.
Yes. We're gonna see I Love My Tummy kind of going back to this area and getting that tinnitus. Just gonna try to just find out dry napkins here.
Exactly. Now, if this first officer unfortunately gets spotted out, if they could have hid for another 2.5 minutes, pretty hard to do, but if it was possible, almost another tram hit there. My goodness.
Yes, almost. So many potential tram hits happening, but yeah, beautiful backdash from I Love My Tummy.
Oh, wait a minute. The novice is making a break for it. Does he not see? Does he not see? They're going to be able to get one out. They're going to get one out. The novice makes it. No way. MSG manages to get a single survivor out. That is not a 4 elimination, despite how much hard work he put in. Oh.
Yes. Wow, kind of doing what I almost kind of assumed was a little bit impossible, but the Goatman kind of not being able to locate at all. That novelist and able to get that one man for their team, that one is dungeon escape for their team.
That is a very, very important dungeon escape. It's still going to put pressure on their hunter, but now I'm sure their hunter is breathing a bit of a sigh of relief now, knowing that they don't have to deal with having to get a 4K just to draw things up. A 3K is a lot more manageable. So great work from MSG and their patience and dedication to getting that one survivor out. That was the patience that takes is commendable.
Yes, the communication that was probably going on as well between MSG survivors, I can only imagine. But such a success actually being able to get that dungeon escape is just very impressive overall.
Right, and I almost wonder how bleeding out will take place in the future, because that is one of the things they're going to be changing here in a couple weeks. Is they're going to be adjusting how bleed out strategies work, where now anybody who's up will be alerted to the hunter when there are 2 survivors remaining, and I believe bleed outs will go by twice as fast, and every time they get hit down again, 25% of that bleed out timer will be risen up. So we're not going to be seeing any very long bleed out gameplay much anymore as after those upcoming adjustments. So I'm kind of curious to see how the hunters and survivors will adapt to that, because I know for a lot of people watching, those bleed out sessions can be quite lengthy and test people's patience, but you know, good on the players for not giving up until the very end. That's what we love to see.
Yes, I have to agree. I'm also going to be very interested to see, just with all these new changes coming to IDV, and especially the gameplay and such, just going to be very interested in seeing how that affects meta and just gameplay, especially in the peak tier.
Exactly. It's going to be a lot of experimentation, I think is the right word, that we'll be seeing in the next couple of weeks here.
Yeah, a lot of experimentation, a lot of relearning, readjusting. I think it'll be worth it. I think that it's definitely kind of a big change, but change doesn't have to be a bad thing.
Change brings excitement, and I think that's what a lot of people are always here for. Running up for round 1, second half, we are going to be seeing the MSG Hunter hunting this time in WWE Survivors coming out here. We are seeing 2 peak tiers, a champion and a Griffin 3, along with a evil dragon from the Hunter side. So once again, pretty balanced throughout the ranks there. Very, very high ranked players here overall.
Yeah, we've been seeing just lots of survivors and hunters that put a lot of time and have a lot of experience in this game. So I think that's another kind of factor of why we're being able to see so many exciting and interesting matches.
Now, if you are the MSG Hunter, you are going to be looking for a 3 elimination here, which is all you need. But on the side of WWW, if they can manage a draw, they'll be in a very, very good position here.
Yes, indeed. Gonna really be shooting for that draw or even better. I hope both teams are able to get what they want for their teams.
Exactly. We're going to be seeing a similar ban here from the Hunter side, Seer Antiquarian, while a Psychologist and Forward is being picked here. So a Harasser in round 1. That is going to be very exciting, especially since it's a little debatable how good Forward is in round 1 right now. But we've seen quite a bit of success with him being played in round 1 in tournament. So perhaps we'll see what this Forward can cook up here.
Yeah, it's just going to be really exciting. I haven't actually seen too many forwards, so I know I got to see one yesterday being played by I believe Zeus, but I'm very interested to. I love when forward comes in for the harassing, so it's gonna be very fun to see.
I completely agree. Looks like the Hunter will be finishing off their bans by banning out the Embalmer and Magician. Painter was their 3rd pick. Now they have one more pick that they can do here. I wonder what it's going to be. I feel like this team isn't super strong, honey, but there's the Professor. Oh.
Yes, very interesting. We're going to see a Professor from WWW Survivors.
Yes, indeed. I do feel like this team is quite balanced as well, being able to do with both Goatman and Hullabaloo. If Hullabaloo decides to bring excitement for that forward, as opposed to many other hunters, you can crash into the Hullabaloo without many consequences as a forward, because if he excitements, he can't deal damage right away. He has to hit you 3 times, as opposed to most other hunters that could excitement and hit you right away. So even for a Goatman too, if you excitement him, you only deal a chip when you try to hit him. So Forward actually has a decent matchup when harassing a Goatman and a Hullabaloo, but could be a little bit trickier if they decide to play Ivy or something like that.
Yes, but with all meta hunters being up and available to this hunter, I'm very interested to see what they're gonna play. Kind of looking at these survivors here.
Of course, the MSG Hunter wants to get a 3K minimum, and if you're WWW, you really want to try to get that draw to get a round win for this set. That would be very, very important, especially in round 1, which sometimes determines how the rest of the set will go. It is very, very important.
And we are going to be actually seeing that Ivy Zeez. Yeah, very exciting. We're going to be seeing an Ivy coming out.
The Ivy versus this comp, it could be a little tricky for the survivors. I feel like it's a bit 50-50 for the Professor. The Psychologist is a very good pick versus Ivy. Forward's gonna have a little bit of trouble though, that's for sure. I would not want to be this forward right now.
Yeah, me as well. But yeah, going into the spawn selection here, looks like we're gonna see that forward instantly taking that middle area, just knowing he can kind of transition with his ball if needed.
I think the most interesting thing that I am seeing here is the build on that painter, a tied knee-jerk build. Tied on painter is not that common. You would have thought the forward would have tied, but it looks like they want to utilize forward to his harassment capabilities. They're not really playing him as a rescuer here.
Yeah, we're just gonna see that flywheel borrowed time build on both the psychologist and that forward. And then like you said, the tie knee jerk is very interesting from that painter, and then we're gonna see the flywheel tied on that professor.
Indeed, indeed. Now I'm wondering this time who the first chase will be, since I feel like Ivy has quite a few options. I feel like depending on what your game plan, you could really chase any of these characters here, though I feel like the professor might be the trickiest one, depending on that scale utilization, because there are some professors out there that are so insanely cracked that have used their scale to predict blink, and when Ivy misses a blink, it's not very good for her, let's just say.
Yeah, no, an Ivy missing a blink or any hunter just really missing blink is just not gonna be a fun time. And I have to agree, I have been seeing some professors, especially in this tournament, that are just kind of cracked, especially with the timing of the scale. Just I just don't think we will be seeing the Ivy chase the professor, but we will just have to see.
Exactly. I'm excited to get into it, though. There is a lot of 50-50 interaction-based counterplay that some of these characters can do versus the Ivy. It all just depends on if they are brave enough to go for it, and if the Ivy knows that it could be potentially coming her way. And here it begins. We're going to see a simple blink detention insolence build with max hunt and 1 stack of berserker from the Ivy. And chasing down who first? Not the forward, it seems. Looks like it's going to be that professor, actually.
Yes, I stand corrected. It looks like our professor is going to be the first chase here. As we see the Ivy kind of teleport and get a little bit of eye on him.
Corrosion is building up here. 20 is very good. Sometimes we'll see 19, which makes things very difficult for the Ivy, but 66 right now. Going for a little bit of a red light trick here. Does the professor fall for it? He does not. Ooh, big brain on that professor there, I must say.
Yes, not really falling for any of the red light tricks that this Ivy has to give, but it does have to watch out for this next scare.
And trying to maybe force out a scale or a flywheel there with a blink, but blink is not ready yet. So once again, the professor is not falling for any of these tricks, but will be falling for the corrosion there, and that is going to be the first hit. And the insolence has now triggered. Ciphers are moving pretty quickly, though. One of them is a little bit far behind, likely the forwards, but right now the professor is doing such a good kite, and we're probably gonna have to see a blink being utilized here from the Ivy to get the down. Will we see the blink here? It is going to connect. No flywheel, no scale. That is going to be the first down.
Yes, as we see, as the professor gets put on his first chair, we do see, ciphers are looking okay. Definitely that forward with that slower decoding is just going to be a little bit more behind. But yeah, we're going to see the forward kind of going to break the ovulus there. And then come in for the rescue.
He does not have tied, though, so this is going to be a little tricky. This is the thing, is when you don't have tied coming in for the Ivy rescue, it could be a little tricky if she gets a follow-up with full presence, because then they go down nearly immediately.
Yeah, we just see the Ivy like ghost form kind of just following the professor, just waiting for that teleport. That she can get on him. Oh.
59 is a little scary because now above 60, that means there's the scare, but the positioning isn't the worst. That was very well played. Using the main body scare to potentially interrupt any sort of professor scale so that she could get the hit without having to worry about any of those tricky abilities to do with. So still has the scale and flywheel to work with, but wasn't really able to utilize them to their fullest. But 3 ciphers are done. Their 4th cipher is 80, and they should be starting their new cipher very soon. So these survivors are doing very well with their cipher, I must say, Kiwi.
Yes, I'm gonna have to agree. Just really, really good catching up with the ciphers here. And it looks like we might be, yeah, forward gonna be able to get that rescue out, but an unfortunate farm for the professor.
Now this is where the forward might have to try to go and do some really, really tricky stun with the. Does he? He manages it.
Oh my gosh, and that's also a hit on the forward, letting the professor kind of free here, and we see the painter in the area coming in for extra support. Jeez.
There are 3. Oh, but there's the full presence, and that is going to be the down once again. Ford's going to have to try again. Even though the painter is here to try to support, he has to go for yet another very difficult stun. We even have a blink that could be used from the Ivy to sort of counterplay it. We'll see if she tries something like that here. It does look at the painting. And because of that, she will take some time to, looks like, maybe possess a psychologist here. Slow down that cipher just a little bit here.
Yes, we do still see that forward. Oh wow, amazingly played by the Ivy though, and gonna get that 100 on the forward, and able to get that down, and that's gonna be the professor going back to the manor.
Indeed. That is a very important elimination here. If that forward connected that football, I don't know what would have been happening right now, but for now it seems that things are going a little bit more into this Ivy's favor here. 74% on that last cipher, but they are going to take some time to heal up that forward. And the psychologist does have 92 corrosion, misses the flywheel, and could potentially go down very soon.
Yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate miss flywheel from the psychologist there, and with 92, oh, we are just gonna see the Ivy blink and get that down.
Quite interesting, because I feel like that's a bit of a gamble with how long Blink's cooldown is. There is a chance that Ivy will not have that cooldown ready for endgame. However, it could be seen as an investment as well. If you use the Blink now, get the target down, putting more pressure on the survivors, they might not be able to get to that endgame in the first place.
Yes, and we're gonna see, yep, the Ivy going back to that cipher, just putting as much pressure as she possibly can. So gonna be another down on the forward.
That also does waste out the Painter's Tide Turner, so they no longer have Tide to utilize to their advantage, and Painter's going to have to come to this rescue, while Psychologist will have to go to the Graveyard Cipher that is only 42% and still has an Ostracon on it, so it's looking rough for the survivors right now.
Yes, indeed, it is looking a bit rough, as you can see Psychologist here not even really wanting to go in, as she knows the consequences of going and trying to take down that obelisk. Oh, we're gonna see the painter.
It's a bit of a choice that the hunter will have to make. The painter might want to try to set up a painting here, but the Ivy does not want to look at it at all. And she'll look at the painting to cancel her own attack recovery. Oh, that is going to hurt. Cypher is 50% and counting, but the Yith will be able to pressure it down before it's ready. Oh?
Oh.
59 on the forward, though. That's not enough. He might be able to get onto... Oh. That was so smart. That was so smart.
Yes, wow. This Ivy is just amazing game sense. And kind of having controls over these lots of control and pressure on these ciphers. Unfortunately, just kind of being unable to get a cipher up and ready, and with both survivors kind of being injured, this is just looking like a very strong for the Ivy right now.
Exactly. I just thought it was so smart to realize that even though the forward is at 99, possessing the Psychologist allowed the tablet to be in range of the forward to get that last % of corrosion that you needed, and to be able to get that hit. That was a high level move right there. That is not something that a day one Ivy could ever do. That just goes to show how experienced this player is with this character.
Yeah, I mean, it's just lots of like different little things that can definitely you can just see the difference in experience and how well versed this hunter is with Ivy. Oh, but it's gonna teleport to the Psychologist, but she's just gonna pop it.
Even if the Psychologist have any chance, a blink is ready once more on this Ivy, and that is going to be a 4 elimination. A 4 elimination for MSG, which puts them now in the lead in this set. congratulations on their, I want to say, comeback there. It was looking a little dicey for them there in the first round, for round 1 first half, but now the Hunter Ivy coming out here with the 4K. That was wonderfully played from both ends, but Ivy taking it in the end there.
Yes, I have to agree. This is a very exciting match overall. Just seeing how that Ivy played and used her abilities. It's just very, very fun match to watch. But yeah, so MSG is gonna be taking 5 points if I'm correct.
Yes, the score, I believe, is now 6 points to 3 points in favor of MSG. MSG also getting a round win here. A round win.
Yeah.
A round win, there we go. So they have quite an advantage going into round 2. WWW is going to need to make some form of comeback here in the second round. So maybe we'll see a bit of a surprise Hunter pick. Maybe we'll see an interesting map being played. It all depends on what their strategy might be.
Yeah, I'm interested to kind of go in and see the strategy and see what they have. Kind of see if they can play catch up here and get more points for their team.
It's always important to know, especially in a competition like this, is even when you're down, that does not mean that you are out. We have seen comebacks from teams all the time. It is never over till it's over. That's what I always say. I mean, MSU is a perfect example of that in round 1 first half, not giving up and getting that dungeon escape. So I really hope that WWW has that same mindset. Even though they're down, they're not quite out of it just yet.
Yeah.
I see a lot of support in the chat for both teams. That is lovely to see. Thank you guys for supporting these players and supporting this tournament as well. I'm sure it means so much to them.
Yes, I love seeing all the positivity and kind messages to all the teams. Yeah, everyone's just playing so well, and it's been so fun being able to commentate these matches, especially with Zeez.
I'm already having a blast. These matches are exciting so far. I got to see especially some Goatman gameplay, and now for round 2, I'm just kind of curious to see how these teams are going to start adapting to each other. But it's really interesting to see, especially as somebody who's been has a little bit of high rank experience, to see some of these familiar names and see how it differs. Some of these players playing in a ranked setting versus playing in a tourney setting, because despite what some people might tell you, they are very different.
Yeah, they are different indeed. I think when going in and playing rank with your team or something, just a bit different from the tourney with the point system and just having those extra bands included, is just very interesting to see how these high tier survivors and hunters kind of work their way around that.
Exactly. I think it also, I feel like for the hunter it's a bit 50-50, because sometimes you can rely on your survivors because you're not truly alone, having 2 halves of a round. But at the same time, it can be pretty tricky, since in tourney it is considered to be hunter leaning on that meta right now, with the very, very strong hunters, of course, Goatman, Hullabaloo, Opera, and Ivy. You know, without being a master of that meta, you're going to have a really nice specialist surprise pick. Otherwise, it might be really, really difficult for you to start winning, even though you might be very talented at the hunter that you play. Sometimes that hunter might just have limitations that just don't allow them to push for wins, unlike other characters might.
Yeah, having those either those niche or maybe weaker hunters, unfortunately, even having them, I feel like, mastered to the point of just being absolutely cracked with them. I think just with the way the meta is and in the game, I think that sometimes just that hunter pick can just really kind of affect the outcome that you want. Just like with the meta. So very gonna be very exciting to see if we see any maybe specialty picks from these hunters here.
That is exactly what I'm wondering if we'll be seeing here in round 2. And we are going to be seeing Moon River Park being picked by, I believe, Team WWW here. And MSG will be playing Hunter first in this round as opposed to last round. So looks like they want to keep up that momentum here in round 2.
Yeah, I don't see. I feel like I don't see Moonlit River Park chosen too often, so I'm excited to see. Maybe we'll see some coaster play as well.
It's true. Coaster is very funny when it is utilized. Now, I'm curious to see, since first round was IV, that means they prioritize a map pressure based hunter over a chasing based hunter. So I almost wonder if that's something that this hunter likes doing. So maybe we'll see them lean into another map pressure or high mobility based hunter here, or will they stick with a chase hunter?
Yes, it's gonna be very interesting to see kind of which direction the hunter will go here.
Looks like we're finally starting our ban and pick phase here for round 2, first half on Moon River Park. Once again, MSG will be hunting for the first round, and the WWW survivors will have a chance to hopefully get some of their survivors out the gate this time after that previous 4 eliminations. So I'm kind of curious to see how they will adapt and how the hunter will try to continue keeping up this momentum here. Oh, and we're going to be seeing a mechanic and priestess ban here first. 2 very difficult characters to deal with on that map. I would 100% understand why the hunter would be banning these characters out here first.
Yes, I have to agree. And that Goatman ban coming out from the survivor side here.
Goatman is just so strong. I would get him out of the way there immediately. And a Seer Barmaid pick here. That is a really good double set of survivors there, because they kind of have a nice teamwork going for them. Anytime the Barmaid takes first chase, if she's ever in a pinch, the Seer can just send in an owl and help her get that first drink off.
Yeah, and we're gonna be seeing a Gravekeeper ban from the hunter side as well. Just kind of when he gets in that shovel and uses his speed, he can probably make it very fast across the map. So just kind of locking that Gravekeeper.
For their rescuer here, so keeping things very simple for the team comp here. I wonder what their last pick will be to tie off the bow on this team, but so far I feel like it's pretty balanced here with support and rescue and kiting here. And Anticrine will be seen once again from the hunter side. They really don't want to deal with that kite and harass potential from Chi Shi there. Very difficult character to deal with.
Yes indeed. Interested to see what we're gonna see. We seeing a coordinator coming out for the survivors. Very interesting comp. I haven't been seeing much Seer, so I'm as he's usually locked in ban, so it's gonna be very exciting to see how they play,
especially if he takes kite. He does have 2 rescuers to help him out there with the mercenary Titer and the coordinator with a gun. He's going to be able to get rescued, I think, pretty easily 2 times. It just depends on what the hunter will pick here. We do have Opera Singer and Hullabaloo available, part of the strong meta here, but we do have a couple other characters that we could see. We could see some stronger hunters that might be a surprise pick. Maybe that Clown could come out, potentially a Hermit, though I don't know if Hermit would be the best into this comp specifically. But then we'll see what the hunter decides.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to see what the hunter chooses to play. Looking at these survivors here, with that Goatman ban, I'm not too sure. Maybe potential Ivy. I'm really not too sure.
I think Ivy was their banned character from last time, so it wouldn't be an Ivy.
Oh wait, yeah. Yes, I'm so sorry.
It will be the Hullabaloo, actually.
Yeah, we will be seeing the Hullabaloo coming out on Moonlit, which is exciting.
I think this might actually give him a little bit of a home field advantage. Might have a bit of advantage for the MSG hunter here, because I don't see any Hullabaloo characters on the survivor side. Hold on now.
Yeah, Hullabaloo kind of being on his home turf. Gonna see how he plays here.
Exactly. We're going to see a pretty typical standard spawn setup here from the WWW survivors. The question is, will Hullabaloo spawn in the... Yes, he will. He will spawn... Oh. He will spawn in the standard spawn. Had a little bit of a... I was thinking... Oh. Okay, I think he's doing it just to mess with me now. I think he's just messing with me.
Yeah, going back and forth.
Tricks, so...
Yeah, going back and forth, but yes, ultimately opting to spawn between the barmaid and the coordinator.
Right, and I think at least this is a very smart setup here for spawns, because in the Hullabaloo standard spawn, he has two options. He can chase the coordinator first, which coordinator is kind of an annoying first chase sometimes and has a long chair time to work with, which they will definitely take advantage of if they can. But if you go for the barmaid, that also means you're going to have to deal with the Seer barmaid combo, which means he's going to guarantee a drink being made. However, with how much Hullabaloo has momentum with no attack recovery, this might be exactly what he wants to just feed up on presence on that barmaid.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see going into this match, but I think just looking into it, maybe potentially going for that coordinator. I'm not too sure.
I do believe, and I think the barmaid will be the first chase, but we'll just have to see what the hunter decides here, especially depending on the trait as well. If they bring maybe an excitement pick, we could see them definitely go after that coordinator for sure. And here we are getting into the match. We are going to be seeing a insolent detention teleport build from the Hullabaloo.
Yeah.
Panic, Nostalgic, Wanted Order, and Hunter's Instinct on their Persona Web as well, with a bit of quenching effect here, just in case somebody tries to hide from him.
And we're gonna see him also looking at that floor here to activate that hunt. Able to get that early red bomb on the barmaid there.
These snipes are wonderful. He might be able to get the first hit right here if he gets the snipe. Oh, just barely missing it, though. I respect the attempt, though. I respect the attempt. And this is a full kite barmaid as well, so this is going to be an even trickier kite. Attempts to go for a pallet stun, doesn't get it, but doesn't get hit either, so not really anything that both players really wanted there, but barmaid does have a bit of a safety net to potentially get a little more distance. No flywheel being utilized. We see the flywheel here. No flywheeling for the first hit. Might be saving it so that she can use her drink and get the drink off with the flywheel here. He will be switching targets though.
Yes, we're gonna be seeing a teleport from the Hullabaloo here, kind of going for that seer. Definitely something I was not expecting. But yeah, we're gonna see that red, and we're gonna also see a
I think that teleport is a bit of a gamble because the barmaid gets the drink off for free and 3 ciphers will be done, but the seer doesn't look like they're in the best area to kite, so I don't know if this gamble will pay off for the hunter here.
Yeah, and with the seer having flywheel and his owl, yeah, to use, it's just not gonna be the easiest chase.
Will try to block him up from that pallet. Hits the owl. Unfortunately, that's not what he wanted. Even though he is very close to full presence, it looks like the hunter, despite waiting out the owl, is not going to be at full presence just yet. And this here is buying so much time. If you look at the ciphers, they are rushing so fast. Oh my goodness.
Yes, all last three ciphers being worked on, Zeez. Looking like a pretty solid place for the survivors here.
Or exactly. It feels like the game just started, but it's almost already over. And they still have both of their rescuers lined up. Mercenary will come in here first with a amazing elbow pad here. But will be getting doubled down. Is there any way that Hullabaloo will be able to capitalize off that double down, or is it too late? That is the big question of this match.
Yeah, with coordinator still being up and one cipher is going to be popped, I think we will be able to see someone else
another owl being used, and he's
got.
Did this seer just farm 2 owls?
Yes, I believe
think he just farmed 2 owls.
He did. Oh my
Impressive
goodness.
work from the Seer. It looks like the Mary coordinator is coming on in here. Has the gun lined up. Will she use it right here? She looks like she'll be holding on to it. Nope. She will be shooting the Hullabaloo right point blank in the face there. Going to get a free rescue real quick. And that cipher is so close to being done. I believe the barmaid should be making her way in here soon, or is lined up at the gate actually, ready for her teammates to pop, it seems.
Yeah, oh, and we're gonna see a flyable from that coordinator trying to just not give any hits to the Hullabaloo. And it will be primed.
And he does not, he unfortunately has no trump card, so he couldn't even abnormal if he wanted to. We'll be getting a hit onto the coordinator here, but with 2 survivors here, it shouldn't be that difficult to pop the cipher. Can he pick up in time? He does pick up in time. They pop. But who's going to rescue the coordinator?
Yeah, we're gonna pop here, and that's gonna be coordinator's first chair. We see that Hullabaloo instantly teleporting to a 4-stop gate, catching that barmaid.
This is going to be quite another gamble here. If he doesn't finish off this barmaid quickly, they're going to be able to rescue the coordinator and then open the gate without much repercussions, but it's not looking too good. I believe this hunter is running out of time and not getting these hits. But the flywheel miss, maybe there is a small chance he can jump over, but the timing looks a little too strict, especially when there's no chair here. I think this is going to be a 3 escape for the survivors.
Yeah, it's unfortunate there wasn't a chair in front of the working carousel there. But we're gonna see that Hullabaloo trapezing, just trying to make his way to the gate and see if he can get anyone else, but that it is gonna be open, so.
It's going to be a 3 escape for the survivors. I'm sure they are much happier about that this time after what happened in their last match. So wonderfully played by the WW survivors this time, getting a 3 escape in round 2, first half.
Yeah, wonderful teamwork from WWW. The barmaid able to get that heal off once the Hullabaloo teleported, and then the Seer having that flywheel and that owl to work with just wasted a lot of time, and they were able to get those ciphers just up and primed.
Exactly. Now, something that I find to be interesting is that unless the the WW survivors, actually, I think we are guaranteed a round. Are we guaranteed a round 3 at this point? Oh, no, we are not. If the MSG survivors get a 4 escape, it will be over. We're mostly going to see round 3 here, but if they somehow manage a 4 escape, I believe that will be it.
Yes, I think you're right, Zeez. So it's gonna be, very interesting to see just who these survivors will play. Probably something comfortable and that's something that they feel is safe.
I think it's going to be tricky because they're going to want a 3 escape here because they do not want to lose their lead. If anything else, they really don't want to lose the game entirely. If they lose this round, they're going to give WWW a chance to make that comeback. So at this point, they really need to stand their ground on the end of the survivors to make sure they don't get any more momentum if possible here.
Yeah. We're gonna see I Love My Tummy coming in and hunting again for WWW.
What a name. I've seen their name before. It's truly something.
Very cute. Just very excited. See how this next match goes, especially on Moonlit. It's always a very exciting map.
Opens up the possibilities for lots of different hunters to play. It's a very open area, typically considered to be a hunter-sided map. So with a lot of different options, we'll see what I Love My Tummy decides to pick here.
You're gonna instantly block that Syrian Antiquarian. Very valid. That doesn't want any support from the Seer or harassing from that Antiquarian, so just gonna lock that up. It's gonna be a breaking wheel ban from the survivor side, potentially doing their research. might be a respect ban here.
Potentially. I do believe I've seen this hunter play sculptor before, but the Will brothers, I'm not entirely sure, but the mechanic has been released into Moon River Park. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
She escaped ban jail.
She escaped and she is up and ready to shine. We see her along with that puppeteer and the Gravekeeper as well.
Seems like each team has their strategies down. They are picking these so very fast. It's like they knew what was coming. How prepared are they? My goodness, that's confidence from both ends. Let's see, what would the last survivor be in here? Maybe an Ada. Okay, the psychologist ban, I see.
Yeah, just not wanting to allow just by how many hits she can tank. Just not gonna allow her on the field.
I mean, has to deal with that puppeteer tanking things already. You wouldn't want to have to deal with 2 tanks, and we're going to see a pretty balanced comp out here. I mean, the mechanic is a very dangerous character if left alone. So the big question is, how will this team, MSG serves, utilize the mechanic here?
Yeah, gonna go in and assume that I Love My Tummy probably won't let this mechanic out and roaming free, especially with her bot. But I'm excited to see how both sides will play.
Still have yet to see the hunter pick. The Breaking Wheel was banned. They did play Goatman last time, so they cannot play Goatman. But we still have 3 other meta characters that we can pick here. I do believe Opera Singer would be decently viable here, depending on how much experience this hunter has with a character like Sangria. But we could also see them stick with the meta and match the other team's Hullabaloo by also going Hullabaloo as well.
Yeah, it would be really interesting to see I don't know, both hunters kind of picking Hullabaloo for this map. As very silly as it is Moonlit River Park.
All while Orpheus is staring at us from the background. It will be another Hullabaloo pick here. So
Yeah.
2 Hullabaloos out here in round 2. It seems like the home field advantage is what they want to go for here. But didn't work out last time. Maybe in this round we'll see if Mike will, get his revenge this time. Although that mechanic does seem very dangerous. I can't help but wonder how they're going to utilize her. Where are they going to put her? There are so many different strategies that can be utilized with mechanics, so I can't help but wonder what it's going to be this time. Will they put her 2-story? Will they put her first? I've even seen mechanics spawn 4th just to get the bot out and then have her be the first chase guaranteed. I don't know what they're going to plan. I don't know what they're doing. It looks like it's going to be first, actually. They want to protect her all the way at first, give her instant access to coaster, which, against Hullabaloo can be really, really strong.
Yeah, and this is a pretty common pick, spawn selection pick from the survivors here, and we're gonna see Island My Tummy picking the same spawn as the last hunter Hullabaloo as well. Yeah, we're gonna see borrowed time on the mechanic and the puppeteer and the gravekeeper, and obviously we're gonna see that the Sui build with flywheel and Matrix for that embalmer.
Exactly. So, well, we have 2 options this time once again. Who do you think the Hullabaloo? Hullabaloo, fun name to say. Who do you think they'll be chasing this time, Kiwi?
I don't know. I know 2-story is just not the best for chasing, but I feel like maybe he might make his way try to find that mechanic, but there is a lot of distance between the 2, so I'm a bit unsure. What do you think, Zeez?
If this was me, I would personally chase the embalmer, but that also is because I'm not good at hunter. So we'll see. I don't know. I think it's
You and me.
50-50.
You and me both, Zeez. I think I peaked at maybe a croc 2. So
Hey, I mean, hunting's hard. Everybody give credit to your local hunter, man. Hunting is not easy. And it will be the puppeteer pick first, actually. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yes, able to get that white bomb on the puppeteer, kind of looking down again to activate his persona ability. And
We actually, yes, we do see Hunter's. It's a Insolence trump card hullabaloo with Nostalgic Panic and 2 stacks of Destructiveness. So those pallets are going to be chewed up by Mike here. Getting a hit onto the puppeteer without a Lewis, though, that's very important. Although, temporarily losing track of this puppeteer. Does need to be said that this team is losing one of their tide tuners here as well, which is not really ideal.
yeah, not optimal for the survivors here. But we're gonna see Universal getting locked a little bit. Yeah, getting locked abilities.
What a solid puppet, knowing that the double collar was coming in.
Yes, very, very amazingly played from the puppeteer, but not much to really work with. And there's gonna be a down with the Hullabaloo's clone.
It's a very solid double surprise there, I must say. And with Warp being the trait, I almost wonder oh, wait a minute, they had Nostalgic, yes. With Warp Nostalgic, that they're gonna want to double down. That is a double down type of build. You want to, with Nostalgia, you can see where the person is. You hit the rescuer, warp onto the initial chase, tunnel them down. It can be very, very dangerous.
Yeah, and we're gonna see that Gravekeeper come up for that rescue. I love my tummy. Definitely gonna want to try and go for that double down here.
Will not be able to see it though. Grave perfectly positioning himself into the corner so that couldn't even get a single color that isn't white. That was very, very smart from that Gravekeeper Dry Napkins. And now the pressure is applied to the puppeteer once again. Not going to be able to kite out Tide Turner, which means he will not be able to utilize another one of his favorite little guy Lewis. Although I guess he hates him, so maybe his enemy, his op, as the kids would say. I don't know.
A little op. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna see the puppeteer. Oh, we're gonna see a nice trapeze from I Love My Tummy. Kind of just.
The mechanic is going to rescue. Interesting. Well, yeah. I mean, she can decode while rescuing, so it is seen pretty often, but maybe getting a little bit greedy there for that cipher progress.
Yeah, and unfortunately missing that flywheel as well on the mechanic side. Oh.
Now the question is, will we see the wow, good patience from Universal, but not utilizing that Lewis once again. That's gonna hurt because now he's going down instantly as opposed to maybe a little while from now. But the Cypher Rush is quite good from this team, so we could still see a draw here. They still have Coffin available, which is still a very, very powerful item that needs to be respected.
Yeah, we're gonna see I Love My Tummy using that big trapeze, closing the distance and get himself at second stop. I was also gonna be able to, see these survivors trying to heal here.
This pressure, it's gonna be really, really difficult. They're not gonna be allowed to heal. It looks like a new cipher will be started on the other side of the map, I believe by the mechanic or something. And the Gravekeeper will be going down, and the only one who can rescue now is that Embalmer, who will be trying to finish up the second stop cipher before coming in for the rescue. But I don't know if they're going to get the chance to finish it up here, especially since he can jump all the way over.
A very, very big trapeze from the Hullabaloo here. And a bit of a preemptive flywheel from the Embalmer, just a bit unfortunate. Yeah, just see, probably not gonna be able to make this rescue.
Just have to commend the Hunter there as well, noticing that the Embalmer probably had flywheel and waiting it out as well, not using the third attack right away, but giving it a little time before swinging immediately. Gravekeeper gonna hop immediately into that shovel, but pressuring down the mechanic here instead, since, well, she's the most vulnerable one here. This poor little duck mechanic will be getting chaired. Her bot is still out there though, so maybe we'll see that bot be utilized some way.
Yeah, we see that bot at first stop, it looks like.
What a snipe!
Wow!
And they
Really
will be using the
smart.
coffin as well. That's going to get the coffin out of the game without really losing much cost on the rescue there. Wow. This is just wonderfully played by this hunter. I love my tummy. Just can't say it seriously. But I must commend the fact that they are performing very, very well with this hullabaloo, constantly applying pressure to these survivors, not giving them a single chance to really do anything in this match.
Yeah, just the hullabaloo just playing so well, being able to get that first down on that puppeteer. Yeah, we do see I'm in my tummy kind of using that and I locate the area of Ellie Williams here.
I think that's what was interesting right there. Was the bot was actually messing up the hullabaloo clone double surprise, whatever you want to call it, due to the fact that it always looks at the closest survivor, but the bot counts as a survivor, so kind of mess it up there, and they're going to be able to continue working the cipher. Does not see the embalmer working on the working carousel cipher, but there it is. Once I started looking behind, there it is. Everybody always tells survivors to look behind, but maybe the hunters should take some of their own advice, it seems. Now let's see here. We do still see 2 self-heals, but at this point in the game, it's going to be very, very difficult for the survivors to get even a single person out the gate.
Yeah, which is
Beating out the flywheel again. The patience.
Yeah, because the patience from Isla My Tummy here just kind of unmatched, and just doing some cheering now from the side of www.
Looks like he was saying no to the duck there as well. It doesn't look like Hullabaloo is a big fan of ducks, it seems. But we'll be picking up the embalmer here, cheering him, and that will be the 4 elimination for WWW, which are now, after round 2 second half, they are now in the lead.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Just a bit of a back and forth here between both of these teams. Just performing very well. Especially their hunters just being able to get these eliminations.
I believe the score is now 11-7 in terms of WWW. Each team having a round win. So, depending on the results of round 3, it could go to either team.
Yes, I'm very excited to get into the next match and see what these teams have in store for us.
The big thing is as well, a lot of these hunters are now going to be banned. A lot of hunters and survivors are banned. So what will be the options now? Because it was Goatman, Ivy, Hullabaloo. So it seems like the strongest 4 hunters can be now banned out here. So now we're going to have to start looking into seeing how deep these hunter pools go and seeing if the survivors have any tricks up their sleeve left, since they've already picked their most meta and probably most practiced characters here.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, especially for our hunters here to see, like you said, dig a little deeper into their hunter pool, and maybe come out with a specialty hunter that they feel confident in.
Right, and I think what's interesting as well, they have been prioritizing their hunters for both teams. They've picked relatively hunter-sided maps. Eversleeping could be considered balanced, but Moonlit is definitely considered by many to be a hunter-sided map. So I wonder if we'll see a Chinatown pick here in round 3, or if we'll try to prioritize survivors. Maybe we'll see an Arms Factory pick, maybe a more balanced map like Red Church. Dare I say Sacred Heart Hospital? That would be prioritizing survivors only, but we'll have to see what they decide to pick here.
Yes.
The chat is so funny. I just took some time to read through the chat. Oh, chat is so funny. You guys are oh my gosh, you guys are so funny. Even if you're making fun of me a little bit, that's fine.
These so what is it? You are
I've learned what unk is recently. It just means uncle / old guy.
Oh, that makes sense.
I didn't know what it meant. My chat had to teach me, and now they're out here calling me unk, which is like, all right, I'll just embrace it. Whatever, it's fine.
You are similar to Yo7 in that aspect. Both of you do give very grandpa.
Right. It's fine.
Right.
It's fine. I'll embrace it. That's funny.
Yeah.
That's funny, Yo7.
He's very old.
Very old. You putting emphasis on it? Wow, not even just old, just very old. That's some emphasis right there. Oh my goodness. Gosh. All right, well, enough talk about that. Whatever the chat's going on with now. I just want to know the maps. I just want to know what characters we're gonna see in round 3. Round 3 is usually considered by many to be one of the most exciting rounds, since it usually tends to be less focused on the meta and more about surprise, or you get to see a little more personality, I guess, coming out in round 3, where we get to see some favorite comfort picks coming out here from the hunters and survivors both as well. Still haven't seen that entomologist pick. I know there's an S-badge entomologist on your team. Come on, guys. Let's get it going. Let's come on. Yeah, let's pick Chinatown. Let's be scared of that clown. Like, oh man, I think they're gonna play clown, guys. I think we gotta get that entomologist.
I think it's gonna be a clown.
What would thief counter? What is thief? Is thief good? Is anybody? I don't play thief.
Is thief even good? No, that's.
What would he be good at? Like, I'm trying to think. I don't even know. Like, not even a Hellenberg, because he'd give him the rage. I don't know. Why ever pick thief over any other character?
Because he's silly.
Because he's fun.
He gives a boost when looking in chest. So he's broken. He's OP.
Yeah. Of course. An Omni chest opening buff is definitely interesting. It is interesting, to say the least. So it looks like Toxic from the chat has a little bit of information for us. I Love My Tummy has been seen as the first wheel for over 20 seasons, so that is why they are banning out that wheel. That's why they were respecting that wheel pick so much. Makes sense. Makes sense if that's going to be their comfort pick there. So we actually might still see some meta being played from them if they really want to prioritize banning out that breaking wheel.
Yeah, no, that definitely makes a lot more sense to me now, knowing that I Love My Tummy has been playing wheel probably for a very, very long time.
Especially after those recent breaking wheel buffs. I mean, he's been seen a lot more, especially even in IVL. I believe Shalma, who didn't touch the character for a long time, is really excited to start playing him once again. Actually performed pretty well, I believe, recently in that IVL tournament with breaking wheel. So could be a bit more of a popular pick that we start seeing here in the future.
Yeah, and I really, I've said it before, but I really enjoy watching wheel gameplay. I feel like when you first came out, I was kind of like, what the hell? Like, it was just really, I don't know, the wheel meta was something else. But I don't know, I find myself gravitating towards that wheel gameplay. Just very fun to watch him zoom around the map.
Very, very aggressive. I wasn't around for the days before Flywheel existed when he was just rampaging around everywhere, but I would agree. I think wheel gameplay is really fun to watch. Kind of tricky to face sometimes, but watching it, it's a very entertaining character to watch. Just with how speed it is. But we are going to be seeing Red Church being picked. A pretty balanced map out here. Not really viable for something like a wheel, unfortunately. Maybe that's why they're picking that here. But we will be seeing that the WW2 Hunter will be playing Hunter first this time in round 3 first half here.
Yeah, very interested to see what I Love My Tummy will bring out, kind of knowing that those meta hunters are kind of on lock in the bans now.
I almost wonder if MSG will bother banning that breaking wheel. Now, I don't know how experienced they are on a map like Red Church, but I do know that Red Church has some very strong windows, especially Church itself. It can be really difficult to play breaking wheel on this map, especially if the character that you want to chase is in a really strong area. So I don't know if we'll be seeing that breaking wheel pick or even a breaking wheel ban. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, just gonna have to see from the survivors here. If they even want to really allow that wheel out. There is those strong windows, so could definitely be taken into consideration. Yeah, it's just Red Church has that shack window, and then obviously Church itself has those 2 windows. So if they do allow wheel out, which it looks like they are,
yeah, Seer anti-ban from the Hunter side, but Opera Singer and Sculptor ban. Bit of a surprise, but again, I have seen this Hunter play Sculptor quite a bit in ranks before, but tournament, I don't know if I've seen them play Sculptor, so I guess they're fearing that Sculptor a little bit. Maybe don't want to deal with that surprise pick.
And I Love My Tummy obviously coming out with the Seer and the Antiquarian pan. Very common. No hunter really wants to see especially that Seer just in the match.
The first officer here as well doesn't want to deal with the potential rescue, but they do have a knight that they can utilize. So I think we might be good here in terms of, or MSG might be thinking that they're good enough here for their rescuer. So that officer ban probably doesn't hurt them too bad here, unless they wanted to pick a double rescue.
Yeah, and the forward ban as well. Yeah.
Double harasser ban. Let's see. We have one more option for the survivors here. We do have a rescuer. We have a kiter. And there is the entomologist pick.
There you go.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, Dry Napkins. Thank you. Thank you for listening to me.
Love you, Dry Napkins. Thank you. Yeah, we are going to be seeing that entomologist come out. It's very exciting.
Oh, I'm so excited. The question is, what will the hunter play into this? Because now, even if they wanted to go for something like a clown, that's going to be really dangerous with a fire investigator and an entomologist on the team. Not really viable for something like a clown, so they're going to have to pick something else here. Maybe an Ivy pick? We could see an Ivy pick here.
Yeah, that is true. We could see that potential Ivy, as she still is up and available. And I think that would kind of go well into this team as well. So yeah, I'm very interested to see who I Love My Tummy will choose.
And it looks like the entomologist will be letting it rip with a build like that. Hot Wheels? Oh my goodness. They're out here ready, letting it rip. I'm excited.
Letting it rip.
The talents have been picked. It all comes down to this hunter. Let's see. What will they pick? Will it be the Ivy? A peddler?
We are going to be seeing Peddler Gaming. Oh my goodness. Yes, we're going to be seeing Peddler coming out from I Love My Tummy.
A peddler. I was not expecting to see peddler. I haven't really seen much high-level peddler gameplay. This is gonna be fun. Ooh,
I know.
Okay.
We haven't seen many peddlers in this tournament, as I feel there hasn't been much time she's been released. But yeah, I'm very excited to see how this peddler will play.
Yeah, especially up against a knight. I do know that there are some theorizers out there that think knight and peddler have some lore relations as well. So that could be interesting to see what happens in this match in terms of that as well. But might be going for the fire investigator or the entomologist first here. I'm not entirely sure. Do you have any thoughts, Kiwi? Any predictions on first chase?
I'm gonna say maybe just because that fire investigator in that middle can just be, I feel, such a hassle to really deal with. I feel like maybe potentially going for the ento here, maybe. What about you, Zeez? What are your predictions?
I think the hunter is going to chase the entomologist so that my bias will be confirmed that I will have some entomologist content. However, the professional in me says I think that they will also chase the entomologist because fire investigator in church is very, very strong. So it also could depend on rotation as well. They could end up going for the psychologist, but I feel like entomologist is the safest chase here for the peddler, especially since the bees, I want to say, do not block the vine, but I haven't had enough time to experiment with it, so we'll see.
Yeah, I'm so excited.
High level peddler gameplay. This is going to be a treat.
It's a treat indeed.
She gives out treats as well, doesn't she? She gives out like candy. I think there's like candies in it.
Yeah, she does like give like she does give Granny with like those like little strawberry or butterscotch candies in her little basket.
Getting the S tier as well. What a cool skin. All right, let's see. Immediately just going through. Wow, doesn't want to walk around. I see. We are going to see a very standard build out here from the peddler. A detention, trump card, destructiveness, 2 stacks with 1 stack of berserker, and a blink here. Very standard stuff. Early hit.
Use that vine.
Wow.
And it's also going to use that chip damage that she collected there earlier in the game, and that's going to be all pretty early hits on the ento. Here.
Extremely early hit, but with the ball, can she? Wow, the denial looking at that frog ball. I would be so upset if I use up all my energy and then I met with that frog looking at me dead in my face. Oh my goodness, I would not be happy. But wonderfully played by the fire investigator, stopping the vine from the peddler and continuing the dry.
Wonderfully played, and it looks like Universal's coming in again.
Another frog.
Another frog support, yes, and that's gonna be both balls expended from the fire investigator there. I'm gonna see what the peddler can do to get this ento down.
It might be a chip, it might be a blink. Either way, I don't think poor Melly will be lasting much longer, but great support from the fire investigator, can letting that kite extend way longer than this peddler planned for.
Yeah, and we are gonna see Universal kind of rotating off that cipher, kind of knowing we won't be able to do much decoding on it.
I don't know if I see the rescue coming in to say, there's the knight. Okay, let's see. Will the prediction work? Does she fall for it? Wow. She just swings, and we'll be going for a double down as well, and gets it. Ooh, this is looking really good for the peddler.
Yes, with that extended hitbox as well, just able to get that hit on the knight, but the knight also coming in again. She's trying to give ento as much support as she can.
Give as much distance, utilizing the bees. This is really smart because entomologist does not leave a trail. You don't exactly know where she is, but with the tinnitus trick, you have a good idea that she could be somewhere here. But look, this is wonderfully played by the entomologist, counter-rotating the peddler, taking advantage of the fact that she has no trail, buying so much time for her team right now. But the bees will likely be hit right here, and they're going to be using the psychologist whistle. But she has a vine.
With the heal. Oh, but able to get that heal off. Oh my goodness.
The comeback might start happening here now. Now that the entomologist is at full health here. Will we see her make this pallet? Potentially. She will eat a chip, which I guess is better than a basic for her.
Yeah, and with no more bees to work with, Flywheel almost ready. That's going to be very interesting to see how this ento plays this. Oh, unfortunately, Mrs. That chip hit. And his ento is just gonna keep.
Blink a flywheel. Interesting. I think that was maybe a little bit of a panic reaction there. Unfortunate, but that was a beautiful rebound from the entomologist. I want to say almost 60 seconds there. That bought so much time, and now the peddler was looking really good at the start of this game, especially with getting that double down. But now I'm not so sure. I feel like this might actually be a drawed game now.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you, Z, especially if we're looking at the ciphers, just kind of really only needing one more full cipher already being worked on. Oh, and it's gonna be a rescue from the knight using yeah. Oh.
He's gonna try to body block for the entomologist, continuing to try to keep her alive. Oh, does get the prediction right. Can he get the body block? Unfortunately, unable to get the body block though. And without a harasser, this will be Melly sent back to the manor. But they did buy so much progress on these ciphers. Last cipher is 55%, and now without a teleport or trait to work with, they can't exactly pressure that cipher that is so far away. They're going to have to chase down the psychologist instead.
Yeah, going to treat that psychologist. Wow, I just really like how I Love My Tummy has been using those little chips.
Getting the chip into the basic hit, it's just really good utilization of Peddler's kit, making it so. Wait, will they pop here?
Yes, they will.
Pop right here. Wow. And unfortunately, it looks like that might have been a mistake. I think they wanted to open up a wall, not grab some grass on the gosh darn ground of Red Church. We do see the vine though, and it should be enough to get it down. The trait is ready. There could be a 3K that we see. They're getting aggressive.
Yeah, it's going to often teleport to
into her loving arms. Grandma, I've returned. Give me cookies and love, please. This might actually be a 3 elimination.
Yeah, it really is looking that way. Gonna cheer the knight here, but the psychologist still on the ground. And we do see the investigator opening up that reception gate, but yes.
It looks like psychologists will be trying to buy even more time as much as possible as well. Mind gaming this pallet. There is a potential dungeon, but with the vine, it looks like it will not be able to be utilized, and that will most likely be the 3 elimination that the peddler is looking for. Even though her mask is going through her head, what the heck? That looks weird. Are you seeing that? That looks interesting.
No, I saw that as well. It's just like, wait.
That is interesting. That is, weird.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what a really good 3 elimination, despite the fact that they almost came back. It looks like the WWW Hunter was able to pick up a 3 elimination here out in round 3. Very fitting.
It's very fitting indeed. Yeah, just want to give it to those MSG survivors as well though. Just the Ento being able to waste so much time kind of tricking the peddler into thinking that she transitioned to graveyard, but just using those bees to keep making more and more distance and actually getting that psychologist Bluetooth heal off is just able to extend so much. So just very nicely played on both sides here.
I couldn't agree more. Exactly. Well played from both sides. It was a really, really fun game, especially getting to see Peddler. I haven't really seen the chip into basic too much, honestly, that attack too much. It's a really nice combo that I feel like a lot more Peddlers are probably going to utilize in the future as well. So that's the best thing about watching tournaments as well, is you can learn some tips and tricks to improve your own gameplay as well. So some of my favorite parts.
I know, just like being able to commentate and watch all these matches, I feel like I'm just learning a lot more about obviously the characters and hunters in general, but also I don't know, I just feel like I'm just adding onto my game sense. Hopefully, I love like learning little things, just little things about this game.
Exactly. Now, Kiwi, I have to say this is looking very, very dangerous for Team MSG, because correct me if I'm wrong, the only way for MSG to win now is if they get a 4 elimination with their hunter.
Yeah. just gonna it's not gonna be an easy time getting a poor elimination, especially this far into the matches. It's not gonna be easy at all.
We might need to see some surprise pick. I don't know. It's a bit of a gamble because you can sometimes choose a meta pick that could just, be the meta. It's the strongest type character, or you could try to win with a bit of a surprise pick. But when you need a 4K, especially in tournament, it's really hard to get it because a lot of survivors will just sell, especially if you pick like not like a camping hunter or something. It's like, why would we bother rescuing when all we need is a single person out? So I feel like they're gonna have to play something with good map pressure. Maybe we'll see a Dream Witch pick, maybe a clown, anything with just fast chase or good map pressure. I don't know what's gonna have to happen, but they need that for elimination.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what exactly they'll bring up to try and get that for elimination for their team, as that's kind of all they can do and kind of hope for to continue this this match.
Exactly, and no matter who wins, I mean, both sides have played very, very well, and if they were to rematch, who knows exactly who would win? I think that's one of the most interesting things about IDV comp is, sometimes it just depends on the day. Sometimes Team A will win one day, and sometimes Team B will win the next day. It's just to see how the chips fall some days. We see it with the professionals as well. Sometimes even some of the strongest teams can lose to some of the underdog teams, even in professional settings as well. It's just, I think that's just what's most interesting about IDV is it's just you never really know who can win, especially when you can just get a lucky terror shock or something, and like that can just change the entire pace of the game, which changes the entire pace of the set and determines who will win in the end.
Yeah, I just also feel like just like everybody has those days, where maybe they feel they're not performing their best. So I definitely agree that I feel like it could be anyone's game here when it comes to like these teams both against each other. They're just both playing so extremely well.
And we're finally getting into the abandoned picks here. We are going to be seeing Mechanic back into that ban jail. She goes. Gravekeeper as well, and they're going to be getting rid of a Hermit pick. Interesting. So Hermit and Goatman are gone. This Hunter, I believe, has Sangria in terms of meta options to choose from, and Sangria is considered to be pretty decent on this map, so we might actually see an Opera Singer pick here from the Hunter if they want to get a 4 elimination and want to stick with the meta.
Yeah, and we're also going to be seeing Bomber and that Prisoner coming out. Definitely that Bomber, as they do want to just be able to get at least one survivor out.
No, I commend them for that pick. That is a very, very smart pick here. Picking very safe options here. Embalmer, Coordinator, Prisoner to advance those ciphers as well. I wonder what their last pick is going to be. Maybe a double rescue, potentially a mercenary here. It's really up to this team to see what they'll pick.
Yeah.
The last ban survivor will be Aeroplanist as well. Interesting. I feel like he's not very common on the NAU server, but Priestess? No Priestess. Knight is here again. Okay.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing that Knight.
Interesting. Yeah, this team decodes very quickly. I believe only at a rate of minus 20, depending on if the Prisoner connection is up or if the Coordinator has somebody, one of her teammates on chair. But again, 4K'ing a team like this is not going to be easy.
Yeah, not going to be easy at all. Looking at this Survivor team comp and wanting to get all of them eliminated, it's not going to be easy. But yeah, I wish the best of luck for both teams here. I'm excited to see the outcome, see who will be taking the victory.
Exactly. I'm also just really curious to see what that hunter pick is going to be. They do have that opera singer available, but they do have some of the other niche picks available. Maybe we could see the clown, maybe a dream witch. I don't feel like a dream witch would be that bad into this comp, but it could be tricky. Again, it's just I really don't know what you pick here to try to get the 4K. But we'll find out in about 15 seconds.
Yes.
Here we go. I believe, yeah, no matter what, we cannot go to overtime, so this will be the last hunter of this set. Who will they pick? It's going to be Disciple.
We're gonna be seeing an Anne, kitty cat.
Anne pick. I was not expecting Anne.
Me either, Zeez. Yeah, Anne was not something even remotely close to the top of the list that I was expecting from this hunter, but I'm very excited to see this Disciple, see how she plays.
I think the biggest thing is going to be the rescues, if they do even go for them, because we all know that Disciple is a very strong camping hunter, and if she's able to get those camps off, that might be the 4K that she needs. However, it also depends on if the survivors want to rescue in the first place, which also relies on having a good first kite. So if this Anne gets a really quick down, we might see the survivors actually be in a little bit of trouble, and I can't help but wonder how their nerves are as well, because even though you have the advantage, that doesn't mean those nerves are going to be completely gone.
Yes, I have to agree. The pressure is on for both teams here as we get into this last match. And looking at the build of the survivors here, we can kind of see again they're setting themselves up for at least getting that one person out. Borrow time only being on the coordinator.
I also find it interesting that the entire team has Flywheel to work with. They must really like that trait, huh?
You're really loving Flywheel. Yes. And we see Tide Turner on the night as well, obviously as the rescuer.
Yeah. Having one Tide Turner is always very, very good, especially with the Flywheel to work with as well. Yeah, I don't know who the Anne's gonna chase first. I feel like you could maybe try to push the coordinator into the prisoner. You could maybe try going for the embalmer to eliminate Coffin early, but then again, that also means longer Cypher Rush. I really don't know who to chase here. It's gonna be hard because you need that 4K.
Yes, exactly. Because also just like chasing that cord with Anne, able to kind of lock those abilities. But again, if that coordinator is able to get that gun off, that's just a lot of wasted time. So I'm very interested to see how this match will go.
Best on first chase this time. This is the last one we have for this set here. I think it's got to be the prisoner. I feel you got to get rid of that prisoner early, but I don't know. I really don't.
Ooh.
Oh, the cat is jumping around, ready to get into this match. And let's see, who will we be chasing first? Will it be that coordinator? Will it be the prisoner? It looks like she has her sights set on the coordinator for now, but
yeah, just kind of looking around here, and yep, opting to go and try and find that prisoner.
I had a bit of a feeling, but then again, oh, and the prisoner is right here, actually. Wow, does find out the prisoner very early on. And now the chase has begun right now.
The prisoner just being very close in the area to that Anne, and she's just gonna explode those cats so he's not unable to use his stun for a bit.
Yeah, it needs to be said the hunter is bringing the same build as the hunter did in the previous match. Detention, trump card, blink with a 2-stack on destructiveness and 1 on berserker. So keeping things very, very simple here. What a stun from the prisoner, allowing him to get to this pallet. He'll drop it in time with and slow swing speed. She is not making it in time, getting blinked for the first hit though.
Yeah, the Anne expending that blink disease. Just amazing stun from the prisoner there. But with her cats and her jump available, we may be seeing a potential down soon.
That's up. Wow, interesting. Wants to get his shock back.
Oh, wow.
Oh, canceling the attack recovery with the shock. A little unfortunate, and could actually use that to her advantage if she wanted to continue camping here. However, something... Yeah, she's not going to break it as I thought. She wants to... Never mind, I'm dumb. All right, so anyways, we're going to see the coordinator coming here for the rescue.
Yes, indeed. And looking at these ciphers as well, looking relatively healthy. Oh,
An early gun usage from the coordinator. Really wants to make sure this rescue is as safe as possible. Does not want to take any chances. Shoots the gun. Doesn't matter. As long as the rescue gets off safely, that is all that coordinator wanted here. And that's going to be a down onto the prisoner.
yeah, just having that stun there and able to hit him through the window. This is going to be the prisoner's second chair. Yes, and we still see the coordinator in the area. Maybe coming in for a potential second rescue.
Looks like the knight is making his way in. Will not be getting fully the correct predictions, but that is okay because he will force out. And I do not see the other cat. There is the Titanier, saving his chivalrous sympathy as well for a potential future rescue. Ciphers are looking very good. Oh, that's going to be a down into the knight, though.
Yeah, that is going to be a down on the knight, and we can see him here kind of trying to see if he can maybe take a potential hit for this prisoner, but with that cat on him, I feel that it's unlikely.
Oh, we do see a preemptive stun. Oh, and that's going to be a down on the prisoner.
Yes, we see them. She picks up the wrong survivor here as they were jumbled together, but is gonna be sending that prisoner back to the manor and putting a knight on his first chair shortly after.
This is not a bad start at all. However, the last cipher is at 60%, and we are going to see the TP onto it, but that's not the right cipher. That cipher is now finally complete, and a beautiful jump. Not really getting the best double stun there, but it's going to be really hard because now with the teleport being wasted, she cannot pressure the final cipher, and it's going to be even harder to get that 4 elimination that she so needs.
Yes, very unfortunate on the Anne side to be teleporting to that cipher just as it's getting popped, and we are just going to see that pop here, Zeez.
Oh my goodness. What a beautiful utilization of that cat. Extending the range of it so he can get the stun from behind the wall. And the Embalmer juking the hand hitbox.
Yes. Doing... Oh.
The juke from this Embalmer. He is in her head right now. We might see a flywheel line up into a pallet stun. This Embalmer is cooking right now. Absolutely cooking. And there is the escape, which means... that is going to be the victory for Team WWW. Unfortunately, MSG can no longer win because they needed that 4 elimination. However, it was a beautiful set, an amazing set of games. Not quite over here. We'll see what the we'll see how the Anne versus Embalmer ends off here. But I must say, both teams played amazingly well in this set, going all the way to round 3, second half. That is what we like to see.
Yes, I have to agree. Just seeing how this last match will play out here, we see that Anne kind of looking around, seeing the tracks though, and gonna be able to get the down on the Embalmer. That's gonna be
be the draw game, and that will be the victory for Team WWW. Congratulations! That was a hard-fought set. And they were not winning in round 1. They had to make a comeback, but it was a well-played set. I think, again, on any day, any team could have won that set. That was close games, very close games.
Yeah, both teams playing just extraordinarily well. Yeah, and it was just like kind of both teams were just... I was kind of, I didn't know exactly how it was gonna go, but it was just very amazing watching those last matches, especially seeing that Anne come out. Yeah, it's just really great.
Exactly. Yeah, Anne was definitely a bit of a surprise. I was not expecting. I would have thought we would have seen a bit more of a map pressure based hunter, but then again, Anne does have some pretty good chase and camp to utilize as well, so I can see why they picked the Anne there. as well. Pretty decent pick on a map like Red Shirt as well. But good stuff to both teams, and huge congratulations to WWW for winning it there in the end.
Yay.
It was not easy. It was not an easy victory at all. They had to fight for that.
Yes, it wasn't an easy fight at all. Yes, but congratulations to WWW, and both teams just played so amazingly well. So let's all just give our love and support in the chat.
Exactly, yes. Let's see that positivity out here for both teams. Would be very, very lovely.
Yes, and I believe we will be going into a very quick intermission. So yes. Make sure to get your snacks and make sure to stay hydrated, and we will be back soon.
Yes, make sure to sit up straight, Sonny. I see you slacking.
Not beating the.
Dang,
Oh,
straight.
I think we're back. I think we're back.
Are we? Yeah.
Yes, we are. We are back here for the. This is the fourth one, right? The fourth round.
Yes, the fourth match. We got 5
Fourth
minutes
match.
off.
Fourth match of the day. Excited to get into it because we have two teams out here that have very similar names: Blink and Sparkle and Blink Innovators. So it's a battle of the Blinks out here in this match.
Ooh. Battle of the bands. Make it battle of the blinks. Who's gonna get there first?
So we're gonna find out today here. We're already getting into the band picks, moving through it very, very fast.
I know. Let's look at this here.
I'm not sure which faction is which actually, but we're seeing a mechanic, priestess, and psychologist bands here, with a merc and barmaid pick, along with an acrobat here from the survivors.
Does this scream like hullabaloo for you with these band picks? I don't know. I feel like every time Yo7 has taught me, every time I see psychologist, it's like guaranteed Goatman, but I'm not sure. What do you think?
When I see Mechanic, obviously she's broke. When I see Priestess, I think Backdoor Rescue, which was used a lot in tournaments versus Goatman and Hello. When I see Psychologist, she's just universally good against every character. Finn is better for distance. This might be Hullabaloo, actually. Finn is usually banned from Goatman, or Fire Investigator. Forgot to use proper terminology. Probably to use proper terminology out here. Oh my goodness, the Fire Investigator.
We're not going to see Frog Finn at all today. No
Frog Finn. Rest in peace.
It's okay. But I'm kind of surprised with the Barmaid pick. I wasn't expecting the Barmaid pick, but I kind of like this team. I think if it is going to be a Hullabaloo, I feel like the Acrobat will just do really well because don't they go like hand in hand?
Somewhat. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, Hullabaloo is kind of a very aggressive character, so I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. Acrobat can just kind of kite anything. I feel like it will be Hullabaloo though. It would make sense. I actually was wondering about that Barmaid pick because Barmaid can heal Mercenary Puppeteer very easily. So if she doesn't take Kite, that's probably gonna be really good. They might spawn her at first stop here, just to protect her potentially.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think Barmaid has a great like support for her teammates, and it's just really important so that she can be on the sidelines for when they need her, and she's not first wiped out. Not the first person might be wiped out.
And that is an opera singer, not a Hullabaloo. Okay, well, still a speed demon, so we'll see.
Oh yeah.
What they do? They do spawn the Barmaid first, which does make sense. Nice. Though the Acrobat at 4th is interesting with Tide. But it looks like he won't be getting chased, so actually that is going to work out for this team.
Oh, perfect. I now I see what you mean. Yeah, the Acrobat does have Tide and has that flywheel with no borrowed time, but it's the perfect kind of position just in case if we do need to do like another rescue, Acrobat could just come in and just be like, hey y'all, I got you on Tide. Next to Tide.
Exactly. Yes. At this point, I think that Barmaid will be first chase. Pretty scary to take chase against Opera at first stop because you can't take the coaster immediately when she spawns in this area. Otherwise, she'll TP back and potentially Terror Shock you or at least get a very early hit. So you kind of have to mind game around the pallets before taking the coaster when she spawns in this location specifically.
Oh, I see that too. I mean, also, would it be possible for the Puppeteer to just like, if Barmaid is the first chase, would it be possible for the Puppeteer to just turn on the stoplight for the second stop so that Barmaid can just get ahead real quick, or would he be the potential like target for a Terror Shock hit or an early hit from the Opera?
I don't know. That's a good question. We could see it from the Mercenary as well because typically rescuers like to do that since they decode slowly. But I don't know. I guess we'll see. It depends on the cipher layout as well because if the Puppeteer does have a cipher at that second stop, it could be a little easier to press it without wasting too much time. But if there's a cipher in 2-story, it's kind of out of your way. So it really depends on cipher layouts as well.
Yes. So while the map loads up and we get that little cracked screen, let's see where Puppeteer's cipher is at. It looks like it's middle.
2-story actually, and the Opera might be loading in a little bit later compared to everybody else here, but. The movement is pretty quick, though, I must say. Pretty quick on this Sangria here. Off to a good start.
Yeah, and I see the Barmaid kind of just circling the coaster kind of platform over here. Just to get a bit of a distance, against the speed demon over here. I think it's a pretty good job of just trying to transition as fast and quick as possible. But...
Oh my goodness, swinging through that pallet and getting the hit, too! But here's the thing, the Blink will actually not be ready. If she can kite this out, they won't have Blink to deal with this Barmaid.
You're right. I'm kind of a little bit nervous. I want to see how this Barmaid is playing. I mean, we're almost
I don't think she'll be able to get it in time, maybe? Oh, so close! So close!
That was like
not the sorry ping too.
Aw. It's okay, Barmaid. You were there. It's the thought that counts.
Especially having Flywheel. I mean, Sangria, it's usually better to have knee-jerk reflex instead, but having Flywheel, it's a lot harder. But, I commend the Barmaid for nearly getting that drink off one more second, and it would have been ready there. But Mercenary is Finding himself cut off a little bit
Trying
here from the
to-
rescue.
Yeah, trying to keep it, try to see where he's gonna elbow pad in, but it looks like he might get another hit.
This will be a
and
double
there we go.
down onto this mercenary. At first, I was a little nervous once I saw that gun. Sheesh.
Oh
Put the
yeah.
gun. What a blink!
Whoa.
Oh my gosh.
Beautiful, beautiful blink from the opera. That was just so. It almost seemed like it was like a second nature for her. That was just so crisp and smooth. And I guess this
Extra
barmaid
hit
just running
here.
into the corner is just trying to save as much time for Cypher progress, because by the time she picks her up and chairs her to a chair, we save some decoding progress for her teammates. But sadly, it is a double down. And it looks like the puppeteer is right there. So trying to see how this is gonna work out.
It looks like the acrobat is coming in for the rescue since he does have Tide Tinner. She's going to take some time to pressure the puppeteer off the cipher. It means that not a single person is decoding right now when there are 3 ciphers
No.
remaining. This is looking very good for the opera singer right now.
Oh,
And the
100%,
acrobat won't even come in.
yeah.
It's actually going to be a full-on sell from the survivors.
Yeah, this is where, you know, the Sangria realizes that and just decides to just change her targets to the puppeteer. Sadly, barmaid, we don't see any more actions from her. But this opera is just ruthless, going through these pallets and just hitting. Like, she does not care for any kind of stuns. She's just hitting through them.
Despite we see one right there, I need to commend this opera singer for very few messed up dashes. So the control and speed from this opera, you can tell that they are very experienced with this character.
Oh, 100%. And it's just, you can just see from the camera movement too, they're just being so crisp with it. It's really nice to see. Was that a miss?
Goodness.
Whoa!
How close. That
I
almost
mean-
could have been a terror shock onto the puppeteer, ending his life
That would have been a
prematurely.
serious shock. But an interesting kind of hitbox kind of moment.
Yeah, and it looks
Look at
like
these ciphers.
the ciphers are looking pretty good. They do need to start up a new one since the one at 55% is this Godkite cipher right here.
Oh
So
no!
I don't know if they're going to be able to manage a tie here, but the acrobat's going to need to use the tie turner here without getting stuffed. It's going to be a little tricky.
It's gonna be kind of hard just because that she's just doing such a well job on kind of scouting the area, kind of trying to cut off whoever's the rescuer, which in this case is the acrobat. I think the acrobat might pull it off if, there we go, we see the flywheel. He'll be able to pull off the save. And we
Before
have
half
another
as well,
save
very
there.
important.
Exactly. Oh, sadly, she does get a hit on the acrobat as he kind of uses his bomb right there to get over the little hurdle. Oh!
Oh, wow, a wasted blink. And now the puppeteer will be able to cut out Titan with this, and he has a Lewis back. This could be what the survivors
Damn.
need. 50% more in the ciphers. Let's see.
Oh!
All right.
Let's see, but can he kite it out until the cipher is primed? I mean, it is mercenary, and if I'm not wrong, mercenary does have a decoding debuff. Am I correct? So it is
Yes,
on the
mine is
slower.
25% as well. It's pretty major.
So I don't know. Well, it's a little bit tricky, but I mean, the acrobat might be able to self-heal and just having to just force out either mercenary comes in or I don't know what the plan is going to be. It looks like mercenary.
It's going to be tricky. He's gonna start elbow padding in here. Yeah, this is going to be very difficult because once again, the acrobat and mercenary have to switch spots because the acrobat does not have borrowed time to be able to get this rescue. Mercenary with that delayed damage can actually get it, but it's going to be a little tricky. Do we see the last elbow pad being utilized here? We will.
Oh!
And they pop a
Yeah.
little prematurely, actually.
Oh!
I don't know if I agree with that pop because now the puppeteer could not eat a detention hit. I feel like that was maybe a little premature, but maybe they didn't think the mercenary would have been able to get the rescue in time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also that, but it could have been like something with the puppeteer. Like if they hit the puppeteer, he does not. As long as the puppeteer has borrowed, no, he does have borrowed time. Who does not have borrowed? The acrobat. But yeah, I agree with you that I don't agree with the pop. Maybe something else is going on in the voice chat, and they have another plan. But that will look like.
There's always
one
also
person
nerves to
saved.
consider as well. I mean, especially when you're the first match, it's it's not easy to always perform at your utmost ability. But either way, it looks like this should be a one escape for the survivors here. Takes a long time to open up that gate with Acrobat being on it.
I know, I was gonna say that. I was kind of worried for the Acrobat, especially since the Sangria has teleport. I thought she was gonna, chair this mercenary real quick, teleport to the gate, and then get that 4 elimination. But it looks like it is a one-person escape from the team, from the survivors. I like that. That was a pretty fun match to watch. What do you think, Zeez? What do you think of the plays that were being done here?
Good stuff. Very, very good stuff. I mean, I feel a little bad for that barmaid being 1 second off for making that drink, but hey, I got to give it up to the hunter for applying that much pressure, using the TP back with the shadow, nearly getting an early elimination, even though the drink was not quite over. Trying to fly with it, but it was close. I mean, that's what's so fun about this game is like so many interactions come down to like just seconds, and that's what makes the difference.
Oh yeah.
Wins and draws and losses.
Especially when your hunter is Sangria. Like, I feel like that's the most fun thing to watch, because she's just so quick that the survivors also just have to act as quick as her. So you're just constantly being occupied by whatever is going on the screen. And it's fun to watch, and it's just really fun to see what's going on.
Exactly, yeah. It's so fun, especially to watch like the higher level up you go, because it demands faster reaction times from both sides. It demands quicker thinking from both sides, and in tense situations, it's really, really difficult to come up with ideas and game plans within a fraction of a second. Like that, it's really, really hard. But we are going to be seeing that 3K from Blink Innovators, I believe, and then Blink and Sparkle gets 1 point for getting that one person out. So is this the Yuko that I know? Let me see here. Oh my goodness, this is the Yuko that I know. So if I am correct, I believe this player loves playing Mad Eyes. So we might actually see. Yes, Yuko the Seal, I believe.
Yes.
So we could see that Mad Eyes out here, and this might just be my opinion, but I feel like I need to say it. Yuko is the best Mad Eyes I've seen on NAEU. I'll say it.
Ooh,
I'll say it. I'll say it. I don't know how accurate that might be, but from what I've seen, that Mad Eyes is scary. Oh, it is scary.
I mean, I do see them active in the tournament Discord, and I remember them bringing up Mad Eyes, and it was like they were the ones giving people advice, and I was like, ooh, like this is kind of cool. Like, I think we only saw one Mad Eyes so far in the tournament, and I think it was the first match too. And it was just, everybody was just hooked on that Mad Eyes gameplay, as they should, because it's just so satisfying to watch a Mad Eyes who knows what they're doing. So I'm really excited to see that from Yuko. I have not seen their Mad Eyes gameplay yet, but this is my chance.
Oh yeah, if they do decide to go for that round 1 Mad Eyes, you are in for a treat. And I feel like they probably will, considering the fact that if they don't do it now, the survivors will not give them the chance ever.
Oh,
They'll ban
no.
that thing. They'll ban that thing for the rest of the set. That's for sure.
Oh, 100%. They're like, we're not going to give you the chance. But I haven't seen Mad Eyes on Lulu, which I'm kind of interested about. Because it is a pretty big, I don't know anything about Mad Eyes, but isn't he a little bit more better on smaller maps than larger maps? Or what? Is he just mid?
I think it's just map dependent. I know he likes Ever Sleeping in Chinatown, mostly Ever Sleeping. That's his best map. I know that one. I know he sort of likes Chinatown. Red Church is okay. I'm not really certain about many other maps. I feel like Moonlit is okay, though I cannot say that with much confidence because, well, I don't play Mad Eyes. But we could ask Yuko if they're active in the Discord.
Right.
Yuko.
Like, you go tell us what's the tea. What's the tea with
Tell us your Mad Eyes secrets, please.
Exactly.
Let the world know. Mad Eyes guide when.
Oh my gosh. You know what's so funny? I was talking about this with Yo7. It's like, you think that Mad Eyes is an underrated hunter because you don't like match up with them often. Besides like randomly getting like an S badge Mad Eyes in rank. But then you go to his character rank points and then you'll see like the top Mad Eyes have like 13k, 11k points. So he's not like a hunter that's like under the dust. He's a pretty popular, good hunter.
Oh yeah. And immediately we're seeing a Priestess and Wildling ban here from the Hunter. Two survivors that are very annoying for Mad Eyes, so we might actually see that Mad Eyes come out here. Priestess can actually portal through Mad Eye's walls, and Wildling on his board can jump over the walls without much consequence. It does damage the board, but he can get 2 free jumps with the boar and then potentially get a rescue here. But a Prisoner and Antiquarian pick is what the survivors will be starting with, which are pretty adaptable versus most hunters, I feel like.
And especially because I've been seeing a lot of Antiquarian bans from the Hunter, so it's really exciting. And I'm pretty sure other people are excited as well to finally see some Antiquarian in our matches. But Prisoner is a survivor I'm very interested about, especially because it's such a big map. I'm kind of interested in how we're going to use his connections, trying to get those survivors to coding project.
I see, yeah. The Seer is also being banned out here as well. Seer, most common banned character, it seems like, and a Weeping Clown pick as well. I don't know how I feel about that Weeping Clown pick, if it is a Mad Eyes.
I mean, I guess it just comes to terms on who the last ban is and who the last pick character is for the team. And yeah, I have to agree with you that with the Weeping Clown. I mean, I think Weeping is pretty chill on this map. I think it is Moonlight River Park. But I think that last character, that last survivor that will be picked, will either tie. We'll have to tie in this team comp.
Okay. I think the survivors don't want to overcommit to the Mad Eyes counterplay, so they're trying to pick something that can deal with Mad Eyes, get other characters as well. The Weeping Clown, though, he could stun on chair versus a Mad Eyes because you do tend to want to instant rescue. That could be what their strategy is, but I don't know for sure. It all depends on what Yuko decides to pick here.
Yeah, I was going to say the prisoner's talent.
Oh my! I didn't even notice. What the heck? Huh?
I mean,
will this be, buddy?
Right? Or will this be another case of Luca luck? I'm not sure.
You never know. Maybe.
Luca luck happens to everybody but me. But,
I'm just curious what normal 312 is as well. That's quite a lot of builds.
312. Oh my
God. Or is it normal March 12th? Or December, normal, depending on where you live.
I have no idea.
And there's the Mad Eyes. Oh, woo! Snap. Grandpa.
Now I'm excited. I'm pumped up for Yuko's gameplay, especially since they've been active in the Discord, the tournament Discord, and I'm like, I'm really excited to see what, I've never seen enough Mad Eyes gameplay, so I'm really excited. Woo!
He's such a rare hunter that is just a rare delicacy, you could say, especially on the NAU server. But there are a couple players out there like Yuko that are just truly dedicated to the Mad Eyes gameplay, and you're about to see why right here, because they are a very, very talented Mad Eyes. So I'm really curious to see how Blink Innovators are going to try to counterplay this Mad Eyes here.
Ooh, and I can see on the right with the survivors' talent, they're pretty confident with 3 borrowed times and 1 tied and flywheel on the Weeping. But I mean, it's kind of, I like this. But I'm a little bit interested about the 3 borrowed times.
Yeah, I do like having all these flywheels as well. Flywheel can be very, very annoying for Mad Eyes to deal with, especially on their potential harass-based characters like Weeping, Prisoner, and Auntie. They could all stun him, and I know poor Grandpa is very annoyed by those types of stuns. So we'll have to see.
Have you ever ranked, right, and you're just having a normal rank session, and then all of a sudden you get a Mad Eyes, but then when the match ends and you look what their placement is, just a random S badge, high A badge Mad Eyes, and it's like, well, where'd you come from? Because you never see a Mad Eyes.
It's happened. I've even had the unfortunate position to be up against Yuko's Mad Eyes several times before, and I've lost every time. So
they're gonna be really, really interested of you commentating their Mad Eyes gameplay right now.
Oh yeah, I'm excited to see. I mean, they got a pretty solid win rate, but at the same time, I want to see how Blink Innovators does as well, because they seem quite strong And they surely should know, with how renowned Yuko is, they surely should know that the Mad Eyes was coming. So maybe they did a little bit of training, and we might see some counterplay that they have here.
Ooh,
Mad Eyes.
looks like it's trying to. I'm guessing I'm gonna look for this prisoner right now. But he's just you just see the prisoner just walking around, trying to avoid any mag of his little gates. Oh, takes a coaster.
Yeah, very early coaster usage. We're gonna see Inso trump card, Blink with, we got Deteriorate, Max Hunt on this Mad Eyes with Impulsive, and trump card as well.
Ooh, I think Impulsive is a pretty...
Is he?
Wait, what just happened?
Is he dead? Is he? Oh my god.
Oh!
He knew! That's what those walls...
He's done for. He's done for. I was over here looking at this Mad Eyes talent page. I was like, wait, what's going on, guys? I can't see anything.
This grandpa knew. The
He's
biggest
trapped.
brain on this. This is the experience. He's so old. He has so much experience that he knows what the survivors will do.
This has that. I have to go back and see that whatever happened right now, because I was looking at Mad Eyes talent page, but just with that wisdom was able to predict what the survivors were gonna do. And just bam, we have such a. I felt bad for the person. He just trapped. He couldn't really do anything. I mean, he just had to come to terms with his down.
Yeah, I guarantee that will happen against anyone who doesn't know that trick exists, which is probably a lot of people.
So everybody take notes real quick. Everybody take notes.
Yeah,
and remember,
exactly.
if you see a Mad Eye, it might be Yuko.
Oh my goodness. And now we have to get a rescue onto this Mad Eyes here. Oh, well, the rescue might be able to go off. However, wait, they snuck through. He snuck through. Wow.
Oh.
Impressive.
I'm
They
like,
got the rescue.
They got the rescue down and was able to, I think the prisoner did. Right?
Well, that was.
Hey.
So he's.
Okay. Continuing. I mean, this prisoner, I guess, uses the flywheel to get away from Mad Eye's grip, and then we have that very, very nice blink that we just saw, that we all saw. But, ooh, there's a charge attack, and I guess that's where Impulsive comes in, because that was quick.
Yeah, the speed boost from that goes absolutely crazy, especially when you already have Hunt as well sometimes. The Weeping Clown attempts to shoot a rocket, however, does miss it, and cannot get the harassment off onto Psychologist here. And they're all very, very low on health. Weeping Clown is the only one who can manage this rescue, but he is chipped, so if he gets hit by a fence...
One chip away. He is cooked, so I'm not sure what the survivors would do. I mean, they could, I guess, they could try healing the incoming prisoner, but I guess Weeping Clown just has to go rescue right now, or this might be an after half save. So,
I don't even think the save might not go off. Yeah, happy birthday to Grandpa. You're 300 years old. All this experience, he knows exactly what to do at every point in time.
Look at you just blocking off this chair, not letting this VP just trying to rescue. But was that a chair?
Wait, but he.
Oh, but he.
No way.
The site can't do anything. I can't. Was that an after half save or before half? I wasn't entirely sure.
I believe that was after half. I just need to commend Yuko, because when I saw that rescue go off, I thought, wow, the survivors did it, and then I realized they fell for Yuko's plan, and the Psychologist got trapped in that wall.
It's just wonderful. For me, I'm just like so like locked in with how Mad Eyes being played, because these are not like out of like new Mad Eyes tricks. Like this is, you got like experience. We got Grandpa. We got wisdom. With these.
It's kind of things that you just don't know about, and you can't really counterplay if you don't know that it exists. And that's where Yuko comes out here and just takes advantage of their lack of knowledge about
the element
character.
of surprise is there. Oh yeah, love that. Element of surprise is there. I mean, this poor prisoner is, and I'm gonna see that launch eventually. Like, you know those videos of
Oh.
This is the locker to avoid. Wait, guys, wait, is this the new meta, guys? Is this the new meta?
That works? I didn't know.
Oh my
It
God.
looked like he clearly got hit by the fence, but he just had iframes. Like he
Right.
just.
I was like,
Uh-oh.
I was expecting like the triple like flip action, but then it didn't happen. Look, he's just standing there. Look at him just standing there. Oh my
no.
gosh.
Look out, prisoner! Look out, Luca!
He just, oh my god. When I meet the king
got back in
of
there.
acne and despair. Oh my gosh.
Oh my
Can't do
goodness.
anything. What can this poor Luca do? It's oh, that was hilarious. I need to pull that off. Was that? I mean, that was
That's
pretty
funny.
smart. Pretty smart and
that's
quick
funny.
and funny little play from the prisoner.
Oh,
I
that
mean, who
is
would
so
have
funny.
thunk? Would have thunk.
So again, Weeping Clown is the only one who can rescue, but I don't know if it's going to be possible. Especially since, yeah, there's no items,
Doesn't
the
look like-
wall, the timing. Yeah, it's not gonna. No, there's too
work
much
out.
energy. It's. In fact, I think the Weeping Clown might be. It might be cooked for him.
Right. I mean, this is a cage fight right now. Bound to happen. Can't really do anything. Look at it. Oh, little weepy.
The old man's coming for ya. He's on his way. He'll trap the antiquarian too.
Oh, what's going on? Miss, what is going on? You can see like that, I guess on the tiny flywheel, just trying to avoid all those smaller, more claustrophobic cages.
Exactly.
I mean, she's doing a good job at avoiding them. I think she's using the stick as well, just trying to speed up the process. Oh, I look like, oh my gosh, let me look at what's happening right now.
That each
Looks
character
like-
is one chip away. Oh my
I know.
goodness. They
Well, I
are
guess-
hanging
I
on
guess-
for dear life.
By a thread, literally by a thread. I mean, it looks like that Weeping was able to get a, just thread past him. It looks like Weeping was able to get a magic wand, but I guess he just was not fast enough to put down that pallet. And here we go, and here Mr. Grandpa is just trying to dart or beeline to that antiquarian. She did still have all her sticks though, so she could try. I mean, if he doesn't get access to a console, she might be able to. Well, there we
Oh,
go.
but look at that. He has so much
There we
energy
go.
here. There's so much energy. Where is this antiquarian gonna go? Where are
I
you
mean,
gonna
look at the
go?
bottom. They're just saying overloaded. It's just saying overloaded. I mean, can't really do anything.
Yeah. There's nothing that she's gonna be able to do. She has to go to the right. And now that she dropped down, look at that. The manipulation from Yuko. There's nowhere to go. You're stuck.
I mean, she did use her stick.
What a
Though. She's
jump.
trying to get to the other side. That was clean. Good job, Antiquarian.
Yeah, she's still stuck though.
She just threw off.
Oh,
The way she just looked
and
back.
that's gonna,
Oh.
yeah, that's gonna be it.
We didn't get to see the triple flipper right there. But it happened. I just know it happened.
And with all this energy remaining, it's only a matter of time before the weeping goes down as well.
I know. I mean, what can you do in this position? Like, you just gotta accept your fate as the survivors right here.
That tends to be what happens when you're up against a Mad Eyes that has all this energy. You kind of just have to accept your fate. He's
100%.
really
Oh,
not even
there we
on the
go.
screen.
I didn't see it.
Oh well,
Ooh,
giving the
ooh.
old man a couple of smacks at least.
It's a payback. You got some payback for Mr. Grandpa right here. And because she's not around anybody, her stunts are lasting a pretty good time. And she still has a stick left, so I want to see how she's going to utilize that. Oh,
Well,
no.
there's one of them. We might see a jump. The flywheel. Ooh, what a nice
Chris,
lineup from the
very
Victorian.
Chris Flywheel, I think she's trying to save her some time as much as possible. Save as much time as possible to just get away from Mad Eye's cages right now.
Needs to be said, this Android is doing very, very well, trying to buy as much time as possible, but I don't know if it's going to matter. Old man looks like he's slowing down in his tracks a little bit.
Oh, no.
Feeling his age
His
is
years-
catching up to him,
His
maybe.
ears
there.
are catching up. The words right out of my mouth.
Yup.
I mean, this poor Instagram. I mean, look at, oh, there we go. Finally, I've been waiting to see the little triple flip right there, but I guess both survivors had used their exit pass. I mean, I think it would be pretty fun. I don't think the survivors know where dungeon is, but I think it would be a little silly if the
They
Mad
just
Eyes
surrender
dungeon
though.
was seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
They
imagine-
don't want to bother. Yeah. Understandably
Right? But
so.
imagine Yeah, but imagine he chaired the antiquarian and then he just decided to just crawl to the dungeon. I thought that'd be pretty. I thought that I was expecting to see, but
Oh yeah,
wonderful play.
I think I've seen people try to do that before. Yeah.
But has it happened? That's the question. Has it worked out?
I don't know.
That was a pretty fun match. I mean, I wasn't able to like see exactly what was going on. Especially you see how like those off-screen like kind of snipes from the Mad Eyes. I was like, what's going on? What's the purpose?
Some of those I didn't even know was possible.
Right? I'm just like, guys, I'm left in the dark right now. What's going on? Like, share some of your girl with some old man with them, please. But that was like, I don't know. I mean, we saw some great plays from the survivors and the hunters. Like, I was really fascinated by Yuko's Mad Eyes, but also just, I would say the survivors did a pretty good job just kind of lasting against those gates, which it was really nice to see.
Yeah, I want to commend their rescues as well, because rescuing from Mad Eyes is not easy, but they were able to actually get quite a few rescues off against that hunter Mad Eyes there. It's not easy to do, especially when you're not instant rescue. I know people always say instant rescue versus Mad Eyes so that he can't set up his walls super quickly, but you're not always in the best position to be able to do that.
No,
not easy.
Right, I absolutely agree. Especially if the map is moonlit and you're on the other side of the map trying to rescue your teammate. It's gonna take like 500 years to get there, but I mean, it was a pretty. I was surprised about like how I was kind of curious on how this Mad Eyes was gonna use like his gates and it's just his talents overall. Just because I feel like Moonlit is a pretty big map, and I feel like Mad Eyes is kind of good more in smaller maps. Like you said, Ever Sleeping and Chinatown were his best maps. So I was like really interested in how I was gonna do for Moonlit. But that was a pretty chill, pretty good match. I like that match. What do you think? I like that.
It was a very entertaining match, Gege. I absolutely loved it. I mean, again, Mad Eyes, rare delicacy. You barely ever get to see high level Mad Eyes. Mad Eye. How do you? What is the plural Mad Eyes?
What's the sentence you're trying to conjure up here? Like I'm trying.
What is the plural of Mad Eyes? Mad Eyes is?
Mad Eyes. Mad Eyes.
So it's like sheep is the plural. It's like sheep.
I don't know.
Would you say
it's like Mad Eyes?
I just don't know.
Oh my gosh, we're in a stump. Mad Eyes. I think Mad Eyes.
Mad Eyes.
You're thinking too much about it.
Yeah, I think we're overthinking this. I don't know.
Mad Eyes.
Regardless of however this sentence should work, it's very rare to see Mad Eyes players at that level on the NAEU server, so it's really fun to see when they do come out. So, good stuff to Yuko, getting a 4K elimination for their team, netting them 5 points.
Oh yeah.
And now I believe the score is 6-3 in favor of Blink and Sparkle, whereas Blink Innovators have 3 points. So 1 round win goes to Blink and Sparkle right now. Blink Innovators gonna need a comeback in round 2 to mess things up here.
Right now is the time. I mean, what hunter would you pick for trying to get the best case scenario if you were Blink Innovators? What hunter would you pick on Moonlit? Especially against the survivors, trying to get ahead of the scoreboard as much as possible.
Well, I don't think it can be Moonlit because Moonlit was played on round 1. It depends on the map, and I guess the survivors, which I guess is always the case. But I guess it seems like they didn't want to pick a Goatman in round 1, so I don't know if they have a Goatman. I feel like Goatman usually comes out in round 1 usually. So if they don't have a Goatman or a Hullabaloo, it will be Ever Sleeping Town actually. So Goatman and Hullabaloo very strong on this map. So if they don't have any sort of special comfort picks, it will have to be probably a Goat or Hulla pick to try to get the highest number of points here.
Oh, I've never seen a Hullabaloo in Ever Sleeping. I don't know if I just haven't watched enough Hullabaloo matches, but I've never seen a Hullabaloo in Ever Sleeping. I feel like you only ever seen him. I mean, I don't know. You either see him banned or on Moonlit. I don't know.
See, he let's just say he's pretty strong. I've seen a couple tournament matches where he has done quite well on this map, but at the same time, survivors have done quite well against him. So I guess it depends on interactions that happen in the match. So I don't know. Do you have any hunters you're looking at hoping for at least that they think they might pick here?
Let me think. I don't know. I feel like, I mean, there was that one. I don't know. I want Smiley. I want some Smiley up in here. Like, I feel like he's such a fun character to watch, and he's just so silly. But I don't know. If
no, I would
would
100% agree actually with Clown.
He's just a silly little guy. That I would love to watch. Just because there's like, you know, that one trick that they do where they just spin around. I don't know how to explain it, but they're just the craziest controls ever, and I got to witness it when I commentated for what's the guy, I think it was Zeta_Peter. Craziest controls I've ever seen.
Oh, that's 7 Lu, I believe, if I'm correct. Yeah, that's a talented player on a character like Clown. Oh man, that's gonna go absolutely crazy. Yeah, no, I agree. I want to see some Clown, especially after his buff. He's been played a lot more in IVL China tournaments, so I'm excited to see if NAEU will pick up on that and play a little bit of Clown. He's been played quite a bit in ranks actually, in high tier rank. He's a bit of a surprise pick now. I know a lot of players are running into Clowns nowadays. It looks like. Oh wow, I did not even know Darkwoods was available for this tournament, but they did ban out Darkwoods.
It is.
And they picked Ever Sleeping. And we're gonna see Blink Innovators on the Survivor side here first. Similarly to, or opposite of last time here. So we're gonna see how this goes.
Very exciting. Very exciting for that. I had something to say, but I completely forgot about it. I think it was, oh my God.
Oh, it happens to me all the time. Don't worry about it.
I know, I'm like trying to retrace my thoughts. But what hunter would you want to see? I never got to ask that. What hunter would you want to see? Because I did say Smiley, because with his buff, I feel like he's just less likely to bump into stuff. But what hunter would you want to see?
Well, I'm with you on the Clown. I love fast-paced like chase hunters. I think those are the most entertaining. I also want to see maybe like a Soul Weaver, because I feel like Soul Weaver is one of the most fun hunters to watch, because she's kind of a roller coaster type hunter where she's slow and then she's fast and then she's slow and then she's fast. It's like up and down and up and down. She's one of my favorite hunters to watch, honestly. So I would like a Soul Weaver, but maybe not the best pick here in round 2. Round 3, I could definitely see it though.
Oh yes! Oh my God, I would love to see a Soul Weaver. Just like Violetta, she's just so. I feel like I would use the same adjective I use to Smiley. She's just so silly. Like, you described it perfectly with the whole roller coaster going fast, slow. It's like you never know where she's gonna use her web. Well, you kind of do know, but like it's just so cool how she places down her webs and just goes beeline to the Survivor so quick. So satisfying to see.
Oh yeah. They are going to be banning out the Goatman here. Makes sense, but Goatman is very, very strong. Seer, Priestess bans from the Hunter side, and they're picking Embalmer and Coiner, 2 very strong survivors. Banning Mercenary as well. These seem like your typical ranked builds, not necessarily always tourney bans, but these feel heavily on the rank builds here.
Oh yeah.
Rank bans, I should say. So definitely a very experienced hunter in rank, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, you can't, like, with these kind of bans, you can't really tell who this hunter's gonna play because it's so general. Like, these 3, like Mercenary, Priestess, Seer, are like my top bans. Like, I play a match, it's those 3 out of the way, and I play her main. So
I understand that as well.
Out of the way.
I think the only thing I'm surprised about is they didn't ban Mechanic over Novelist. I feel like Mechanic is way more dangerous. However, getting the Novelist out of there, he's a very strong character in the meta right now. I can definitely agree with that. But the full team is going to be Embalmer, Coordinator, Officer, and Fire Investigator here. Gege, what do you think the hunter is going to pick?
I mean, I feel like with the Survivor, they're picking pretty safe options, so it can really be anyone. I don't have any background information on the hunter specifically, so I don't know who their best hunter is up their sleeve. But I don't know. I'm kind of thinking Beta, like maybe Opera, Ivy, someone like that, because it is everything, and I think they're pretty chill on that map.
I think what's interesting as well is the same way they used Yuko in round 1, they used it similarly to Team RD back in COA 7, where Yuko is a very talented Mad Eyes player, but only really plays Mad Eyes. So they bring out that Mad Eyes in round 1 so it can't get banned, eat up a global ban for their hunter, and then in round 2 they swap out their hunter for this person called Ghostly Luck here, and now they have only one ban to worry about as opposed to that Mad Eyes global ban. It's a really solid plan from their hunters to, you know, eat up one global ban while also prioritizing that Mad Eyes in round 1. So kind of similarly that they did it on Team RD and Koa 7. I find that to be very interesting from Blink and Sparkle here. Is that
Wait, everybody wait.
There's no way. There's no they're joking. They have.
I mean, I think it wasn't misclick before, but is this a misclick?
There. What?
What?
Wait. Did they run out of time? Or is it?
No way.
Did they run out of time, or is that real? Flywheel Helliper?
I don't know.
Flywheel Helliper? Wait a minute.
Oh, okay.
Did they actually choose that, or?
I don't know.
I don't know if they ran out of time. There's no way we have a Helliper player out here. There's no way.
I mean, maybe we're underestimating this Helliper right now. Maybe they're just about to pick this team up. Maybe
there's
just
an insane Helliper, yeah.
Yeah, but who is it though? I kind of want to see some Joseph gameplay. Not gonna lie. Like, it's like I've never seen that entire way. So I was like, maybe some Joseph gameplay. I mean, I know Cookies is watching this. She's trying to plead with her insolence, Joseph. But
I'm sorry. Did you just say insolence, Joseph?
Insolence, Joseph.
Oh my.
She's her Joseph is ruthless though. Like it's a good. I mean, it's definitely a trait to debate. But let her cook. But I do want to know, like, I'm on the same side with you. I do want to know if this Helliper was an accident pick or not.
Right.
But I'm not sure. I feel like we would have known by now if it was.
I guess they're locking it in.
They're locking it in.
It's real. It is real. We just got confirmation that this Helliper pick is actually intentional. So Helliper into Embalmer and Coordinator is kind of crazy to me, actually.
But I mean, like, have you ever, I don't know if you've seen that one clip where it was like this person didn't ban anybody during, like, it was a legendary rank match. They didn't ban anybody, and it turned out to be a puppet Helliper, and they were absolutely ruthless with their gameplay. It was like, I mean, we might see that from this Helliper as well.
I believe Senior 6, a content creator, loves to not ban anything because they are so confident in their Helliper gameplay that they like any survivor coming into their matches, which is kind of crazy.
That might be who I might have saw. So,
they are very talented at Helliper, yeah. So.
But I kind of love that mindset though when going into the game. I feel like if you just tell yourself, "Oh, like nobody scares me." Then
I could understand that. For me personally, I would still have to ban at least Mechanic. At least I'd have to ban Mechanic. I can't deal with
her. At least Mechanic?
She's so scary. Regardless of that,
she's
though.
Nerfed to the ground. She's been nerfed to the ground, and she's still one of everybody's fear.
Yeah, I mean, in Tourney, Mech is, whew, she is a scary, scary character. Regardless of that, though, we are going to be seeing this Helliper out here, and while Blink and Sparkle does have the lead, I don't necessarily know how I feel about this Helliper pick, but we could be proven wrong. Rocking the amazing one Leo skin with the Gardner doll. Aww.
I was gonna say that. Of course, the Gardner accessory. It's so cute. Like every Helliper I've seen has the Gardner accessory. I think that's just the cutest little, like, united little thing that they have.
That is very cute, yeah. For the build from this Leo, we're going to be seeing Max.
Yeah, let's look at these.
1 stack of Rage. We do have Constraint to lock off that Cypher, Detention, Insolence, and Blink. So not uncommon to see a build like this for Leo.
And I guess he was originally supposed to be going for the Coordinator, but changes to the Fire Investigator instead, who does have, I guess that's Knee Jerk and Borrowed Time. So
yes, I think this is a much better chase for the survivors here because Fire Investigator is a much better kiter, if you ask me, and Coordinator can come in for the rescue, shoot the gun, especially against Helliper, who is very, very strong with his camp. Having the Coordinator to be a rescuer would be much better, but we'll be chasing the Embalmer here now instead. Blinks for the first hit. Interesting.
Trying to get that guarantee hit. And yeah, I guess we did change. We did kind of change targets just 3 times by now. But there we go. He is at half presence. So just with insults as well. So he's gonna be using Miss Gardner. Gardner's out. She's out and ready to hit this embalmer. But what will be the verdict? And there we go. Not quick enough to get that.
What?
To get that pallet down.
That was very interesting. On my screen, it looked like Emma just spawned out despite walking. That was very interesting. But we're gonna see the chair there. Will the embalmer use the coffin? He will instantly use that coffin. Yeah, does not want to waste any time. Instantly using that coffin. Doesn't want to give Leo any chances to catch up. Makes sense here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But I mean, like right now, I feel like survivors kind of have the advantage with the cipher progress, and especially with embalmer, and I guess with whatever this is called, corner house. However, basement is there. So if this Hellenberg decides to down embalmer in this area and chairs in the basement, I'm not sure what will the survivors will do. Oh, I'm starting my words, stuttering.
It might just have to be a cell, because I feel like it's simply too difficult to rescue from a basement Hellenberg. But it has been done before. We're going to see the charge attack land onto the embalmer, finishing him off here. And the only issue is those ciphers are very far along, Gege. I don't know if we'll be able to eliminate the embalmer before they pop.
These, I don't know what's going on. Because, I mean, I think embalmer did a good job just running away from basement so that Hellenberg did not have the opportunity to cheer in basement. We still have tied on this first officer, Gordon with her gun. Not sure, I guess one of Finn's balls out there somewhere. But here we go. These first officers trying to make it for the rescue.
It's all down to this rescue. The red puppeteer hits the chair. But he gets but it's an officer. He gets the double hit, but it's an officer, so he can eat through it for 5 seconds, and he gets the rescue. That means with Titan, they're going to be able to pop, and it will be a 4-person endgame. Unfortunately, he really pulled out all the stops, but it just wasn't enough. Officer is simply too strong of a character.
I guess Hellenberg is just trying to get as much pressure as he can, just putting it. I guess he's trying to put all these dolls around, all these Gardner dolls around, see how much he can kind of like pressure the map a little bit. Coordinator still has her gun though, so she can get a little bit of distance. But I was gonna say, I was like, we still got Blink to work with.
That looks to be like it's going to be a 1 elimination here from the Hellenberg, unfortunately. Giving a bit of a lead now. Not so much a lead, but giving a chance for Blink Innovators to now make a comeback here. Their servers played very, very well in this round 2 first half.
I'm actually so glad though that we still got some Hellenberg gameplay. This with Mr. Once Hellenberg. But yeah, sadly, it does look like that Hellenberg in that last second right there, he did go to the wrong gate, or he didn't have the resources to go to the other gate where the survivors were at. Meaning he wasn't able to, just last second clutch a tie. So like he said earlier, that is a 1-person elimination and a 3-person escape. Cool. This is getting good, guys. The stakes are rising.
Oh yeah, I think the thing is that I find interesting is that nobody was gonna expect that Hellenberg. We thought it was.
No, I mean,
nobody expected that.
I know. I mean, we were all thinking like, wait, guys, was this an accident? Or did we gotta restart or something? But no, it was intentional. Which was, I mean, not Hellenberg gameplay, it's Hellenberg gameplay, which is pretty fun to watch.
Oh yeah. I mean, again, like Bad Eyes, they are a rare delicacy, that's for sure. Very, very rare.
100%. I mean, we would have seen some Joseph. I mean, what's more rare, a Joseph or a Hellenberg?
That's a good question. I've seen a lot of tournaments. I've seen 1 Hellenberg and 1 Joseph, so they're about the same, actually.
Wait, so I guess both.
I saw 1 Hellenberg and 1 Joseph in Koa 7, and neither of them were played at all in Koa 8. So.
Dang. I mean, maybe one day the old man and the grandpa, aka Joseph, will get their fame.
Although I think I'm fine not seeing Joseph in tournaments simply because it would be so long. But I know there's a lot of Joseph fans out there, so maybe they'll have their day one day. Who knows? Perhaps.
Who knows? I mean, yeah. I mean, what's it called? I mean, we have seen like 2 hermit games. This, I think, from how what I know, we have seen some 2 hermit games in the tournament so far. I guess those are a little bit. I thought those are much more longer than a Yo7 match.
But yeah, I think I saw
interesting to see.
CH4 Ling playing hermit as well, who's a very talented hermit as well. So I can definitely see that happening for sure. And I heard
Oh yeah.
with the new adjustments, hermit will be very strong with those new persona webs as well.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. I'm not really 100% sure what they're doing with it, but it's kind of fun seeing like them kind of like toggling around with the talents and like talent point stuff. That's pretty chill.
I guess there's like to not get into the details, they're adding on 10 extra points, which is pretty cool.
Dang.
For both survivors and hunters. They're changing, they're reworking / adjusting about 7 to 8 persona traits for each character, and they're adding 4 new traits as well. Not final traits, but just 4 new traits for survivors and hunters both, which I find to be pretty interesting.
That's pretty exciting because I don't know. I feel like since like I've been playing IDV since like 2020, and I feel like it has not changed. I mean, obviously you have like the Flywheel edition, stuff like that, but I feel like when it comes to like the 120, because I think everybody's saying if you're like max points and persona points is like 120, I haven't seen anything outside of it. So I'm excited to see what kind of talents we're met with. What could they add though? Like, I don't know, what could they add?
They did have a list. They have some really interesting things, such as increased attack recovery for every survivor that's been knocked down, I think permanently in the match. They have survivors, if you're at half health, depending on how many stacks of this trait you have, you can get a huge vaulting boost up to 16%, I want to say, which is pretty good.
Dang,
it's like near batter vaulting at half health, like pretty good. I don't remember the other ones off the top of my head, but there's some pretty good ones on there, so I'm really excited to see how it's going to shake up the meta, honestly.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I don't know, I feel like honestly when I was thinking of like new traits, I was like maybe something like Flywheel, but a different kind of trait, like something that's like kind of like on the clock, at the end of the clock of the persona web. But I feel like those traits or those talents are pretty coming in handy. Like I feel like they're coming in handy a lot, which is really exciting. I've been using Titan a lot, but that's how I feel. Elevated. I'm very elevated, y'all.
I gotcha. Yeah, no, I'm excited for all the trait adjustments too, and it should be coming, I think, like, I want to say within a couple weeks. I'm not entirely sure, but it's coming soon.
A couple weeks?
So,
oh my gosh.
It's not far out.
I need to get back into playing IDV. Get back into it. So I need to see the chaos this is gonna ensue. Because I feel like every time something like a new trait comes out, a new hunter, I feel like everybody's going crazy. Whether it be in quick match or the little English 1 or English 2, whatever. And whatever chats are going around, everybody's going crazy. Or other people go crazy.
I think it's also just going to be fun for like experimentation as well, because there's going to be so many different characters that maybe weren't really that good, but now that they have these new persona web adjustments, they're going to be a little bit better. Like I know Lizard's one, because Lizards love Control Freak, right? Where every time he jumps land, he gets like a 10% speed boost for a little bit.
Oh yeah.
There's a cooldown on that persona web thing now, but they reduced it to now it matches the exact same cooldown at his jump. So every time he'll jump and he lands, he'll get a 10% speed boost. Like they did it just for him. I swear they did.
they have Lucino in their minds, like, you know, for the Lucino fans out there, for the 3 Lucino players, this is for y'all. You guys go.
The 3 Lucinos. Yeah, there's actually a little more in high tier that I've been expecting, but I think it's just because of PC. Like PC versus mobile. PC Lizard is decently popular. Mobile, he's kind of extinct.
A little bit more harder, right?
Yeah.
A little bit more harder on mobile.
Yeah, that is for sure. I mean, so I've heard. I don't play on mobile, but I've heard.
So we've heard through the grapevine. But playing mobile is hard. I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm gonna switch to PC, but I don't know if my hands are fast enough. Like I feel there's too much cookie clap to use. Like I can't. Like I've been hearing people like sometimes you can overhear someone's keyboard when they're playing. And it's like, how are you going so fast? Like, I can't even do that with my thumb. I don't know.
I think maybe it's just because I'm a PC player, so it's just I find it to be easier. Mobile, I can't see. The screen is so tiny, but my phone also sucks, so that's probably why.
Oh,
My phone like lags when I play on
understand.
mobile, so it's like, it's not the best. But you know, if you have a good phone, maybe
yeah.
it's not so bad. Regardless of
tiny
that, though,
phone.
we are going to be seeing round 2, second half here, about to start up. I believe if Blink and Sparkle gets a 4 escape, they actually just win the set outright.
Ooh.
But at Blink Innovators, they're gonna want, I believe, at least a draw here to win the round here. They want to win round 2, so they at least want a draw. So they could play a draw hunter if they wanted to, or they could play they could play a hunter that is meta and try to take away or try to run away with this set, you know, with getting a huge point differential. Bending out that mechanic though. Goodbye, Tracy.
There we go. They overheard your previous little debate about mechanics. no bans, but at least mechanics gotta go. They heard and they listened and they took your advice. Ooh, ban sculptor. Okay, they know something we don't.
That must be a target ban, because this hunter must love sculptor or something. That has to be a target ban. There's no way.
Oh my gosh. Also, for all my Pierce the Veil fans out there, I noticed that the puncher's username is Hold On Till May, which is song over there. So any Pierce the Veil fans out there, let me know, because we unite. But here we go, Gravekeeper and Novelist. I'm still kind of surprised with the sculptor ban. I think I do agree with what you said earlier. It is a target ban. So I mean, pretty cool though. How we could have seen some sculptor gameplay.
It might be a more meta pick that we're going to be seeing here. Antiquarian, no, Knight instead. Could be a goat man. That could be a goat man. We'll see.
I don't know, but we'll see exactly. I guess I'm guessing double. Does Court still count as a rescuer? I don't know. Those people don't think of her as a rescuer anymore. They just think of her as a girl with a gun.
She's never usually, at least in tournaments, from what I've seen, she's never usually played as a solo rescuer. Rank, sure, but not really. But they do have the Grave plus the Courtier, so having that as like Grave is first rescuer, Cord can be second, isn't so bad. I've even seen Tide Magicians being pretty popular because his kiting is so strong. So we might see a few Tide Magicians on this team.
Magician's Rising. I've been saying this, the Magician is such a slept-on character. Like, he was such a slept-on character, and I'm really glad, like, with his buffs, like, everybody's playing him, rightfully so. And it's always so, like, satisfying to see, like, his little wands just bursting, like, la 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 la, like, with their... Whatever the animation is, I'm trying to make the animation, but that's cool.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Magician, not many people played him on NEU, but now he's starting to become a lot more popular, like you said, just with the buff that he got. I think one of the only characters that I still see being slept on a lot, that is very, very strong, that I see played in tournaments a lot, is Aeroplane.
Thief? Oh.
Thief!
I don't know.
Oh gosh, that's funny.
I don't know. I was expecting, like...
It's Hullabaloo from the Hunter. Okay, interesting.
Oh, finally I've seen some Hullabaloo in Eversleeping. I literally just said I've never seen a Hullabaloo in Eversleeping, but here we go.
You finally get to see what you haven't seen. I like how their build is just called 3. I love these.
I know. I mean, we got Eleanor sub to me, and then Risk 100, and then just a Gravekeeper just Tide. I thought that's such a Andrew kind of build, Tide.
Sub to me is simply they prepared that simply for this tournament, so I respect the hustle. Everybody, I take a look at Lucille's channel. Risk 100, I'm assuming, is a full kite build. Tide is Tide borrowed. Eli and Nort, I'm gonna assume, is borrowed time flywheel. It's borrowed time. Okay, you bring knee jerk on Norton. That's not expected. Okay.
Norton? Knee jerk or Norton?
I think Flywheel's better on Norton, but you never know.
Okay.
That's why I thought it'd be Flywheel, but this is fine.
Ooh, spawning at the bottom right. I thought most hunters try to spawn as up as possible, but okay. I guess so. Yeah, I've got 2 Tides. Would Courtney technically? Oh my god, my voice broke. My voice cracked. I mean, okay. Anyways, would Cord need Tide technically?
She's not really, I'm actually surprised to see Tide Tinner on the corner. I will be honest with you. It's not really seen that often. Unless they were expecting something like specific, I don't think it's usually the best. But maybe they're expecting a hunter where they wanted 2 tide turners, and maybe that's why. Like if they're expecting like a hard camp hunter, maybe they just really want that aggressive tide turner build on the coordinator there. But I think maybe a flywheel tide magician maybe would have been a little bit better for a hullabaloo, and then a maybe flywheel borrowed coordinator potentially. But that's to each their own. You know, a lot of these times it does come down to preference for these characters. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see what they can do here.
Again, with like the 3 bar times, which I like every time I see bar like more than 2 bar times, I was like, okay, we love confidence. I want to see how it's going to be played now, because you did say that for them to be able to just win the set right away, they got to get a Storm escape, right? So you know, maybe we might get surprised.
Yeah, I think the thing is for Blink Innovators, they want to at least get that draw so they can get that round win. As long as they get the draw, they get the round win, and if they get more, well, then it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough for Blink and Sparkle.
The battle of the Blinks. I just can't get over the little Blink and Sparkle. Like every time you say that, I just think of Twilight Sparkle behind like on her PC just playing IBE right now, and it's just so entertaining to imagine right now. But okay, let's get into it.
The pony. Right, I know of it.
The pony. Oh,
the pony indeed. And we are actually not chasing the novice first. It seems like we're going to be looking for the coordinator first, actually, which is not the best for this team because this coordinator does have Tide Turner. Not the best. Because now they're losing out on this Tide Turner.
But it looks like oh, never mind. I was gonna say like kind of like that open space we might be able to see again, but it would have been too early. So that look back just kills me, but
there is no excitement from this hullabaloo, so I'm actually surprised to see the coordinator first chase. It's Warp with Inside Attention, Max Sadist, interesting, Impact, and Wanted Order
Oh.
for this build here. Beautiful gun. That's really good on that gun. It's a really good time to drop that or use that gun there when you drop down, because they can't really do anything to avoid it there, GG.
You can't. It's just a little smooth little crisp, like you can't get out of your way. But we're still seeing, I don't know if you were noticing, like, such a great, like, hype from this coordinator right now against this hullabaloo.
She is reading his warp usage. Oh my goodness, still only 1 ball onto this coordinator, and it's about to be a 3-set for Kite. This is looking very, very good right now.
Yeah, especially when she did get a color on herself earlier. So, like, she kind of long enough for that to just disappear. And there we go.
Keep in mind that she's doing all this with Tide Turner too.
Right. And with nothing. Like she already used her gun. Like she's just going at it. And there we go. There's the hit on the cord right there. I think she's doing such a great job at reading this hullabaloo and avoiding all like his colors right now. But there goes the down. She might be placed in basement. Just try to kind of. Okay, I guess we do see a basement chair just to see if we can save what has been done so far. But I mean, grave keeper can just always just drop down.
Right, that's the issue. Is even with that, you have to worry about the gravekeeper, and you don't get the wanted order on him either, which means you don't know he's there, and he's hiding from you too. Oh, that's gonna be.
I mean, look at that little crouch. Look at his little crouch.
Yeah.
Little crouch from gravekeeper.
How very sneaky! The sneakiest Andrew I've ever seen.
Right. Let's see. I guess this magician is trying to like block as much, like try to keep his attention, the hullabaloo attention on him, so that he doesn't know.
That's actually very smart. They're pretty much messing with him, showing that like, hey, the body language makes it look like the mage will rescue, and turns out the grave snuck in and got it anyways.
Yes, and does Cord have 2 wands? It looks like
they item swap played. Wow, that was
beautiful.
Wow.
Literally beautiful. Like, magician risking, because he's not doing anything with those wands, so he's just risking that, opening a chest, finding something, just giving his resources to Cord since she did not have anything. That's a pretty nice, I guess, gameplay from that. And it looks like the Cypher's gotta be primed, but does this Cord have? She does have borrowed time.
Has and one more wand to work with as well. They might even just pop right here if they really wanted to.
Right.
Oh, the novice wants to be here to assist as well. There goes the down. There's the pop. The novice is here. They could actually, if they can get them off the corner, they could manage a 4 escape and have this be the end of the set.
This is also, oh, I'm scared. I'm scared. But he still does have warp. Oh my gosh, warp. So, and here's the novelist trying to get his
he's going for the novelist. The issue is if he hits the novelist. No way.
Wait, no, but he might not be able to.
The coordinator can rescue with Tiger as well. That's also a concern.
Ooh.
Does get the novelist down, but where will he chair? If he chairs close, coordinator could sneak a rescue with Tiger. No, she leaves. They just want to leave. They want to play it safe. That's gonna be a 3-man out. This is looking very, very good.
Very good.
Actually, is this that's very good for the survivors, but that was, I believe, another 3 escape.
These are such 2 talented teams that are just going back and forth. And it's just like, I'm surprised. I keep on getting surprised with every round I'm looking at. And I think I'm still kind of surprised with the item swap. I don't know how common it is to see, but that was pretty smooth.
Yeah, I was just impressed by that coordinator's jukes. It seemed like she knew exactly what the Huddle Blue wanted almost every single second.
Oh yeah.
The routing was really good too.
Absolutely. I mean, like the way that she was just reading the Blue like it was nobody's business was just so cool. I don't know. I don't have enough words to describe it. It was just so cool to see. And I was expecting her to go for the rescue since she did have Tide and the gate was open, and she still had like Magician there to body block as well. But I guess I just wanted to just kind of make sure they had that 3-person escape. Didn't want to risk anything, which was pretty nice call. Like you can see both.
I would have thought we maybe would have seen it because if they did go for it, they would have actually just won the set outright there. But I believe now, if I'm doing my math correct, the points are now 10 to 7. So Blink and Sparkle does still have the lead now. They have 1 round win, and that is it. Blink Innovators still did not get the round win, unfortunately, since it was 2-3 escapes matching each other. So it's all going to come down to round 3.
The last match. Oh my gosh, I am so excited.
And the thing about round 3 that I find to be very exciting as well is it's less meta focused and more like surprise and personal like comfort picks.
Oh yeah.
Surprise picks, stuff like that. It's fun. Round 3 is my favorite round to watch.
Well, same with me. I mean, round 1 and round 3 are my favorites. I've had 2. Like round 2 is just okay. Like they're gonna play meta. They're gonna try to like balance out whatever score they got in the first round. But then round 1 is like they're trying to build a foundation. And then round 3 is like, okay, we gotta clutch this, or we're all screwed. So those are probably my 2 favorites.
That's a good way of looking at it, though. Yeah, I agree.
Right. But yeah, I do like the point you pointed out with how that round 3 is very personal, using like hunters you're more comfortable with, and I've seen that as well with it so far. And I'm just kind of excited to see, or very motivated to see who are we gonna see this last round? Who is going to be taking the cake home?
Exactly, yes. I mean, again, neither team is out of it just yet. While Blink and Sparkle does have the advantage in terms of points, Blink Innovators could still do a reversal and win it in the end since they do have the potential points to do so. So, it's still either team's game, and that's what's important.
Right. That's what I love about it, too. It's like nothing's set in stone right now. So, and because like both these teams have been doing such amazing plays, it's like, okay, what are we gonna do? What's the verdict right now? Anything can happen. Anything's possible right now, which is just what's most exciting about round 3.
Exactly, and I do also feel it for the players as well, because I know that the nerves have to be running high because it's kind of a do or die moment. But that's just what makes tournaments so exciting.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. But I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm just waiting for stuff to happen. I'm just looking at my screen right now and waiting for stuff to happen.
Exactly. We should be getting a round pick or a map pick here soon, hopefully.
Ooh, exciting! What maps do you think they're gonna use? Maybe like Red Church, Sacred.
Let's see. So they picked Moonlit first, yes, and then Ever Sleeping. Yeah, that's right. So
Nice.
they probably want to prioritize hunter-sided maps. It seems like they're prioritizing their hunters. I could definitely see a Chinatown pick here, but if they want to prioritize survivors, they might change things up a little bit, or they could just stay going with a balanced map, maybe something like Leo's Memory, or I guess Leo's Memory is debatable on that one, but Red Church is pretty balanced for most people, so I guess it depends on what team is up to pick the map and what they want to prioritize in this third round, whether it be survivors or hunters.
That's a great way to say it. That's how I've seen it too. Like, just trying to see how much of their resources outside of the game can they use to kind of really give them that advantage. Like Red Church is the map? I'm not sure. Is it?
It looks like it will be Red Church for round 3.
Okay.
They want to keep it a little more balanced so that each side has a pretty solid chance of winning. It's going to be highly dependent on hunter picks then as well, and I guess survivor, what the survivors are expecting here as well.
Ooh, I'm excited for Red Church. We're gonna see a wedding, y'all. Who is it going to be? The bride to be, the groom to be. But yeah, I would say Red Church is a pretty balanced map, which I kind of like. So the thing is, like, it's just up in the air right now. Who's gonna utilize it? The max.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's round 3 is very, very intense. I know, like I said earlier, the nerves are running high. We just got to make sure that those nerves don't overpower the decision making here. And I want to know if we might see some harassment here as well, because harassment is also a little bit more viable in this round as well. So we might see some harassment characters as well, especially since I think we saw some harassment bans earlier in the set as well. So maybe now that there is maybe now's a chance for it. We're gonna be seeing the Blink Innovators on Survivors side once again here first. So Blink and Sparkle will be hunting first this round.
Oh, well, I'm kind of excited to what Ghostly will pick right now, considering they did pick Hellumber. And like you said earlier, like, the third round is more personal. So I don't know, I'm very pumped up to see who the hunter is.
I almost wonder. Remember how they floated on Joseph last time? Do you think we'll actually see the Joseph this time?
I mean, I think that'd be pretty cool. Ooh, little pause reduction right here. Is that 1,000 seconds?
That is 1,000 seconds indeed.
I've never seen that. That is insane.
I've never actually seen it on this side either. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Huh.
Dang.
Usually on the spectator, when I see the pauses, like, okay, I guess thank goodness. Not a long pause though, not a long pause. That's good.
I don't know. That kind of gives the same energy as like when you get locked out of your phone. It's like what? I don't know.
Oh, there it is again. Okay, well, somebody entered their password wrong. Yep.
What's going on?
Now we just need like a screenshot, and it's supposed to be this person tried unlocking your phone, and it's just Morpheus in the background with that face.
Oh my gosh, that damn smirk. Okay, I guess why are we playing like a tug of war right now?
This person tried unlocking your iPhone, and it's literally just that smirk Orphe.
Just done, just out. I mean, I kind of do want some Jeffrey gameplay. I don't know. I feel like it was kind of just hovering over us like a bone with like the way they picked Joseph and move on to Hellumber.
Oh, I was about to say they're missing a ban, so they did it by text. Okay, so they're banning out Hellumber, but they're also banning Goatman. They forgot one of the bans from the hunters here. It looks like that's why I was like, wait, why aren't there 2 bans? I know we only see Hellumber here, but there is Goatman that they're banning out as well. So they're banning out the 2 best. Kind of makes sense here. Picking Magician after a Seer Merc ban and Gravekeeper. Okay, keeping things pretty simple with the meta.
Kind of like seeing how they're gonna mold, what they're gonna mold their team into. Literally just such a like anticipated like round right now.
Banning out the psychologist now too. Doesn't want to deal with tanks.
Miss Ada, no. It's okay. We'll see you another day.
She's quite popular, so we'll definitely see her some other time. Let's see their third pick here though. They have a kiter, they have a rescuer. They probably want another strong kiter, maybe a harasser. I could see an antiquarian pick, a puppeteer. The tank.
Puppeteer, there we go. The tank. good pick, especially because you just described it. He is a tank, and especially if like Gravekeeper also, if he's under his shovel, he can take like a good couple of hits.
Exactly.
And there we go. We see it, the novelist ban. Now it's just up to the last survivor and the hunter pick for today.
The fire investigator. Okay, I feel like we saw a very similar team to this earlier, but it's a very strong meta team. So not easy for any hunter to deal with. So I wish the best of luck to Ghostly Luck in round 3 first up here.
Oh my gosh, are we gonna see the photographer gameplay or are we gonna be surprised with something else? I don't know. I'm still hung up on that photographer. And I guess a lot of people in the chat were. There's like Joseph.
I'm right there. I'm right there with you. We'll see. Is it the Joseph?
Drum roll. I don't know.
Could you imagine if there's a randomized setting? That would be crazy. If you had a randomized setting for Hunter, that would be wild. Doing that in a tournament. Oh my goodness.
That'd be scary. That'd be scary. What's it? It's staying far away from that. But that would be insane in the tournament.
It'd just be a spin the wheel. The wheel decides what you play.
Spin the wheel. Oh my gosh.
The wheel decides if you win or lose. You will be playing photographer with insolence.
Oh no.
It decides your build too. You play photographer with insolence. Listen. And that is it.
What would be the craziest? Okay, what's the craziest build on a hunter though? Or okay, let's focus on photographer. What is insolence photographer really the craziest build? Is it really that crazy?
It's a little crazy. Especially with spawn selection. It's a little crazy.
Oh yeah, 100%. Let's see. Okay, here it is.
I want to see Patroller Insolence.
What?
Joseph.
Oh my god, I thought you were gonna say Patroller was the hunter. What?
Nightmare? Okay. That's a gamble. He's got good map pressure, but that's a gamble.
Oh.
This is gonna be Crow 2. He's the second one? Oh my goodness.
Oh. I don't know what that means, but wow. Very cool.
It doesn't mean anything. I'm just saying words.
Oh.
His build is called Crow 2 instead of Crow. So he must have must be true crows, you know?
So he's the language or something? Am I not understand something? Am I so far gone out? But
no, it's okay. I am just speaking. I'm just speaking into the void.
The void. Goodbye, the void. I'm kind of interesting to see Nightmare. I don't think we've had Nightmare so far in the tournament. But like you said, it's a gamble.
Yeah, it's not very. Once again, a not very common hunter that we see, but it seems like Ghostly Luck likes their low tier map pressure based hunters with Leo and Nightmare here. So Nightmare I feel like does have a better chance to win than Leo because he can teleport on top of somebody, which I feel like is just very, very important.
More easier. Yeah. I think it's a little bit more easier than like with Leo.
It's the chase that I'm worried about. It's the chase because these are hard characters to chase, and Nightmare not the best chase character.
Yeah. Like, I mean, and the thing is, like, he's not even slow, but he's just walking, just waiting to find a survivor. But if you're a survivor, if your target has like enough distance, you can't really do anything there. It's like Hermit, bro. If I miss all my polarities, I'm just a slow man walking.
Yeah, at that point, you're just a Hellenber again, you know? Like,
right.
You got nothing.
Just walking so slow.
Exactly.
But I did hear, like, Hermit isn't the slowest hunter. Let's lock
he gets that first presence, he gets a little speedier with the teleports, but yeah, I mean, before that though, he suffers, that's for sure.
Oh my gosh, 100. I feel you. What were the builds? I didn't really catch that. We're gonna see right now, but
I believe we saw a Tide borrowed grave Tide knee jerk on the puppet, borrowed knee jerk on the mage, I want to say, as well as the Finn. Yes, that is correct. Okay.
Ooh, it looks
no
like
flywheels.
For a second there, no flywheel. Oh, okay. It's like, but flywheel I thought was very important for Bird, Mr. Bird.
The Bird.
I just called him straight Bird.
Yeah. I don't think flywheel is super great against him. So yeah, I think the knee jerk is way better here. But looking down to make full utilization of Hunter's instinct and poaching, has to swing at that magician wand, which gives him a second speed boost again. Magician is very, very strong in graveyard, but Ghostly Luck is closely falling behind this magician here with a detention confined build here with Hunter's Instinct, Announcement, Nostalgic, Berserker, and Rage.
See, I would look at the talent page, but last time I did that, I completely missed Yuko's roller coaster trick, and I was like, you know, I'm not gonna look at that anymore. So
No,
I'm gonna
you don't want to miss it.
No, but I guess Nightmare. Oh, I said pretty good. Nightmare was a bit more patient instead of. That's like you was saying bird. Nightmare was a bit more patient there. Just waiting for a magician to blow out his wand first before kind of dashing. But the ciphers had a pretty good.
The one from earlier. The one.
Was that the one from earlier? That is insane.
The one from earlier. Body
It's just dang, just such. Oh my god, that's such luck, dude. But there we go. There's the down. I thought this was one of the worst places to get here because this palette right here.
Yeah, I think in terms of luck, ghostly luck is what needs some luck right now because that was, I was not expecting that. That was actually kind of.
Oh yeah, and then that's a 3 cipher kite too, which is kind of insane. Especially with that, I think the play from the one from earlier was just so good. It's just really good.
I mean, we'll see the teleport being utilized here, but a pallet! He teleports inside the pallet! Oh,
right inside the pallet. Get up! Nightmare, get up! What are you gonna do?
This is not looking good for the Nightmare, Gege. This is looking not good for the Nightmare.
No. But, I mean, I feel like he might, like, I don't know, I feel like you never know with Nightmare because he has such annoying, like, pressure. So maybe when those 2 ciphers pop out, he could just like instantly go with that warp with the bird. So
exactly. If nothing else, he has a decent end game. It needs to be respected. Exactly.
Yeah. And it looks like this is ciphers. These last 2 ciphers where you have one at 66, almost gonna be done by the puppeteer, and then another one being done by the fire investigator. And it does look like fire investigator's balls are deployed out there somewhere. So, I mean, if the magician will be able to use them if he gets to the other side of the map, he could use them.
No Terror Shock. I feel like that was probably the best way.
I know, right?
We'll see luck to get some momentum here, but another warp utilized. Does get the Devil Magician. Ooh. I think he might fly back through his warp though. Let's see. He does.
He will. But it's not enough time. It's not enough time to do a force heal. So this might be a draw or better. Considering what the survivors will do, because the Nightmare's going to see the cipher shaking, and he'll be able to teleport.
The issue here is Grave is going to intercept the bird and try to make it so he can't teleport onto the cipher. Misses the bird, but not onto the cipher. They pop in time, and the frog ball helps out the Finn get away.
Yes, so I guess this Nightmare's trying to see who his target will be. Okay, Puppeteer just launched. But he also. Nightmare did use his warp, so it's just kind of like he just has to stick to one target. But no one is opening the gate though. Nobody's at the gate, so it's kind of just hung up there. It's like, oh, he looks like, okay. I thought he was gonna put bird. The poor frog. It's just staring at me. I don't know. I feel like the frog is a little silly. Little frog ball. Why is it staring at me like that? I don't know.
The little wink that he does, it's so cute.
Right.
Does get the bird onto the Gravekeeper, actually. Pretty unlucky for the Grave, but if this Nightmare, if he does commit to the Grave, the other gate will be open, so he does get the Grave down. That should be enough for a draw. But I don't know about anything more.
Ooh, we don't know. Because that does look like Puppeteer is walking right now, but will he make it? I think he makes it.
Yeah, I mean, no teleports is ready, no warp is ready, not much he can do.
I mean, yeah. It looks like a tie, but the dang frog is there. But it does look like it's a tie. But I feel like I think it's just the beginning with that chase and the magician. That kind of just put everything, like, it kind of determined everything.
It's
because you said earlier, like,
chase. Yeah, it's not an easy chase.
Because Nightmare's chase is kind of a little bit hard in the beginning. But you could see, like, with the amount of, like, bird, like, he was just deploying those birds. He could have, I feel like if he had a bit more time, he would have been able to maybe gotten a 3-man, possibly, especially with how his bird and warp and everything. But we'll see, I guess.
There is maybe a chance there, but it's going to be hard, you know? It's going to be really, really hard. I mean, the survivors did really well at that Cypher Rush, so it's not the easiest in the world now. I believe, I'm trying to see here in terms of
Let me back up to the spectators. Let me back up to the spectators, guys. Oh yeah, points. What are the points?
It is 12-9 in favor of Blink and Sparkle. I believe
12-9?
Blink. I believe Blink Innovators, if they want to win, they need to 4K with their hunter.
Ooh.
It's gonna be hard. I think it's the only
It's
way.
gonna be hard, but it's gonna be exciting. I'm pumped up. I'm excited. The third round is always so fun.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing stuff like Nightmare, of course. Yeah.
I mean, that was okay. I'm sorry, but I will love a good traditional hunter over any meta hunter any day. Like it's just so satisfying.
I
like,
100% agree. Yeah. No, I 100% agree.
like I don't know. I feel like it's like yeah, the play styles of the new hunters, yeah, they're chill. The meta hunters, yeah, they're good. But like, I want to see something, a sight for sore eyes, basically. Even if it's a bird, but it's good.
No, I mean, I think a lot of people would agree with you there, just because it's like, you know, if you watch any sort of tournament, you get used to watching the same, you know, 3-4 meta hunters over and over and over again. So when something, you know, weird comes out, it gets you hyped, you know? It's like, oh man, I can't wait to see like somebody who's really good at this character play them at a high level. And especially if it's like one of your favorite characters, like maybe, like I know there's a lot of people out there that love playing low tier characters. And when you finally get to see them in tournament, it's a special feeling.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, for me, like, I used to be a huge Jack main. Like, I really mained him for like 4 years. Like, it wasn't until like I guess last year that I started maining Hermit. But like, I would literally like, I would love playing Jack. And then I think Jack was the first day. He was played in the first day, and I thought it was like such a nostalgic kind of hit. So I've never seen Jack being played in a tournament, especially with his new buff and his like kind of like rework. It was just so satisfying to see.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think he was played one time in KOA 8 and one time in KOA 7. I'm kind of hoping post buff that he might be played at least a few more times by those, you know, those diehard Jack mains.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's just, oh my gosh, I feel like he's such a, I don't know, like, you know those Jack mains who like, there's 2 Jack mains right now. Those who save their small farms, and those who are just ruthless, who are just swinging whatever chance they can get. Those Jack mains scare me.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. It's like, have you seen like the way Jack just throws those spots out? Scary.
Yeah, if you watch some of the Chinese pros playing Ripper, they go absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I mean, as they should. I need to watch more tournaments though. I want to see like what's going on in like the heads of players. Like what are their hunter picks? What are their survivor picks? Like it's always so interesting. But I don't know if I'd have the time to watch all that. I feel like I'll just have it played in the background, especially with any meta hunters. Like it'll just play in the background until I see the hunter like I really want to watch. But
yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. I think a lot of people on board for that. Yeah.
I thought that was just a bunch of word vomit, but
no, that makes sense. I totally get it. I mean, I do the same thing sometimes when I'm a little too busy, but my obsession with IDV tournaments sometimes gets me a little too attached. But regardless of that, we are now here for round 3, second half.
Yay!
And Mechanic will not be escaping ban jail.
Dang. She's in a tournament. Nurse Mechanic. The little girl
Hunter bans.
Nurse Mechanic. Ooh, you know what would be an interesting person to see? Little girl. Like I didn't think about that. But little girl would be kind of funny. Or doctor. That would be kind of funny.
Don't even get me started on doctor.
Oh, I'm gonna get you started. What's the tea? What's going on with Doctor and Miss Emily? Emily Dahlia.
I could give an entire essay of why Doc should not be meta, but I'm not going to get into that right now because I don't want to make people upset. But we're going to see a Dream Witch and Sculptor from the Survivor side, actually. Their band hunters are Opera and Hulla, so they actually still have Goatman and Ivy available if they want to play something meta.
We haven't seen Ivy. You're right, we haven't seen an Ivy so far. So that might be a hunter pick, maybe. You see Wildling
Actually.
though. Wildling thing.
Yeah, Wildling can be very frustrating for a lot of hunters, and that's going to be
Oh, yeah.
a really solid pick out here, especially since this hunter needs a 4K. Playing something with huge survivability like Wildling just makes sense.
Bans and Embalmer, just kind of getting rid of the survivors, like, because I feel like Embalmer is such a safe kind of survivor, just kind of maybe do like his coffin at the exit dungeon, etc. Like, it's such a safe option, which I guess the hunter's trying to get rid of any of that. Oh my gosh, Norton! Are we gonna see some Norton gameplay? Oh my gosh.
Oh, we actually have multiple support / harasser based characters here. This could be really entertaining.
This will, I 100% agree. Doesn't go for the night ban, but instead it goes for the instant ban. So, who will be the last survivor pick? Who will be the last hunter? Survivor, oh my gosh. Survivor pick. Oh!
A dancer, okay.
Miss Marge. Okay, Queen. All right.
Miss Marge.
I don't.
Marge.
I was gonna say Margarita, but I was like, no. I'm like,
I think it's Margarita is how it's pronounced. I'm pretty sure.
Margarita.
Margarita. I think that's how
Okay.
they pronounced it in the story. Margarita. That's what they said. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, I'm gonna call her Miss Marge. Does that sound weird? Miss Marge.
Miss Marge. I mean, all I can think about
It sounds weird.
is like the Simpsons character when you say it.
Yeah. It's so cheap. It's just so like heavy. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Stan Luna from the Fire Investigator. See, I love when people get creative with their titles.
Yeah. Side wheel.
We got Stan Luna, Rescue, Fastball, and then Tide Wheel. It's very, very, very interesting. All right, now here's the part where I'm hyped up. Okay, there we go. The Ivy. There we go.
It is gonna be the Ivy. Yeah. If there's any, this is a. Oh, what? I've seen a lot of Ivy games. This is a scary comp for Ivy to face, because Wildling isn't the best versus Ivy. It's fine. Dancer is kind of 50-50. Prospector is very good versus Ivy, and I would say Finn is probably the best character to actually play against Ivy if they know how to do a ball trick. There is a ball trick that exists where Finn can clip inside his own ball and cannot be possessed by the Ivy's Yith. So if he's on the last cipher, she cannot possess him if they know how to clip inside the ball. Most Finns don't know how to do it unless they practice it, but if they do, you're kind of cooked.
Oh my God. See, I need to see that, but the chances that we might see that, especially if I was like in this tournament right now playing against an Ivy third round right now, I'd be kind of like a little bit anxious, like, oh gosh, like, how am I gonna play? I don't know. I don't think I'd be able to pull that off. But if they do somehow pull that off, that'd be really cool. I'm gonna literally clip it, put it up on my wall. Cause I've never heard about the ball trick you're talking about. So if we do see it, I'm gonna be pumped up for it.
Oh yeah, I think it can only be done on certain ciphers. Again, I don't know how to do it, but it's like I think there has to be like a wall behind the cipher. It can't be a cipher out in the open. I think. I actually don't know. I don't know how it works really. I just know that people do it, and I'm like, wow, they did that.
Somebody do it. That's me with the painter trick. I feel like the painter trick that for Ivy, where it's like you have to angle your screen well enough that you don't see her, but you see her. Like, you know what I'm talking about, right?
The Kazuneko trick. Yes, I do.
Nice.
Yeah.
I saw that.
It's crazy how many little tricks there are that people discover.
See, someone needs to find that out with Seer. Please, someone find a way to fight Ivy with Seer. Even if it's just from like the corner. If it's 2 pixels, I gotta look at. Please. Like,
oh man, even then, give us a chance.
Right? But see, oh my gosh, that's so funny. People are saying to just call Okay, we're gonna call her one more last time. Miss Marg. Just call her Margie. Oh, that's a cute name.
Margie. Yeah, I think people call her Margie for
that's
sure.
That's a cute name. That's a cute name.
Say Margie. Not really going for Marge, because then you get like. Anyway.
We're close enough once the next season.
Let's see here. So for the build on the Ivy, I imagine it's going to be pretty standard like it is in tournaments. Yes, it is. Inso, Detention, Blink, 3 stacks of Hunt, 1 stack of Berserker with Constrain to lock off the Cypher. Chasing down the Prospector here first.
I don't know if that's the best option, especially because you did say that Prospector is a good target Not a good target, but like the worst target to go against. Ooh, just not.
Well, that's gonna be an early hit. Ooh.
I was expecting a target shock. I was expecting a target shock. I was like, oh my god, he got both.
This is a very
but
good
did
start for
you
the
like-
Ivy.
Right. Did you also see like those? She's going back and forth with her main body in the yes, and there we go. We see the prospector down. She's kind of is basement there. Basement is there, and
Ooh.
it's right at the bottom of this
Slow box
dancer.
heaven in middle. Oh my goodness. Look at that.
Decides right, but I don't think she decides to chair the prospector because it kind of looks like he was gonna struggle. I don't know. I feel like he would have struggled by the time she got to the basement.
I think it might be because they want to pressure the ciphers instead, and they also want to incentivize them to come for the rescue because they could sell. But this hunter, like I said, wants a 4K, so they want to push as much incentive to rescue and also try to stuff said rescues, or at least get extra damage off on them get extra damage from said rescues.
Yeah, I see that. I guess Wilding trying to. Oh, I was gonna say Wilding was just trying to get the opportunity to kind of push back this Ivy so that Norton has a little bit more distance to work with, but he just missed it. I'm working on these ciphers on the side, man. I think there's like there's so many ciphers being done right now.
Oh yeah, I mean with an Ivy, sometimes you gotta move to a different cipher with all the spread. Tries to predict the blink, she belays it. Beautiful work from the Ivy.
Oh my god, that was so crisp. I was like, she's gonna blink here, probably most likely gonna blink here. But the prospector did have flywheel and he did use it, but then bam, like you said earlier, she predicted it. She predicted the prediction.
That's really smart from this Ivy. Beautiful patience and pressuring down the ciphers now. Once again, ciphers are moving pretty quick. Is it enough for a full elimination? I do not know. She's gonna have to really hunker down on these ciphers once this prospector does go down.
Will this dancer make it though? That's the question.
Oh, that's huge! A terror shock!
Oh my gosh.
That's huge!
So bad.
And she had tide as well!
Guys, everybody needs to
This
look at
might
what we
be
just
what Blink
did.
Innovators needed. This might be what they needed. The lucky terror shock.
The lucky
This
terror shock.
might be what they needed.
There's no more tide on this team. I mean, female dancer is shared. What can they do? I was waiting for a terror shock though. I needed a crisp terror shock to what happened, but she does. She finds the fire investigator. She knows where he's coming from.
There was so much pressure on that one rescue. I can only imagine that just really was so difficult for the dancer, especially since rescuing from Ivy is very difficult since you can't really look at her and react to her. You kind of just have to gamble, and well, Ivy won the gamble.
She did. Will this frog push the female dancer forward, or what's gonna happen? Where'd she go? Oh, she's over there.
So she got a little boost from the frog, just a little bit.
Yeah. Right, but I thought the ciphers aren't horrible. Like that's the thing, but it's like that terror shock just flipped this whole game upside down.
With the hunt activation, it's gonna be really tough. We're gonna see the flywheel, but it's not gonna be enough. She does not make the window, unfortunately.
No.
Ciphers are moving, but I don't know if it will be enough because they have nobody who can rescue anymore.
No, so this might be a sell on the dancer, but these ciphers though, like what can they do right now?
They might have to play for a single person out. I feel like that's all they really can do at this point.
You're right, especially since the main goal is for this Ivy to get a 4K, and if they can just try to.
He got canceled off of his board. Oh no.
What? No.
Oh no.
And this is about to be ready. Wait, does the fire investigator make this rescue though?
He has a ball.
Will he make?
He has a ball in
Will
front.
he make this plus
I think he does.
rescue?
He does make the rescue.
I'm waiting at the. Oh, he does. He does make the rescue. This is okay. This is good. We like this. But she just look at all those. Just, I don't know what they're called, but like all these rocks just placed around the map. They're just so spread out. Like it's just teleporting. But I guess okay. Will Balloon, the female dancer, to try to get that confirmed elimination? Fire investigator going for the wildling. I don't know.
It's gonna be really hard, especially since if the Ivy plays very well, typically when 2 survivors only remain at endgame, it usually means that it is a 4K. So that means that Blink Innovators, I'm not gonna say it's over just yet, but it's likely, very highly possible that they made the comeback that they needed and are going to be able to get the 4K that will win them the set.
Yeah, but then wilding on his board is just such a frustrating target to go for. So if she does try to chair this fire investigator, oh, I guess not. She might.
They have to
wilding
bleed
might
out here
take it.
because you don't want to give any chance. Any
No.
chance. Like, if you chair and the wildling is somehow able to get dungeon, it's too risky. You want to make sure to
It
bleed
ruins-
out,
it
or
ruins
get
the
rid of their
jam.
self heals first.
Yeah, and I guess there we go. There's the Tinnitus trying to look around. Not in this area though. Is he in the locker?
He is. Oh, he is. He is. You're
but-
right.
But then I think she'll probably. I don't know. I feel like she's gonna catch on. Cause wait,
If he sits in there for too long, he'll get crows.
crows. You're
Yep.
right.
He'll get crows. So
And
even if she doesn't see for a while, there will be crows.
But I mean, I think the Yip is able to scare you through the locker, no? Because you just find the button, like it'll show
Don't
up.
know. I think what I'm more curious about is if the wildling boar is like next to the locker. 'Cause where's the
Ooh.
boar when he's in it? You know?
Oh, I guess he's in the locker.
I don't know where the boar is. I didn't see the boar. Is he just gone? Is he in the wall? Like, where is he?
Not sure. I think he touched the cipher though to try to get rid of any crows. He's in the
It's
locker
a different
again.
locker. Another different locker. But does he see the? Oh, they see the trail.
There's
The boar
trail.
is gone though. The boar is just nowhere to be seen.
Like, right? She knows though. She knows.
Yeah.
Oh no! She's the wildling's just waiting.
Yeah.
I mean, will he be able to get on his board by the time?
And the
No,
boar spawns in.
no. Oh, there he is. I guess he was also in the locker with him and decided to run away. But
That's funny.
here's the fire investigator. He'll probably uses that exit path, but I don't know what's going to happen, you guys. The fire investigator does have one of his balls left though. So
I think
sure.
the biggest thing here is Wildling needs to crawl to a location, hide, not use up his self. Okay, never mind.
So, well, there's that.
So he used up his self heal. Okay, I believe the only way was to let the fin go down. Wildling needs to find a good spot to hide while being down. Let the fin bleed out. Get on board on the last second once Finn dies, and then go for dungeon. I feel like that was the only way. But without him having self heal, it should be the 4 elimination.
No, and there are the trails. She knows where this frog fin. She knows where frog fin is. Sadly, and
uses the wall too.
Damn, that was
Oh, uses the wall and a little
that was-
emote there too, celebrating their win because they
Oh
got
my
the
God.
4K that they needed. Oh,
Oh,
all right, we're gonna take our time with this one. It looks like I lied.
okay. I was like, okay, I guess we're playing with our food right now.
Yeah.
There goes the surrender. I don't know. I felt that wall hit was kind of ruthless. That was ruthless.
Oh yeah. So if I'm correct, I believe Blink Innovators does win with a final score of 14-12. I believe. Correct me if I am wrong.
Well, we'll wait for the confirmation on the points, but I have to agree with you there. I think looking at Innovators win the Battle of the Blinks. The Innovators win.
Unless I messed up on my point calculations. I had it on the wrong team. It's a little tricky when both teams are named Blink, so there's very good chance
I
I
know.
got something wrong there. But I do think Blink Innovators were the ones to win in the end because of that 4K comeback. That was amazingly, wonderfully played
Oh, yeah.
by the entire
I mean,
team.
I mean, at first it was like, okay, you can just tell how like their hunter just locked in. Their hunter locked in because that was such a ruthless gameplay from the hunter. She was going back and forth with teleporting through her rocks, and then that terror shock in the dancer. I think that really sealed the deal, for her. So we're just waiting right now with the confirmed team or the confirmed.
It looks
winners.
like it is confirmed to be that the Blink Innovators have won the set, all due to that 4K comeback. That terror shock was very, very important in that game. Yeah, like he said, so very important. And yeah, that was the set. Another 3-round set. Another close game too. This is actually very similar to the last set I just commented, which is pretty interesting. But you got to give it up to Blink Innovators for that.
But congratulations on both teams. Like I just saw like such. I feel like this is one of my favorite sets to watch and commentate, just because I feel like there's so much happening, and it was just so satisfying to see. And both teams just did such a great and amazing job. So good job, guys, and good job, Blink Innovators, for really pulling through and clutching that win. So let's congratulate them both.
Big congratulations to both teams, like you said. And also, I just think it's really cool that Blink and Sparkle also came out here with 3 non-meta picks: Mad Eyes, Hellenber, and Nightmare. You know, definitely giving a show to all the people that are maybe thinking meta is a little bit stale right now. So huge props to them for their hunter picks and whatnot. That was really entertaining.
Oh yeah, it's like when you're watching your show in the background, and then all of a sudden there's like a huge plot twist, and you're just locked into that. I feel that's what happened with many of Blink and Sparkle like hunter picks. Everybody was kind of like, now they're locked in. Now they're like seeing, okay, what's the play? What's the thought process here?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So once again, big congratulations to Blink Innovators for winning the set. I believe we now have to get ready for our next set, so I think we're gonna have a quick intermission here. But once again, thank you guys for coming out here and watching and supporting these teams. Our next set will begin soon, so we'll see you in just a little bit.
All right, everybody, welcome back. I am invisible right now. There we go. Now you can see my beautiful robotic face. Welcome back to the Seaside Summer Marina Tournament. Heading into round 5 of today. We got Diskoducks versus Lulu, and we're gonna go right actually into that because the game was started very much before that myself or Kiwi here was ready. So we have a lot of bands and picks to analyze. Kiwi, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I mean, just hopping right into it, Yo7, we do see that Seer Antiquarian Coordinator and First Officer ban for the side of the Hunter here.
I mean, yeah, we definitely do. We see, very meta, very, normal picks. We got the Knight, Puppeteer, Aeroplanist, Novel, very, like, if this was chess, this would be, like, the theory moves, like, you put out, by the book, tried and true, tested, kind of ideas, and I think that's what we're seeing here for the most part. I did not mean to react with a crying emoji to myself.
Yeah, but yeah, seeing that Aeroplanist and that Puppeteer coming out from the Survivor side kind of makes me think maybe preparing for a potential Goat Man, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, almost certainly preparing for that Goat Man, I would have to say. Definitely. I mean, we'll see what Blue Cow goes for here. I don't even know. They're going for a Dream Witch where the crazy train's continuing. Oh my goodness.
Yes, going for that Dream Witch from Blue Cow. I honestly I was not expecting Yo7 in round 1. So this is going to be very, very interesting to see being played out here on Red Church.
Yeah, neither was I. I'm trying to scour through the channel to see who in the world is going first? Who these characters? Alright.
Yeah.
What's going on? Okay, so it looks like we're gonna be seeing Diskoducks first on the Hunter side, bringing out this, the Dream Witch pick. I know you weren't here to see. Oh, I did not update the names. Okay, the names are updated. I know you weren't here to. Why is everything going so fast? Slow down, please. All right, like let's take a time with our spawn locations. Oh my goodness.
No, like I love how usually we're kind of like trying to talking to make up for time, but during this match everything is just going very quickly here.
Yeah, okay. Well, let me finish my previous thought, I guess, while we have this precious 60 seconds of preparation time here. The match that we just witnessed between Innovators and Blink and Sparkle, that definitely, I mean, they were picking wacky stuff left, right, and center. We saw all sorts of, crazy picks, and we're coming out, continuing that, keeping that going with, I mean, a Dream Witch round 1. It's very... It's just not done. To be honest, it's not done. But I mean, Blue Cow's coming out and doing it. How do you think this plays into the Survivors?
I don't know. I can see the Dream Witch, maybe trying to go for that. Maybe that Aeroplanist first chase. I'm not too sure. Yeah,
I mean, potentially. Not a lot of bad chases, I guess, for the Dream Witch, if you were to think about it that way. Now that I say that, I'm kind of thinking about it. I mean, Novelist probably doesn't make a big difference. Well, maybe he does. It's all very situational. It's very situational, almost all of it. Puppeteer probably is not who you want to go for. I would say if anything. Otherwise, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, when we see Blue Cow here,
running right into the leech from the Aeroplanist, or not even the leech, the main body follower, and given a free hit right away. That is really, really good for Blue Cow. Great start for her.
Yes, great start for Blue Cow here as she really seriously catch that Aeroplanist very off guard.
Yeah, here comes the sandwich situation, trying to get away with it using the jetpack. It's going to be not quite enough, but the hover is. But the pallet mind game still is not successful, and here we go. Airplane is on the ground with only 50% of any cipher completed.
Yeah, it's gonna get down by that leech there, but this is gonna be the first chair for Aeroplanist, and we see the ciphers are not looking too bad, Yo7. But again, this is a pretty early down, I would say.
Yeah, we got the patroller coming in from the Dream Witch. I mean, actually, oh, that was strange. The UI. Oh, double attack prediction actually correct in both of them. I'm surprised that the Dream Witch actually opted to do any of that. We're still potentially seeing a stuff on the Knight coming in anyway. He has the ranged rescue. It's going to be successful.
Yeah, a successful rescue from the Knight is pretty scary to watch there, but able to get that off. Yeah, we're just gonna see Blue Cow here going for that down for the Aeroplanist.
Yeah, I mean, going with another patroller here, you do have a lot of them at your disposal when you are playing Dream, which is very difficult to, you know, shake off all the little dogs biting at your ankles. And yeah, that's just gonna take down the Aeroplanist.
Yeah, we are gonna see the Aeroplanist going on his second chair here. And we also see Dream Witch kind of looking around with her other leeches, trying to maybe find out that Knight.
Yeah, I mean, Knight still has 2 predictions, been very successful with the predictions so far, used pretty much all his skills, you know, to the best of their ability. Puppeteer are gonna come, definitely at least gonna take 2 damages. Never mind, I lied really hard right there, as Puppeteer actually takes even more, gets 3/4 damage here, but does get a rescue off on the Aeroplanist, and the third leech coming to play. The survivors not deleaching themselves at all, just giving this Dream Witch, you know, lots of real estate to work with in terms of these not these survivors, I mean, there's small survivors, but these followers, Kiwi.
Yeah, we see that there's lots of multiple leeches on the field here. Not many deletion going on. I mean, we do see a little bit from water here, but with Aeroplanist just being that main chase, I don't think we'll be able to.
Oh, the jetpack is not successful. And now that is going to be the final chair for the Aeroplanist. Actually, well, I'm not sure which leech is taking him. I believe that's the Aeroplanist's own leech. So not wasting time on any of the other leeches of these survivors. Puppeteer has removed his, and it looks like the Knight did get his off before getting hit there. So, I mean, that main big pain point for the survivors has almost immediately been removed.
Yeah, and Blue Cow gonna have to coming in and gonna put the patroller Yo7. Yeah, and there's really nothing the Puppeteer can do here, so that's also just gonna be a down next to that cipher.
Yeah, just really, and I mean, there is a novelist that can come in for this rescue here, but I mean, Blue Cow just already diligently on his way to the Knight, blinking the down onto him. Gonna leech him once again, and I think it was able to spot out where the novelist was coming from as well. So potentially going for a breakable wall hit onto the novelist if he is not careful enough to go past it. Actually, yeah, it does miss, and he's gonna get that rescue off.
Yeah, yeah, we see that blink coming out from Blue Cow there, not hitting, and so the novel is just trying to waste as much time as possible, but not many places to go, so he's gonna be going down. Yeah, I'm gonna opt to chair the Knight as well. It's just overall looking like a very strong position for Blue Cow here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this Puppeteer is able to use his Lewis one more time. That time has now been expended, and I mean, this just looks like a very commanding forced survivor elimination to me, Kiwi. I don't know about you.
Yeah, absolutely, Yo7. Just with the amount of damage spread between the survivors right now, it's just looking like a 4K for this for Blue Cow here.
Yeah, Novelist managing to pick himself up. We see, yeah, another leech. I thought the Dream Witch was pulling out a patroller for a second there, and kind of was losing my mind because I did not know how that was possible. It was just a leech, thankfully. But yeah, I mean, well, maybe not so thankfully for Luca there going down, and yeah, just.
Yeah,
I mean,
be doing just some cleanup work and cheering these survivors. I do have to say it was just a bit unfortunate. yeah, just Dream Match getting that first free hit, I feel like really set up the tides for this match.
Yeah, wow. I mean, just complete annihilation on the side of this Dream, which I didn't feel like there was really any time where the survivors were able to take 1 second to breathe against her, and just couldn't gain any space. And the Dream was just taking that whole entire match for herself, not letting any of the survivors out of the game.
Yeah, Blue Cow really just dominating in that match against the survivors. Like you said, not really giving them a minute or a second to really think. Really, we all know that's what Dream Witch does well, just putting pressure on the Cypher with the leeches in her other body.
Yeah, I mean, very wow. Just I'm not used to seeing Dream Witch just get whipped out and any of that. Okay, Kiwi, I can bring it in the loop now. I can bring it in the loop on IDV. All right, we can get you in the match this time.
Thank you. Yes, but I'm sorry, Yo7. Can you remind me again? The Hunter Blue Cow is for Diskoducks?
Yes, so the Blue Cow was hunting on the side of Diskoducks there, getting them a 5-point lead right out of the gate. We'll have to see. We'll have to see if the Hunter for Lulu can match that. Otherwise, yeah, Diskoducks is just gonna be running away with the first round. Yeah, I really I don't know what to say, Kiwi. That was just my jaw is still on the floor. I've not quite picked it up yet.
I know. I mean, I feel even with the bans and picks, it all went by very quickly. Yeah, just amazing gameplay from that Dream Witch, knowing exactly what to do and knowing to leech the survivors. Again, just not giving them any time, and they were unfortunately not able to get any survivors out on that side. So the Hunter for Team Lulu here is really gonna need to play a bit of catch up, Yo7, to kind of even it out.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. Well, we'll have to see. I mean, I just don't know what to say. I really don't. I guess, man, Can we say something? I don't have words. The Dream Witch stole them all along with those survivors. I don't have anything else.
Yeah, seeing Diskoducks survivors here, very curious to see what they're gonna play against Lulu's Hunter. I don't know. I'm very, very interested to see now that they have that 5-point lead, what they choose to play.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll have to see. Man, these banned picks coming in lightning speed, guys. Relax, relax, calm down a little bit. I don't have enough time to like click a button on the other monitor here. Like, let's. Okay, I know we're kind of over time in the late night, but like, oh my goodness, take some time.
Literally, I feel like Yo7, me and you we're kind of used to some teams taking their times, of course, when it comes to picking and banning, but both of these teams lightning fast, understanding what they want to ban and not having any really hesitation, really. But yeah, from Sunset Breeze, Hunter for Lulu, we are gonna see that Mechanics and Perfumer ban.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've like taken somebody out to lunch or dinner or something, and they're just like way faster at eating than I am, and they're like done their whole meal. I've like, finished maybe a little bit, like maybe a fourth. I'm looking over like, oh. So it's like I see.
Yeah, no, like they devoured your meal when you were just starting up, basically. Yeah, and on the survivor side, with Diskoducks, we are going to be seeing a Gravekeeper, an Antiquarian, a Novelist, and an Acrobat.
Yeah, I mean, definitely I'd say, well, the Antiquarian coming out is a little bit scary. I'd still think Goatman potentially being prepared for on the Hunter side. Maybe not with that mechanic ban, but... Well, I really don't know, because, you know, Goatmen, we see not really preparing for playing their Hunter with a Priestess band, because, you know, Goatman does have ways of dealing with that, and the Perfumer's a little bit odd. We normally see, like, a Psychologist, Puppeteer band over that. I mean, Diskoducks not even opting to take the Puppeteer, which we almost see.
I know. I was just about to mention that, Yo7. I find it really interesting with that Psychologist and that Puppeteer combo free and open to the Diskoducks survivors here, but they're actually just gonna play into that Novelist Acrobat. It's just really interesting. I'm very excited to see how this is gonna play, and we are gonna be seeing that Goatman from Censored Grease.
Yeah, I mean, Censored Grease, a little bit of a unorthodox bands, I would say, but I mean, bringing out the Goatman regardless. I'd be scared to bring a Goatman into this, I have to tell you, Kiwi, because I mean, Antiquarian, for the sole reason of Antiquarian, you know, you use one cage and then kaboom, bamboo to the head, and you're suddenly silenced for a very long time. So yeah, I mean, I guess what we see in the mind games, maybe they feel very confident against that character pick, and, you know, we'll really have to see.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. Just, gonna have that confidence to let that anti out on the field. We're gonna see borrowed time on all survivors here, with tied on the Gravekeeper and the Acrobat.
Yeah, definitely a lot of borrowed time, I think, on the side of Diskoducks here. Very confident that they're going to be able to be bringing out, being able to get themselves into that late game, potentially bringing out, I don't know, a few survivors of this match. Definitely not something that Censored Grease here wants to deal with. Definitely going for that forced survivor elimination to get a draw in the first round, hoping to go, you know, maybe late rounds into, or going into the late rounds here against Diskoducks, pulling out maybe some different characters. I mean, how different can you get? We saw a round 1 Dream, which, I mean, yeah.
Literally. Just the Hunters, I feel, in these, this match and the last one that we saw, just, Hunters choosing non-meta is just something I'm very happy to see. It's all very fun.
I mean, yeah, it really is. Wow, we didn't even talk about who we think the Goatman here is. Oh, they got the blue skin. They got the skin of blue. As Koki would say, this is a marshmallow, apparently. A blue marshmallow, everybody, but... Yeah, I mean, that's besides the point. We can see heading on their way towards Shovel here, on the Novelist. Actually, not opting to go for them?
Yeah, I don't think he saw him there, just... Oh, yeah, opting to go for the Gravekeeper and hitting him out of that Shovel. Leaving him with 1.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, just going for a Gravekeeper here. I'm not sure about it. Maybe if you're confident enough, we can see... Oh, actually not opting to use that second Shovel, but it doesn't seem to matter, actually. Oh, never mind. Gets that hit. Going into the Shovel mode now.
Yeah, Gravekeeper gonna instantly Shovel there, just, again, trying to save as much time as he possibly can to extend this kite.
Yeah, wow, really great job from the Gamekeeper, actually, or the Gravekeeper, not the Gamekeepers, both the same thing in my opinion, but, you know, as I was saying, you know, actually hiding out the entire cage, you know, maybe Goatman seeing that Cypher shaking, potentially considering going for the Acrobat here. This looks like what we're gonna see. Oh, gets a great 360 hit onto them.
Yeah, that was a very nice 360 hit from that Goatman there. Kind of getting Acrobat off that Cypher like, just as well. we see Acrobat holding that white ball.
Oh god,
he's
actually
gonna-
puts the cage in that moment, you know, putting the Acrobat all the way around, and still looks like things have worked out for the Acrobat as he does that terror shock, getting the full presence. Actually, this is huge for the Goatman.
Yes, I don't think the Acrobat expected really the blink at all, but yeah, we are going to be seeing that blink terror shock and full presence for that Goatman.
Yeah, I mean, never mind the Acrobat. I didn't expect the blink. I didn't see. I expected. I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't that.
Yeah, so we're gonna see that.
Oh,
It's kind of what we were
Acrobat
talking about
potentially
Yo7.
getting away.
Yeah.
Mind gaming successfully against the Goatman. Gonna have to use a second cage, wasting out more of his resentment.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of that antiquarian harassing there, and kind of why we usually see that ban when Hunter's trying to play Goatman.
Oh yeah, and then see, this is the danger, that antiquarian. Oh, and mispredicting where, and the cage is broken. Really struggling here with this antiquarian support.
Yeah, Censored Grey is gonna yeah, just be looking and trying his best to down this Acrobat here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Oh, actually predicts the correct the bomb throw there, and Acrobat gonna use the cage at the perfect moment to get away from the Goatman. I think, man, the ciphers are just progressing so much. Acrobat hasn't even sat on the chair a second time. This is just, I mean, really good for the survivors.
Yeah, amazing, just game sense from that Acrobat there. Knowing
Wow,
exactly
good red
when
light
to
trick.
use the cage. Yeah, that's gonna finally be that down and chair on the Acrobat, but Yo7, the ciphers are pretty much primed here almost.
Yeah, I mean, I think that early chase on the Gravekeeper just really wasn't the play. And we do see detention, okay? Well, like, we do see endgame options for the Goatman, detention available, and trump card on the table. Blink is pretty much open or ready to go, so we'll be seeing that. But these gates are getting pushed really quickly. If the down doesn't happen like almost immediately, which it does seem to happen, he's gonna have to teleport, I think, pretty much right away. Actually changed to abnormal. I didn't realize. When did that happen? Oh, I
Was that at a
Kiwi, correct me if I'm wrong, but he did have blink up until this point,
yes,
no?
yes, he did. I feel like he switched just a couple seconds beforehand, and I think that might have been an unfortunate misclick on the side of Censored Grease, which is a bit unfortunate. But the Diskoducks survivors just playing that very well. That Gravekeeper, just extending that kite with the shovel, and yeah, the Goatman kind of switching targets there, I feel, gave the survivors a chance to really get that decoding in.
Yeah, wow, I didn't even change the screen. I just complete domination from Diskoducks here. I don't know what to say.
Yes, that's gonna be another 3 points if I'm correct.
Yeah, it's gonna be another 3 points. I mean, the current score that we're looking at right now is 9-1 in the favor of Diskoducks here, plus a round win. So this is a very difficult hole for Lulu to be digging themselves out of. I mean, wow.
Yes, survivors. Hopefully on the Lulu side, we'll be able to in this next match just play survivors they're confident and comfortable with, and hopefully be able to get the result that they want.
Yeah, we're going into round 2 here, so it's going to take a little bit longer to get this. We do see that substitution opportunities are being provided to the players. We see that map picks and map bans are all happening right now, so there will be a little bit of a longer pause in the match than normal. But I mean, Kiwi, what do you have to say about that final match? The Gravekeeper. I think really the Gravekeeper was where it all went wrong. Right at the beginning, like that was the problem.
I have to agree as well. Going into that match, we did see, that the Goatman just unable to find that first target and opting to go into middle. But with Gravekeeper, with those two shovels, it's just definitely, I feel, not an easy chase from the start. But I think changing targets kind of, unfortunately, she kind of did it.
Yeah, and the recovery was there. The recovery was happening, but the antiquarian being allowed into the match as well just completely, just poleaxed any chance of that coming back in. I mean, everybody, this is why you see antiquarian almost universally ban it just in this entire tournament. We see her very rarely being able to be picked, and that's exactly the reason. Antiquarian could just take a game that, maybe you're salvaging from the depths, maybe it's going really well, and just totally rip it down and tear it to shreds, like we saw there, gaining so much time for that acrobat to create this rebound kite just off of all three of those sticks. And just a very powerful character.
I'm definitely gonna have to agree with you there. Another reason why I was just I was very shocked that Sensei agrees the hunter for Delulu still putting her in that Goatman while letting that anti free, and I kind of think it's kind of like a perfect example of why we do see her often being banned. Especially in the first rounds, just because Yo7 that extra support, just coming in, helping that acrobat transition, I feel just really put Diskoducks in favor of that match.
Yeah, I mean, here we are. I mean, talking about picks and bans, we do have a Lakeside ban coming through from Delulu, and in response to that, it seems Diskoducks is picking Chinatown. So we are going to go to Chinatown for, actually, I believe the third time in the tournament. Chinatown actually not become as rare of a map as I was expecting. I was expecting Chinatown to almost never be taken. But, Chinatown always has that opportunity for a wax. I know that's a character that's playable. I mean, we've seen a wheel here. Evil Reptilian, I know Chip was saying, is, I mean, it's not, there's great times and there's bad times. Really, if you feel very confident. We've seen Wu Chang come out on this map and just rip through things, somehow getting a forced survivor elimination on that character. We've seen the meta here. We've seen Opera Singer, Ivy, Goatman. Like, this map has seen it all. What do you think that?
Quite literally.
Yeah. What do you think we're gonna be seeing this time, though?
It is gonna be. Correct me if I'm wrong. Are we gonna be seeing? Oh yeah, we're gonna be seeing Delulu's Hunter coming out again here. So Chinatown.
Yeah, we don't seem to see Chinatown selected in the map, although it was what was picked, so perhaps I'm just misreading here. I'll go back and... Yeah, it definitely says Chinatown, so... yeah, well, we'll see that... we'll see if I'm an idiot soon, I guess. The answer is yes, for anybody that's wondering, but, like, we'll see if I'm an idiot in this specific instance. Okay, there we go. The Chinatown has been selected. There we go, alright.
Yeah, we will be seeing Chinatown for this match. Yeah, I'm trying to think of maybe some hunters we might be seeing. Perhaps a potential hullabaloo. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I mean, I actually think hullabaloo might not be. I mean, hullabaloo is just strong at the end of the day, and that's just what it is. But we might see hullabaloo just not picked on this map because he doesn't have a lot of great spots for his trapeze. You know, the surprise, it's kind of hard to get visuals a lot of times with all the walls and the staircases everywhere. So, you know, I'd say if, you know, if I had to put like this in a tier list for Hullabaloo maps, it'd probably be like C tier. You know, it's like, it's, hey, you can play him here. You can. Hullabaloo is just so amazing that, like, you can play him here. But, you know, at the end of the day, should you play him here? Like, just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're definitely right, Yo7. Thinking about it now, just like the staircases, and the differences in platforms and such, I think could definitely give a Hullabaloo a pretty hard time. So I'm thinking, I'm not sure, maybe an Ivy?
Yeah, I mean, potentially. I mean, I don't really know what Censored Grease has up in his arsenal. Going up, I mean, once again, just being picked, I mean, I don't know. I'm almost not sure because, I mean, well, who picked Faction Order? Yeah, Delulu picked Faction Order, so sending their Hunter in once again, just to go against these survivors. Breaking Wheel actually ban from the survivors here. That's interesting. So maybe they have a Breaking Wheel up their sleeve because, I mean, Goatman ban obviously, but we don't see a more meta kind of ban like that Ivy you were talking about or like that Opera. So, I mean, maybe we like Censored Grease, they just have a wheel we do not know about.
Yeah, I am just gonna assume here that Diskoducks definitely did their research, and that Censored Grease probably has experience playing with the wheel, and yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing lots of support in the chat for both teams. Diskoducks fans placing in the duck emoji to show their support. Delulu fans putting in the smiling demon emoji here. So definitely keep that up. Make sure to show your support for both teams. You know, whoever you think is gonna win, or even just do best, or who you want to support, or who you think is gonna play the most fun characters. Put those emojis in there. You know, pump it up. Make sure that make sure that these players feel loved.
Yes, indeed. And from Diskoducks survivors, we're gonna be seeing a mechanic, a psychologist, a mercenary, and then a bomber.
Yeah, I mean, Embalmer, I think probably just kind of Diskoducks saying here, all right, let's you know, we got a really fantastic result in the first round. Let's just go for a draw here. Like, let's just go for a draw, maybe a 3 escape. You know, we don't need to go crazy. You know, Embalmer's usually that character where it's like, okay, we have kind of, you know, we have kind of an advantage. You know, we don't really need to try to push or stretch that advantage any further than we have to. Like, well, let's just calm down a bit. Let's just relax, you know, and kind of just hold on to what we have instead of doing anything crazy.
Yeah, that Embalmer in that survivor team comp for Diskoducks, it definitely just kind of tells us that they do have just a bit of wiggle room and are wanting to play it safe. At least secure a draw here against the Lulu Hunter.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I honestly, looking at this team, guys, it's difficult to, it's really difficult to even say anything. I actually missed this in the picking phase, but we got a missed selective survivor, and you're right, we are gonna see the Hullabaloo here.
Yeah, I was just, I don't know, I kind of just assumed that maybe we would see that Hullabaloo, but I'm even more surprised we're actually seeing it here from Censored Grease. So yeah, just gonna be very interested to see how he plays against the survivors in these maps.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I really believe in the Hullabaloo pick here. I have to say, I mean, I voiced my doubts earlier, but I mean, I honestly, hey, if anyone can prove me wrong, it is definitely Censored Grease. You know, I've been proven wrong before, actually. I mean, there's definitely been a lot of hunters where I've been like, well, you know, I don't think this pick is very good, and then they come out and get like a 4 escape, or not a 4 escape. That would be a bad thing. They come out and they get like a 4 elimination or something like that, you know, 3 elimination, just against all odds, and put on an amazing show. So I mean, you know, at the end of the day, all I can do is give you my opinion, and sometimes my opinion is really bad, folks.
Oh no, it's all good. It's all okay. We're gonna say borrowed time from that embalmer, the mercenary, and the mechanic. Just I would say pretty normal. Just running that Titan knee-jerk reflex on the psychologist, and obviously that Titan on the mercenary as well.
Yeah, I mean, definitely lots of borrowed time to be seen, although not running in on the psychologist. That's, you know, Kiwi, tie turner and knee-jerk reflex on psychologist is... Yeah, I don't think I've seen that. I really don't. Maybe I have, and I've just kind of missed it, but that does not ring bells, everybody.
I was just about to say, I almost feel like the psychologist and the embalmer, maybe I usually see them with the switch, like a switch in those persona builds. It's gonna be very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see where Censored Grease decides to go first. It looks like it is going to be the Embalmer target. I would say I don't really believe in the Embalmer first chase either, because, I mean, the speciality of Hullabaloo is getting that double down, and Embalmer really kind of denies that, so... Yeah, I'm not sure what the idea... I mean, maybe... I believe we see Abnormal has been brought, so probably going for a more aggressive Hullabaloo. Maybe you just go for that coffin on the Embalmer. Now you know exactly where that Embalmer is going to be once he's rescued, and take that time to use Abnormal, perhaps?
Yeah, he's gonna have that Abnormal Insolence trump card build coming in. Ooh.
Yeah, really good diligence from Censored Grease. You're getting the Terror Shock!
Yeah,
I mean...
getting that Terror Shock on the Embalmer. Pretty early down. For Censored Grease.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I said if anyone could prove me wrong, it would be Censored Grease, and they appear to be in the process of doing just that. Taking Embalmer down at record speed, getting a, I mean, finding him right away. The coffin is not that far away. Actually, didn't even... Oh, no, they were chaired. It was, the chair was just so fast, I didn't even register it.
Yeah, also, unfortunately, kind of pushing the mechanic off that cipher as well on the survivor side.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested in the fact that he didn't abnormal it at all to get that abnormal on cooldown at least. I mean, maybe it's just, I don't know how progressed it is. Maybe that's the one that's just sitting at like 20% because, yeah it must be.
Yeah, I believe so.
So yeah, maybe just not worth the abnormal.
Yeah, because we do know it decreases every time you use it, so probably just saving it for a cipher that has a lot more progress.
Yeah, it looks like Diskoducks is just gonna opt to sacrifice. Oh no, actually no, the mercenary is coming in. We do see the mercenary. Censored Grease does not see the mercenary though. And gets it off right in the nick of time. Pixel perfect rescue there, and now, I mean, overcommitted to that other cipher, so he's gotta go all the way back.
Yeah, it was just like you said, it was like almost like milliseconds there. But Censored Grease is gonna use that trapeze to cut the distance. We're gonna see what the Embalmer can do here. Kind of contain more.
Yeah, I mean, using those jumps to get closer to the Embalmer. It looks like we are gonna see it down, but I mean, 2 ciphers are completed. Abnormal still just has not provided, you know, the value it was brought in to provide. I mean, we'll see if he finds an opportunity for it now. Potentially walking past a cipher that does have a fair amount of progress. Looks like we are. Yep, that one was 52%, so getting the entire value out of that abnormal, although... I don't know, if you did that one at 20%, you could also have, you know, 70% value. Or no, not 70%. 60% value. Because 20 plus 40? Yeah, 60% value, so... Wow, Terror Shock on the mercenary, negating his process damage completely, and now it looks like we're gonna see a chair on the mechanic as well. Yeah, the cipher at 82% can now no longer be worked on.
Yeah, just an unfortunate terror shock on that mercenary. He was going to be going down, regardless though. But getting chaired on this mechanic cipher that's so far along, yeah, we can see it's kind of.
You know, Kiwi, we don't see any ciphers moving at all right now.
Yeah, we don't at all. Oh, but we do see kind of like a free rescue coming in from that psychologist.
Yeah, missing that bomb, and now, I'm not sure. Yeah, that cipher looks like it's gonna pop. I gotta be honest, I think that cipher is just gonna, yeah, get done. The survivors are gonna manage that one. But it looks like the other cipher that they are working on is also kind of in the vicinity of the Hullabaloo, and, I mean, Abnormal will be up to recover progress on it, so we'll see. I mean, I'm sure that Censored Grease can see this. I mean, obviously the cipher is shaking, so he's gonna go over there, and it really, I mean, I guess we're really gonna see just how good the survivors can be at forcing the cipher.
Yeah. Oh wow, they're really gonna push for it, but Gray's gonna come in with that Abnormal, sending it back to about 45%.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe this is where that patience on that first Abnormal does come into play, because, yeah, not having actually a double surprise. Oh, there's the double surprise. Okay, never mind. I'm just completely wrong. Mercenary gonna make a lot of distance, though. This is definitely not what you want as the hunter, being able to use those elbow pads to get away, but takes him through the pallet, and now this is the final down on that mercenary. He's gonna go down a little bit ahead of time as well, because getting the triple color, and Hullabaloo's gonna make a mad dash back to that cipher now. Oh, actually, they've opted to start. Yeah, they've started another one. They started a different one over there.
Yeah, with Mercenary going back to the manor here, we do see that other cipher coming up on being primed, and Censored Grease gonna.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna be able to pop it.
Yeah, they are going to be able to pop it, Yo7.
Yeah, trump card available to be used, could go for a later game teleport, although the problem with that is, I mean, obviously he knows the psychologist is on that gate, but it's gonna take a long time to down her, because he doesn't have, he doesn't have, detention, everybody. Brought a very aggressive early game build, and, I mean, as much as it paid off, actually not gonna be able to down this mechanic. She's gonna be able to get the dungeon. I mean, even if one ball connects, it's too late.
Yes,
Flywheels it anyway, just for the style points.
Wow, just wow. Just that mechanic, they're setting herself up once she pops that cipher, knowing where that dungeon was, and then also knowing that the Hullabaloo just didn't have detention, just able to get that dungeon escape there, and able to get that, you know, that two-man out for Team Diskoducks.
Yeah, I mean, really fantastic communication from Diskoducks there at the end. Yeah, wow, yeah, just really fantastic communication from Diskoducks, because, you know, that mechanic knew to run exactly where she did into the dungeon. Like, they knew that dungeon was there. Psychologist getting the good communication. I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see if the Diskoducks survivors can do enough to bring them into a round 3 here against, or no, not the Diskoducks survivors, the Delulu survivors can do enough to bring them into a round 3. It definitely is possible. Any sort of draw or above for the survivors will force a round 3, potentially a third chance for Diskoducks to, or not Diskoducks, I keep calling Delulu Diskoducks. I am so sorry, Delulu, I apologize. But yeah.
They both, no, it's okay. They both start with a D. I've noticed, like, especially with the last group as well. Like, our team are kind of have a little similar name thing going on. But yeah, Diskoducks versus Delulu. Gonna have to see how Delulu survivors play again against going up against that Blue Crow.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is possible to go to a round 3, but even if we see a round 3 here, Kiwi, I'm not sure how much faith I have that Delulu can pull it through. I mean, the point difference is just too big at this point to close, so, I mean, Delulu would need to win this round and the next, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, because Well, no, that's not true. The Lulu could win like the 3rd round by the highest possible margin, but I mean, that doesn't seem very likely. You know, for any team. All right, you could get Rival in here with Sprinter and everybody else, and like I don't think they would be able to do that.
Yeah, just there's just a bit of a big difference in points here right now, Yo7. Just makes me wonder what we're gonna see from the Lulu survivors here. Maybe bring out just a specialty, maybe survivor that they're confident, very confident in containing with, as they really want to try to get a draw or better here.
Yeah. I mean, well, the Dream Witch brought out round 1 from Blue Cow, so I mean, do you think they have anything else that's fairly interesting?
That's a good question. Seeing Dream Witch just first round is just, I was not expecting that at all. So from Blue Cow here, having the whole meta roster to work with, I feel like maybe the possibilities are a bit endless here when it comes to what Blue Cow can really bring to the table.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what Blue Cow definitely brings. That is fast bans. Like, we just entered and they're already gone. Like, the frame we entered this band pick selection, like, Priestess and Embalmer were just out of there.
Yeah, Blue Cow not allowing for that Priestess support to come in, and obviously with that Embalmer, him having that coffin, just not gonna be allowing that on the field. Very understandable. And on the side of the survivors here, we're gonna be seeing that Barmaid and that Acrobat coming out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Barmaid, I don't know. I don't know how much I believe in the Barmaid, but I do believe in a Prospector. In fact, I would say I believe in miracles that I get to see another Prospector.
Yes, we're gonna be seeing Prospector gaming. It's so exciting. I feel like I've only seen, or at least that I've commentated, one Prospector. So this is gonna be very exciting to see how he utilizes those magnets. And we're also gonna be seeing a knight for the Lulu survivors.
Yeah, I mean, I know in the previous match between Blink and Smarkle and Innovators, I did see a Prospector, you know, peek his head out, but he didn't really get a lot of screen time. So, I mean, we'll see if this Prospector is maybe a little different. We get to see some magnets coming in.
Yeah, hopefully we can maybe see a little time to shine for this Prospector here. It's always exciting. Him also kind of having that, obviously he's not a decoder, but having that skill check that kind of gives him that decoding boost as well. Very interested to see how this will play out.
Does a skill check give him a decoding boost?
Oh, it doesn't give him a decoding boost, but it makes the cipher faster, get decoded faster, right?
Does it? I thought it just made his calibration radius smaller. Like, there's a reward for that?
I think the more like skill checks you're able to get, like on the cipher and stuff, every time you get the skill check in the yellow, I do believe it boosts the cipher just a little bit.
Oh, you're talking about getting a perfect calibration?
Yeah, perfect calibration.
Oh, I see. So it's not directly boosted by the skill. Okay, I'm sorry. I got confused a little bit there.
No, that was completely my bad. I'm sorry, so sorry, Yo7. But yeah, we're gonna be seeing Blue Cow with the author singer coming out on Chinatown.
Yeah, I mean, I pulled up the Prospector skills while we were talking on my Discord bot. Identify info, by the way, invited with the... Actually, I don't think there's a link in the description, but it's a good Discord bot. You should invite it to your server. Anyway.
IDV bot.
Yeah, but yeah, I pulled up the skills for Prospect. I'm like, did I miss something here? Like, what is going on?
No, that was me. I should have explained it better. Yeah, no, hitting that perfect calibration, him having more of the makes it more frequent.
Oh, it doesn't make... Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, this is what the skill says. So, disruption. The magnetic field attracts affects the normal operation of cipher machines. The prospector's calibration difficulty is increased by 30%. That's what the skill says, or that's what my bot says the skill says. And my bot is right like 98% of the time. Unless it's like a new thing.
Your bot is correct. Yeah, it's correct. Yeah, and we're gonna see soon the borrowed time on only the barmaid and the acrobat, flywheel tide build from the prospector, and tide matrix from that knight.
Yeah, I mean, I guess seeing a bit of a more return to the usual, to the meta here, I think, with this Sangria pick. I hate that I just said usual. I hate that I become someone that says that. Cut the tapes. Cut the tapes, everybody. Just stop. Record. It's done. It's over. All black screen.
No, it's okay. Yo7 is so hip. But yeah.
Oh, gosh.
We're gonna see Blue Cow.
Yeah, go in for this barmaid.
Or we're gonna see the barmaid use her speed drink, just trying to make more distance.
Yeah, I mean, the speed drink, you know, makes some distance, but not enough. And the Shadow Dance actually coming into play, catching up closer and closer to that barmaid. Gonna pre-drop the pallet. I don't think she's gonna actually have time to make this, Kiwi.
She is not, unfortunately. Yeah, there's gonna be a very quick down for Blue Cow here. We do see Prospector in the area, but just not close enough to really bring any support in.
Yeah, I mean, and we can see the Prospector, I mean, probably just gonna, you know, resolve himself to go into the rescue. Actually very close to canceling the attack recovery of the Hunter there. Very close to doing it a second time, but does avoid both times doing that. It does get a double down, though, which is definitely not preferable, but the blink has been avoided. Not for long, unfortunately, though.
Yeah, and that is going to be both barmaid and that prospector going down. In the ciphers Yo7, we do see two being worked on, one just about to be completed, but
yeah, one cipher complete. Wow, where in the world did the third cipher go? What happened to that?
Yeah,
well, Knight getting 50% of his predictions right, but 50%, we'll see if that's going to be enough. He does have the long-range rescue he can utilize. Doesn't look like he's going to need to, but he does it anyway. Potentially for just the chip damage, or the chip damage that the survivor is able to take with it.
Yeah, and just waiting for that night shield to kind of end, and we're going to see the barmaid being going down for her last time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of disco balls and chicks in the chat right now for Diskoducks. They and you know what? Fair play to them. They are really cooking up right now. I mean, Blue Cow here really just making this opera singer look easy when, I mean, this movement is incredibly difficult to do. I mean, look at it. Dash, dash, dash. Actually missed that dash, but was able to realize it in time and hits the carpet right away. Like, the reaction speed is phenomenal.
Yeah, the prospects are gonna get
gets mind game with the Shadow Dance.
Yeah, Shadow Dance back, and that's gonna be a down on the prospector. We see Blue Cow going for Symmetry here. Gonna just try and get an injure to prevent maybe a potential rescue for the prospector.
Yeah, actually picking up the red bomb from the acrobat, so not gonna be able to use her skills for a while, though. I mean, just the cipher progress is so behind, I'm not sure if it matters. I'm really not sure if it matters, Kiwi.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you, Yo7. Oh, we're able to get that stun. Able to get that stun on the opera singer. We do see her looking around, and we do see Knight decoding is gonna be able to pop a cipher, but still Yo7, the ciphers just aren't looking too well.
Oh wow, that was Acrobat's first. I thought Acrobat was already injured. To be honest with you, I really did. Yeah, I mean, we see a 3-person you know, 3 individuals on the survivor side alive, and I mean only 2 ciphers remaining, but one of them cannot be decoding right now. Actually, not sussing out where the knight is, so that's gonna buy them a few extra moments to work on him.
Yeah. Just a bit too risky. Just gonna be feeding tinnitus here. We are gonna see the knife disc correctly. For half of them here.
Gets terror shocked. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's gonna be a terror shock on the knight. It's just very unfortunate. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna be the knight being brought to middle here. Potential put down. Yep, potential.
Yeah, there it is. Just to delay that self heal, so the acrobat cannot be rescued from the chair. And it looks like this opera singer is just gonna. Yeah, this opera singer is just gonna know exactly where the prospector is, seeing that trail, and I mean this back and forth situation begins where we do see the survivors not being successful very often.
Yeah, we're gonna just see blue cow. Oh, that's right, able to get that stun, but that shadow dance back, very nicely done from blue cow. And is it gonna be able to get that done on that prospector as she goes and looks for this knight, as he did pick himself up?
Yeah, I mean, actually, Knight does not have exit path right now. I don't recall when he used it, but doesn't have it. Actually sees from a long way, or did I say Knight? I meant Prospector. Prospector does not have exit path right now, everybody. That's what I meant to say. Misspoke there a little bit. Shadow Dance right down, and there down goes the Knight. Prospector can't get up. I don't think Opera knows that either, so she's going back, but I mean, this is just over, Kiwi.
Yeah, unfortunately, Yo7, it is looking, yeah, just unfortunately not good for the Lulu survivors. But Blue Cow really just utilizing those dashes, and you can just see how skilled this hunter is, and how much practice must have gone into learning this opera. Yeah, just absolutely dominating in this match.
Yeah, I mean, and yeah, the survivors finally call it quits there, realizing that their situation is, I mean, pretty much helpless. And I think that's just a win. I do believe, Kiwi, that is just a clean win right there for Diskoducks.
Oh my goodness, yeah, Diskoducks just performing, just Yo7, wow, performing really well. And yeah, the hunter for Diskoducks just not letting the Lulu survivors really like you said have a chance to really come back there, and just kind of able to take that victory in 2 rounds here.
Yeah,
very,
I mean,
well done. And
credit where credit is due to the Delulu survivors. I mean, they were down in a major way at the beginning of that match. You know, Barmaid getting caught out just incredibly early, and the Cypher progress was very far behind. But, you know, they did manage to claw it back into a position that was, you know, not too horrible, but, you know, at the end of the day, just, you know, they didn't manage to quite make up enough. And you know, of course, I forget the hunter's name, but yeah, Blue Cow's not, you know, they're obviously not going to give them any breaks, not going to give them any moment to breathe. So it just ends up in that 4 survivor elimination.
Yes. Yeah, I'm honestly in shock. Yeah, Blue Cow just amazing performances tonight. But obviously the Lulu giving them a really good run for their money, giving them a good fight. Yo7, both sides just playing very well. All survivors and hunters in both of these teams.
Yeah, well, I guess just congratulations to Congratulations to Diskoducks for winning that set there. You know, really, I mean, definitely a very big statement made by this team. You know, that they are not to be trifled with, not to be messed with, and they are definitely going to be, you know, really tough competition in the following rounds. I mean, yeah, I guess that's just where we're going to end things off, everybody. We haven't quite nailed down the schedule for tomorrow in its entirety yet. We're looking at finalizing that tonight, so whenever that does get done, we will be posting that right to the website, identity5-tools.com/ssm, all capitals, /schedule.html. So, I mean, there's a link to that in the description as well if you have, you know, like me, very bad memory and cannot remember that entire URL. But, you know, there you go. That website should have all the information the moment that it does become available. I have tried to update it as frequently as I can, so make sure to check there for all the news and scheduling things. And yeah, we will be back tomorrow, everybody, with the start of the second round. We'll be able to finally see some of these teams that have really wowed us. We'll be able to see them for a second time, so I'm really excited about that. Do you have anything else you want to say, Kiwi?
Yeah, it was just awesome being able to come on and commentate for so many of these matches today. It was just lots of fun. Very speedy hunters we got to see. Lots of non-meta. It was just so much fun today, and I want to thank everyone who came out to support the teams with either their friends or just come support the tourney in general. Just very appreciated, and I hope to see you all